This book is dedicated to the life and memory of Fred Hampton, 1948 to 1969. He refused to compromise in the struggle for justice, equality, and freedom, and he paid the ultimate price. And to those who have been inspired by him to pursue these goals. In memory of my father, Joseph Haas, and my friend Juancho Donahue, and for my mother, Betty Haas. To my loving wife, Mariel, and my children, Roger, Andrew, Justin, and Rosa. To my other family, the People's Law Office, as they continue the legacy of Fred Hampton. To Iberia and Francis Hampton and Fanny Clark, who endured the loss of a son but persevered to keep the memory alive. To all those who have died, lost loved ones, or been imprisoned pursuing justice and freedom. Introduction 1969, The Year of No Return. Part I, Rendezvous with Death. Part 2, Exposing the Murder. Part 3, The FBI's Clandestine Operation. Part 4, Injustice on Trial. Part V, Vindication. 46A Victory. 47 Onward. 48 Seize the Time. 1969, The Year of No Return. While 1969 was pivotal for me, it was fatal for Fred Hampton. His life moved so much more quickly than mine and burned so much more brightly, only to be extinguished at age 21 by 2 police bullets to the head at 4:30 in the morning on December 4. Yet the story of his life has never been told, and the story of his death, once partially illuminated, has mostly been forgotten. These stories exist in the memories of those who knew Fred, who heard him speak, who respond with excitement and recognition when I ask about him, as though I'm speaking about yesterday or last week rather than 40 years ago. The memory of Fred is there in the continuing sadness in Fred's mother Iberia's eyes as she approaches her late 80s. Maybe we all have points at which our consciousness changes and we cannot return to our former path. For many political activists, that dividing line occurred in the late 1960s. We were fed up with a system that thrived on war, racism, and patriarchy. We were young people who at first hadn't understood why the United States was waging war in Vietnam but who by 1969 believed that it was endemic to an unjust system we felt compelled to stop or overthrow. Many of the same evils are still with us, as was glaringly apparent in recent years under Bush Jr., a war of conquest and occupation abroad and ever-growing government eavesdropping and intimidation at home. There is currently a movement to make public U.S. involvement in torture and hold those who authorized it accountable. The Bush-Cheney-Rumsfeld team, with their legal apologists John Ashcroft and Alberto Gonzales, implemented secret domestic and foreign policies in total violation of the Constitution and international law and still seek to justify those abuses. Many of the same perpetrators and apologists for Watergate, COINTELPRO, and the Iran-Contra scandal return to implement even more draconian measures. If this wrongdoing is not exposed and those who perpetuated it are not held criminally liable, then it is bound to repeat itself in clandestine programs like COINTELPRO. The need to protest, expose, and hold accountable those in power who violate our laws and personal liberties continues and remains a fundamental struggle of our society and any society. After the publication of the hardcover edition of this book in 2010, I learned that in 1995 the FBI declassified memos, which were placed in the Lyndon Baines Johnson Library and Museum in Austin, Texas. A researcher discovered the files and sent them to me. J. Edgar Hoover authored the memos, which he sent to the White House, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the Army, and the CIA. They showed the FBI had informants reporting on Fred Hampton as early as 1967, which was before he was a Black Panther. The memos misrepresented Hampton's words and actions, attributing incendiary speeches to him that witnesses have told me were never given. Part I. Rendezvous with Death. 1. Meeting a Revolutionary. The first time I heard Fred Hampton speak was in August 1969. He was the chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party, and I was at the People's Church on Ashland Avenue in the heart of Chicago's Black West Side. I was 2 years out of law school, and it was 2 days after my law partners had obtained Fred's release from Menard prison. The sanctuary of the church was filled to capacity with rows of wooden pews going back into dimly lit corners, and it was warm inside. My colleague Flint Taylor and I found an opening in a row about halfway back. After a few minutes, things quieted down. There was a hush. A moment later Fred emerged from the side and strode to the pulpit. Everyone stood up and clapped. The walls shook with the thunder of 300 voices chanting "Free Fred Hampton." Unlike at other Panther events, Fred was not surrounded by Panthers in leather jackets and black berets. He stood alone, dressed in a button-down shirt with a pullover sweater. He was 20 years old, with smooth, youthful skin and a boyish smile. He had grown a little goatee in prison and wore a medium-length afro. Fred Hampton held the microphone in his right hand and looked out at the crowd. "I'm free," he began in a loud voice. Then repeated it. People shouted their approval. His voice got softer. "I went down to the prison in Menard, thinking we were the vanguard, but down there I got down on my knees and listened and learned from the people. I went down to the valley and picked up the beat of the people. A drum beat started, and everyone clapped to the rhythm. Fred chanted, a cross between a Baptist preacher and Sly and the Family Stone. I'm high. Making each high into a two-syllable word, he sang, I'm high off the people, and then chanted the words again. It was impossible for me not to join in, and soon I clapped and stomped with everyone else. When the refrain was over, Fred repeated the most common Panther slogan, power to the people, but added his own variation, white power to white people, brown power to brown people, yellow power to yellow people, black power to black people, X power to those we left out, and Panther power to the vanguard party. After a volley of right-ons, Fred said, if you ever think about me and you ain't gonna do no revolutionary act, forget about me. I don't want myself on your mind if you're not going to work for the people. If you're asked to make a commitment at the age of 20, and you say I don't want to make a commitment at the age of 20, only because of the reason that I'm too young to die, I want to live a little longer, then you're dead already. You have to understand that people have to pay a price for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you dare not struggle, then damn it, you don't deserve to win. Let me say peace to you if you're willing to fight for it. Later, Fred asked the audience to stand up. We did. He then told everyone to raise his or her right hand and repeat I am, and we responded, I am. He then said a revolutionary and some in the audience repeated a revolutionary. I considered myself a lawyer for the movement but not necessarily of the movement. The word revolutionary stuck in my throat. Again Fred repeated I am, and the audience responded in kind. This time when he said a revolutionary, the response was louder. By the third or fourth time, I hesitantly joined in, and by the seventh or eighth time I was shouting as loudly and enthusiastically as everyone else, I am, a revolutionary. It was a threshold to which Fred took me and countless others. I felt my level of commitment palpably rising. Fred was speaking in a quieter voice. I believe I was born not to die in a car wreck or slipping on a piece of ice, or of a bad heart, but I'm going to be able to die doing the things I was born for. I believe I'm going to die high off the people. I believe that I'm going to be able to die as a revolutionary in the international proletarian struggle. And I hope that each of you will be able to die in the international revolutionary proletarian struggle, or you'll be able to live in it. And I think that struggle's going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people? Fred finished. Everyone stood and applauded again, unaware of the truth of his prophecy. We chanted Free Fred Hampton, and the church reverberated with the clapping and stamping of feet. It was cold in the tiny, windowless interview room at the Wood Street police station. I looked across the wooden table at the large-boned woman with a short afro who was shaking and sobbing. Deborah Johnson's patterned nightgown outlined her protruding belly, revealing her pregnancy. Fred never really woke up, she said. He was lying there when they pulled me out of the bedroom. She paused. And then? I asked. Two pigs went back into the bedroom. One of them said, "He's barely alive, he'll barely make it." I heard two shots. Then I heard, "He's good and dead now." Fred's fiancée looked at me with sad, swollen eyes. What can you do? I couldn't think of any reply. I couldn't bring Fred back to life. 2. Born and bred in Atlanta. A group of young lawyers opened the People's Law Office, PLO, the same week Fred spoke at the People's Church. We wanted to become lawyers for the movement. Who were we and how did we get there? I begin with me, not because I was the most important, I wasn't. But it's my story. I knew Fred Hampton only briefly, but as with so many others who knew him, he changed my life. It's difficult to separate the parts of my life that led me to become a Panther lawyer. Who knows for certain how or why we become who we are? I don't. But there were people and events that influenced the course I took. I was born in Crawford Long Hospital on September 18, 1942. My sister Sue, 4 years older, and I are from a German Jewish family that settled in Atlanta in the 1850s. My grandfather, Herbert Haas, was one of the lawyers who defended Leo Frank, the Jewish manager of the Atlanta pencil factory. In 1913, Frank was falsely accused of murdering a 13-year-old, white, Protestant girl named Mary Fagan, whose body was found at the factory on a Saturday morning. Defending him was so unpopular my grandfather hired a detective to protect his family. The anti-Semitic Hearst newspapers and local press portrayed the murder as a Jewish ritual killing, and with Southern resentment against Northern carpetbaggers fanned by populist Tom Watson, Frank was convicted and sentenced to death. Governor Frank Slayton, convinced of Frank's innocence, commuted his sentence to life, further angering the riled-up public, and a fellow inmate stabbed Frank in the neck. While he was recuperating, a lynch mob, organized by some of the most prominent families in Atlanta, kidnapped him from the infirmary at nearby Milledgeville, and hanged him outside Atlanta. My grandfather had been the first person Frank called when he was arrested, and they wrote to each other frequently. The last letter from Frank arrived the day before the lynching. My grandfather refused to discuss the case for the rest of his life, and my father said the Jewish community was traumatized for a generation. Yet as far as I know, and despite the fact that the Anti-Defamation League was born out of this case, the Jewish community failed or refused to make the connection between Frank's death and the lynching of 14 black people in Georgia alone that year without any trials at all. My father, Joseph Haas, while primarily a business lawyer, was also the attorney for the Southern Regional Council, a civic organization concerned with racial inequalities in the South. He worked with civil rights organizers including the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee's chairman John Lewis to implement the 1965 Voting Rights Act. My dad came up with the name the Voter Education Project to make the group eligible for grants from charitable foundations. The IRS would not have allowed them to fund a voter registration drive. When Dad died in 2000, John Lewis, today a U.S. congressman, wrote the eulogy that I proudly read at the memorial service. His work made a major and lasting contribution to the civil rights movement and to liberating white and black Southerners. The Voter Education Project registered more than 4 million new voters, black voters in the 11 southern states where it operated. We relied on his legal advice and counsel and can-do spirit. Without him, those of us on the freedom rides and elsewhere on the so-called front lines could not have done what we did. My mother, Betty Geismer, grew up in middle-class, integrated Shaker Heights, a suburb of Cleveland, where she was a classmate of the track star Jesse Owens. When Mom attended Wellesley College in the early 1930s, the school was swarming with would-be Bolsheviks, socialists, and New Dealers. She fit right in, and became an ardent admirer of Eleanor Roosevelt. She had a shock when she married my father in 1936 and moved to Atlanta, a city still in the long entrenched throes of segregation. The racial attitudes of most white Atlantans at the time she moved to the South were reflected in the big social event the next year, the grand opening of the movie Gone with the Wind, a story of nostalgic longing for a romanticized antebellum South that, of course, included slavery. In the late 1950s my mother organized the Atlanta Committee for International Visitors, ACIV. Its function was to host persons brought to the United States by the State Department and other governmental agencies. Atlanta was becoming the government's showcase for southern cities because it had not fought integration with the violence of Birmingham, Alabama, or Little Rock, Arkansas. Rather, a majority of Atlanta's white business leaders united with leaders of the black community to implement slow but peaceful integration. A notable exception was segregationist Lester Maddox. At his Pickwick cafeteria he sold axe handles to use against blacks who might try to integrate segregated facilities, including his own. This stance got him elected governor of Georgia. My mother's work for ACIV included hosting African delegations, which put her in touch with Coretta Scott King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and the deans of the Atlanta University colleges. One problem the newly formed ACIV faced was that most Atlanta hotels were still segregated. A few, including the Biltmore, were willing to house all black delegations from other countries, but they would not allow mixed delegations to stay at their hotels or eat in their restaurants. One day I heard my mother on the phone. "That is unacceptable and simply won't work," she said. "If you want our business you have to accommodate integrated delegations and that includes their black and white hosts." The Biltmore acceded, and soon other hotels became integrated as well. Like many southern white kids from upper middle class families, I was raised in part by blacks. When I was 5, we moved to a farm just north of Atlanta. By the time I was 8, my parents hired Walter McCurry to work the farm. Walter was 6 feet tall, barrel-chested and muscular, with light brown skin, a small mustache, a round face, and a shaved head. A World War II Navy veteran, he returned to Georgia after the war to take up farming, which his family had done for generations. Walter wore overalls and drank sweetened iced tea out of mason jars. He was 40 years old when he started working for us. Our farm consisted of 26 hilly acres containing a small lake, a 2-acre vegetable and berry garden, several hayfields, a barn with a pasture behind it, and 33 pecan trees. With Walter's help we raised chickens, turkeys, and pigs, and kept a horse and a mule. Walter taught me how to plow behind our mule, Boley not only how to handle the reins but how to address her with the commands G and how to get her to turn right or left. He chuckled when the plow got stuck or I would get off course. "Boy, I hope you learn how to plow while we still got some rows left," he would say, adding with a smile, "I spec you ain't done too much damage." My favorite activity was when Walter put a bridle on Boley and brought her around to the haystack where my 2 friends and I could get on. Off we'd ride into the woods, where we built forts and kept our stash of sardines and saltines. I emulated Walter, and he took great pride in showing me what he knew. He was my Jim, and I was his Huck. But unlike our predecessors, the traveling Walter and I did together was to baseball games. My friend Henry lived near Ponce de Leon Ballpark, where the Atlanta Crackers, our local all-white minor league team, played. Only 40 years later did I learn that the Black Crackers shared the same ballpark. The first time Walter took us to a game we were 10. It was a warm, humid evening, and Henry and I went to buy tickets. I looked around and saw Walter was walking off toward the hill in right field, where the black spectators were sitting. I wanted to call out to him, "Come back and sit with us." But I said nothing. "Why should he have to sit out there?" I asked Henry. "Yeah," he replied. "There are plenty of seats here." There was silence as we each waited for the next thing to be said, but neither of us would take the next step of inviting Walter back to sit with us. "I hope Country Brown is in the lineup tonight," I finally chipped in. "You got money for lemonade?" After the game we met Walter outside. We all knew it was wrong and mean that he and other black people were banished to the worst seats. But I never talked about it with him. Nor did he mention it to me. I'm not sure why. I think Walter didn't want to embarrass me. As for why I didn't say anything, it was probably my fear and timidity, issues that I would confront years later. I was ashamed of the status quo but not willing to take it on. As Alan Paton wrote in Cry, The Beloved Country about white South Africans' fear of challenging apartheid, it was not a thing lightly done. Lily Mae Glenn also played a large role in raising me. She worked for us as a maid 5.5 days per week, from the time I was 6 or 7 until after I went away to college. Lily had her own small bedroom and bathroom in our house. She was tall and statuesque, with high cheekbones, suggesting some Cherokee roots. She was one of 12 children whose family had been sharecroppers on the remains of a cotton plantation in Georgia. I loved to hear Lily's stories about growing up in the country, in particular her animated accounts of the horrors of picking cotton. It was hot and sweaty with long days, dirty work, and boring to beat, she said. Seemed like the sun would never go down. I'd be sick or hide, anything. If I was forced to pick, I'd put rocks and green cotton bolls in my sack to make it weigh more so I could make my quota earlier. Nearly 3 decades later, in 1975, one of the main presenters at a radical women's gathering made the mistake of speaking nostalgically about being raised by her parents' black employees. Servants was the post-slavery word. Her listeners took her presentation to imply that she believed her upbringing was acceptable because it was such a fertile source of memories and support. My friends who attended were appalled at her seeming acceptance of the exploitation of the black people who worked for her family. She was tarred and feathered politically. As I write about my memories of Walter and Lily, I realize the contrast between the benefits that flowed to me and my family from these relationships and the extreme cost to Walter and Lily. Both worked long hours for low wages with no social security, health, or retirement benefits. They were not equals in our house. They never ate dinner with us, and they addressed my parents as Mr. Haas and Mrs. Haas, while we addressed them by their first names. I was the first Jew to attend Liberty Gwynn, the county elementary school near our house. My classmates were country white kids, and before they knew I was Jewish, they told me, Jews have horns. One day I decided to be bold. I'm Jewish, I told a group of classmates after school. They looked for my horns and found none. That was the end of the anti-Semitic comments. I liked the kids, they liked me, and I achieved the highest honor, being voted captain of safety patrol. While my classmates withheld name-calling of Jews, they showed no similar restraint with respect to blacks. Like all the other schools in Fulton County, students at Liberty Gwynn went downtown to hear the Atlanta Symphony at least one time each year. Atlanta was totally segregated in the early 1950s. Black kids not only went to different schools but were assigned different times to go to the symphony. One morning, as my mother was driving my classmates and me back from the concert, we saw 3 black kids walking on the sidewalks toward the auditorium. "Niggers, go home," one of my classmates yelled through an open window. "Y'all niggers don't deserve to go to our auditorium," another yelled. I was embarrassed. The black kids stopped, hurt and anger on their faces. One of them reached down as if to pick up a rock. Their teacher, who had been walking behind them, intervened and stopped him. "Roll up the windows," my mother said. "We're getting too much cold air in the car." And that was that. The racial slurs stopped, but she said nothing more. I too remained silent. One day in the late 1950s, some teenage friends and I drove to Lake Spivey, a privately owned lake near Atlanta, to enjoy a swim and some relief from the Georgia sun. As we were walking down the beach, a beefy white man in a uniform yelled, "Get out of there," to a young black kid knee-deep in the water. "Why?" the boy asked simply. "'Cause we don't allow no niggers here." "But this is a public place, ain't it?" the boy replied. Public pools in Atlanta had been ordered integrated and had either integrated or closed down. "No, this is private, for whites only, can't you see the sign? I don't know how you got in here at all." We looked past the uniformed man to see a sign on the beach that read "NOCOLOREDSALLOWED." The boy continued to protest and was dragged from the water crying. His mother came over to comfort him and take him away from the security guard. As he and his mother started toward the exit, I watched. The security guard weighed more than 200 pounds to my scrawny 140. I said something under my breath, low enough not to be heard. When the boy and the guard were gone, I walked to the lake and waded in. I was still outraged and also felt humiliated, having done nothing to stop or even confront the guard. I couldn't enjoy the swim. Our failures to stand up against segregation made cowards of us all. In 1958 our temple, called the Temple, was bombed because our rabbi, Jacob Rothschild, supported Dr. King's push for integration. Unlike the Frank case, where the Jewish community withdrew for a generation, our congregation rallied behind our rabbi and became more committed to civil rights for blacks. Jews in Atlanta were more secure, and many were inspired by the struggle of black people to end segregation. When I was a high school senior in 1960, one of the few hip things I did was frequenting the Royal Peacock Social Club on Auburn Avenue, where you could drink if you were under 21. It was on the second floor, a couple of blocks from the Ebenezer Baptist Church headed by Martin Luther King Sr. and his son. Lily Mae had told me about the Peacock and usually knew who was playing there. The Peacock had the best music in town and was the city's only integrated nightclub. Part of the Chitlin Circuit, its patrons were 90% black. The white 10% was mostly Jewish. Whites were usually seated together, but the warm feelings in that room were unique for me at that time. I think the black people knew we came there to appreciate their music and their scene. Otis Redding, Sam Cooke, Aretha Franklin, B.B. King, and Marvin Gaye made regular appearances at the Peacock. We brought our own half-pint bottles of bourbon or Seagram 7 inside our coat pockets and poured generous amounts into the paper cups of Coke we bought for mixers. Packed in there together, at the table or on the dance floor, even I lost my inhibitions, overcoming my self-consciousness enough to do a little making out. The band I remember best was Hank Ballard and the Midnighters. Hank wrote the original music and lyrics to the twist. Unfortunately for him, he let Chubby Checker record it, and Hank never quite made it past being a regional hero. Hank and the Midnighters put on quite a show. Somewhere toward the conclusion of their act, the room darkened. The music started quietly and slowly, and then gradually picked up its tempo. Suddenly a spotlight appeared directly on Hank. He had a pair of women's panties draped over his head. He slowly removed them using his tongue as the music got louder and the beat got stronger. The audience, black and white, clapped to the beat as the panties slowly descended. When they were gone, the audience erupted. It was crude, and I loved it. At 1 or 2 in the morning, climbing down the stairs from the syrupy warmth of the Peacock onto Auburn Avenue, I felt like I was putting on my white skin again and separating into the two familiar worlds of black and white. After high school I attended the University of Michigan, from 1960 to 1963, where I remained mostly oblivious to political events, disinterested in the formation of Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, on the campus. After I graduated, I sat in my parents' living room, drinking beer and listening to Tchaikovsky and Brahms, conjuring up lofty ideas inspired by my readings of Camus and Sartre, Nietzsche and Kierkegaard. What to be or not to be? Not quite ready to answer that question, I realized I had lived a privileged life. I needed an equalizer. What better leveler than Army basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina? There I would be an enlisted man, going through the same physical training as other lowly privates. I wanted to prove to myself that I could survive in a setting without relying on my privilege or my family's money. I had no awareness of the U.S. troop presence building in Vietnam when I enlisted in the Army Reserve in 1963. I reported to Fort Jackson, near Columbia, South Carolina, on November 19. 3 days later President Kennedy was assassinated. Rumors spread on the base that the Russians or Cubans had killed him. "You men better shape up fast," our drill sergeant, a Cuban exile, yelled on our first day on the tarp. "We're sending you straight off to Cuba as soon as you learn to fire that rifle." He told us with certainty that Castro killed Kennedy and we would soon be invading the Caribbean island. This was not what I had had in mind. All of a sudden I felt like I was in a straitjacket headed for war. This was not the non-threatening, life warm-up experience I had signed up for. 3. Young Fred Hampton, an early activist. Fred Hampton, the third child of Francis and Iberia, was born August 30, 1948, in Argo, a suburb on the southwestern side of Chicago. His parents grew up outside the small town of Haynesville in northern Louisiana. Their families farmed the land their great-grandparents had worked as slaves. Fred's father, like many blacks from the rural South, moved to Chicago in the 1930s seeking employment. He found work at the Corn Products Company in Argo. Among the Hamptons' neighbors in Argo were Mamie Till and her son, Emmett. Mamie Till had come to Chicago from Mississippi a few years earlier. Emmett's father also had found a job at Corn Products. One of Iberia's first Chicago acquaintances was Fanny Wesley, Emmett Till's regular babysitter. Because Iberia stayed home with her 3 kids until Fred, the youngest, was 8, she helped Fanny by sometimes watching Emmett, whom everyone called Bobo. Iberia told me young Emmett was curious and quite rambunctious, a handful. It was difficult for a black family with 3 kids to find housing in the Chicago area. Black neighborhoods were crowded and expensive. In 1951 the Hamptons moved from Argo to a small house near a lake in Blue Island, a suburb of Chicago. "I liked the place because it was more like where I grew up," Iberia said. "But there were some rednecks there who gave our kids a tough time." Dee Dee, Fred's sister, said she and Fred were frequently called into the principal's office for fighting with the white kids after school. "Fred and me never started nothin'," she said, "but we didn't let them call us names either. We got in a lot of trouble trying to set them straight after school. Together we did all right, but seems like we were always having to explain what happened on the playground to the principal." Iberia also got a job with Corn Products in 1956, doing quality control on the bottles and caps as they came down the assembly line. "They made me the union steward," she told me. "I loved it. Once we cooked meals at the Union Hall for over 700 people, every day during a 2-month strike." Talking to Iberia, I got a glimpse of the source of Fred's strength. In 1958, when Fred was 10, his family moved to Maywood, a working-class suburb, at that time about 1/4 black, west of Chicago. Fred attended Irving Elementary School, across the street from their house. "All the kids loved Fred," Iberia said, smiling. "And the teachers, too. Seems like he was never alone." Fred, like his mother, had a large head, although I could see from photos that by his teens he had also developed a solid, powerful body. "But when Fred was younger, kids teased him," Iberia said. "They called him Peanut Head and Watermelon Head. He was upset for a while, but he learned to defend himself with words. He earned the reputation of King of Signifying. I knew what she meant, called the nines in Chicago or the dozens in New York. Signifying meant talking bad to people in an insulting but joking way, like your mama," Fred's friends from Louisiana told me. Nobody wanted to take on his mouth, but they also said a big grin usually followed his put-downs. He'd step back and apologize if he feared he had gone too far. When he was very young he fell and landed on his face, Francis told me. This loosened some of his front teeth, and he developed a temporary lisp or whistle sound when he spoke. Francis said he overcame this problem by practicing speaking as clearly as possible. Even in elementary school everyone recognized he was a sharp talker. He always had a mouth on him. Later he was a genius about speaking. On Saturday mornings Fred would round up the neighborhood kids, Iberia said in describing her son. They would buy food and come back to the house, where they would cook breakfast together for themselves and all of us. Fred knew some of the children didn't get much to eat at home. Francis and I didn't have to do anything on Saturday mornings but eat, Iberia said, pointing to the same table in the dining room where Fred had laid out the food for the kids. Fred liked school, especially the social part of it. He was a good, but not great, student, Iberia went on. But he loved to read, especially history. One of Fred's friends told me, he was smart as the dickens, but his grades didn't reflect his smartness. During the summers, Fred, his older brother, Bill, and Dee Dee visited Iberia's parents at their farm outside Haynesville, Louisiana. Yeah, I was a little nervous letting them go back south, Iberia said. Particularly because Fred had such a big mouth. She remembered how Bobo Till was killed during a visit to the south. In 1955, when Fred was 6, 14-year-old Emmett Till left Chicago to visit his mother's family in Mississippi. He was kidnapped from his uncle's home, brutally beaten, and shot because he had supposedly whistled at a white woman outside a local store in the town of Money. His body was found floating in the Tallahatchie River several days after his abduction. His face was so badly beaten he was recognizable only to his mother. I couldn't stand going to his funeral and seeing him like that, Iberia said. I wanted to remember him as the active and saucy kid I babysat for. When she learned of Emmett's murder, Mamie Till demanded that her son's body be returned to Chicago. She defied the explicit orders of the Mississippi authorities, who had sealed his casket, and ordered that it be opened. Her son's mutilated face displayed to the entire world what Southern racism had done. Thousands of Chicagoans walked by the open casket in 1955 at the Rayner Funeral Home, aghast at what they saw. Years later, Rosa Parks told Mamie Till that the photograph of Emmett's disfigured face in the casket was set in her mind when she refused to give up her seat on the Montgomery bus. 14 years after Emmett's murder, thousands of Chicagoans would walk through the same Rayner Funeral Home to see Fred's body displayed. Many thousands more would take the tour through the bullet-riddled apartment where Fred and Mark Clark were slain by the Chicago police. One of the neighborhood residents described the police raid as nothing but a northern lynching. Fred, Dee Dee, and I used to talk about Emmett, particularly when we went south, Fred's brother Bill told me. My mother had told us Emmett had a funny lisp like Fred had when he was younger. We heard that it was his lisp, which sometimes came out like a whistle, that had cost Emmett his life. We pretty much stayed out of trouble down south, Bill said. We couldn't help but notice the fur-colored signs in town over the nastiest drinking fountains and bathroom doors. But generally we kept away from public places. Fred attended Proviso East High School in Maywood, a huge urban facility with 2,400 students, about one-fourth of whom were black. He loved sports and played on the football, basketball, and wrestling teams. On the basketball court Fred was known for being aggressive, and in pickup games for his mouth, his trash talking. In his sophomore and junior years, Fred was reading black political authors, including Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and W.E.B. Du Bois. Doris Streeter, a Maywood Village Board member, who was taking a course in African American history, asked Fred for advice for a bibliography for her term paper. In spite of Fred's hectic schedule and his constant harassment by the police, he took the time to come over to our house with a huge stack of books and materials, she said. Fred was an immensely well-read young man who rose early and read at least 2 hours before he faced the day. Fred tape-recorded and memorized the speeches of both Dr. King and Malcolm X. He visited Reverend Clay Evans's church on Drexel Avenue, where Jesse Jackson and Operation Breadbasket and later Operation Push were headquartered, and practiced these preachers' techniques. Iberia and Francis had been church-going Baptists in Louisiana, and they joined the Mount Calvary Baptist Church in Morgan Park shortly after they arrived in Chicago. They also attended Reverend McNulty's Second Baptist Church in Melrose Park. Fred liked going to both churches but particularly admired Reverend McNulty's appeals to his congregation to fight racial injustice and inequality. As Fred became more politically active, Reverend McNulty was right there with him, according to Francis. He frequently asked Fred to address his congregation about issues in the black community. Fred was not bashful and did not back down from anything, Francis continued. He could not tolerate injustice to anyone. Reverend McNulty admired my son. At Proviso East, Fred encountered inequalities that infuriated him. He recognized that the mostly white faculty and entirely white administration did not adequately prepare the black students for the technological world around them. Black students doing poorly were either counseled out of school or flunked out. They had no remedial programs. He felt that many of the white teachers were tired of teaching and had stopped caring. Some used racial slurs when talking about black students. Fred spoke out, demanding more black teachers and black administrators at the school. Charles Anderson, a former Proviso East dean, credited Fred's campaign to bring in more black teachers and administrators with his getting a job. Fred was the reason I was hired at Proviso East High School as dean in charge of attendance, he said. Until that time, I had been applying for 6 years and never had been given an interview. Fred also believed it was unfair that only white girls were nominated for Homecoming Queen. He organized a student walkout and led a boycott to protest this policy. This resulted in Proviso East students electing their first black homecoming queen. Some people in Maywood said a black homecoming queen was not worth missing school for, Francis told me. For Fred it was simply a matter of fairness. The black and white students at Proviso East seldom mixed socially outside of classes. Because of his popularity and stature with both, Fred was selected to be head of the Interracial Council, which met whenever there was racial friction. Fred's powerful and resonating voice called for calm and discussion, Anderson told me. The year after Hampton graduated, the principal called Fred back to ease growing racial tensions. White, black, and Latino students participated in a 3-day workshop, along with school officials and community members. Fred listened to all the grievances and put together a joint plan to empower each of the student groups and give them a voice in how the school was run. While in high school, Fred also worked regularly. During the school year, he was a stockboy at the Jewel grocery store in Maywood. When he was older but still in high school, he washed dishes at Dino's restaurant in Elmhurst. In the summers he found factory jobs at the American Kin Company and twice at Corn Products. He saved and eventually used his earnings to pay his college tuition. Fred found jobs for some of the many unemployed black teenagers in his neighborhood as well and successfully pushed the village of Maywood to fund a summer job program. Of specific concern to Fred was the absence of a municipal swimming pool. Too far from Lake Michigan for trips to the beach, Maywood had no amenities to provide blacks with relief from Chicago's very hot and sticky summers. The white kids went to the pool at the private veteran industrial park in neighboring Bellwood, but black kids weren't allowed. Though Fred couldn't swim, he and his friends carpooled black kids from Maywood to a Chicago Park District pool in the suburb of Lyons, several miles away. He began to talk to the kids and their parents about organizing for a public pool in Maywood. Fred's outspokenness earned the attention of Don Williams, the head of the West Suburban NAACP chapter. Williams was doing a study of civil rights grievances and identified the same issues Fred had: youth education, recreation, and jobs. There was no active unit of the youth branch of the NAACP in the western suburbs, so Williams asked Fred if he would organize one. He told Fred he could invite his friends to join the NAACP as well. Fred accepted. In 1965 he started the West Suburban Youth Chapter of the NAACP, which drew up a list of grievances. Williams presented the grievances to the NAACP board, which vowed to support the youth chapter. With Fred as the chair, it grew to more than 200 members in less than a year. Under Fred's leadership, young black people in Maywood accelerated the campaign for a public pool and ultimately a recreational center. They were met with a mixed reaction by the village board. Some members didn't want an integrated facility, which they feared would result in racial strife. Others didn't want to spend the money. but two members, Reverend Tom and Doris Streeter, were extremely impressed with Fred's presentations and joined him in advocating for the pool. Reverend Streeter had Fred speak at the religious college where he taught. He later wrote, "Fred was a master orator. His rhetoric was stunning as he confronted his white audience with a picture of America's unjust society that most had never imagined before." 4. Chicago, becoming a lawyer. In 1964, as 16-year-old Fred was speaking out in Maywood, I began at the University of Chicago Law School. On the south side of Chicago I was surrounded by a poor black community, one being partially displaced by the university I was attending. With black militancy permeating the political atmosphere, amplified by the recent murder of Malcolm X, I could not ignore the blatant inequality between their lives and mine. At law school I met my classmate Bernardine Dorn. Intense and persuasive and very attractive, she would become the leader of the Weathermen faction of Students for a Democratic Society. She wore short skirts and high boots and looked you in the eye. Bernardine was passionate and adept at expressing her left politics. She also had a lively sense of humor and an endearing laugh that drew you in and made you laugh, too. Bernardine chaired the Law Students Civil Rights Research Council, LSCRRC, which provided funds for law students to take summer jobs with civil rights lawyers in the South. In 1965 she matched me with the black law firm of Hollowell and Moore in Atlanta. I had to go to Chicago to take my first steps to confront segregation where I grew up. My parents knew both Donald Hollowell, a respected older lawyer in Atlanta, and Howard Moore, his younger, more fiery partner. Moore had defended many sit-in protesters and had represented civil rights leader Reverend C.B. King and his followers in Albany, Georgia, when they were beaten for marching and organizing sit-ins to integrate Albany's restaurants and stores. Most of the work I did was on Howard's paying civil cases to free him up so he could do his civil rights work. But one day Howard Moore called me into his office. "Jeff, I want you to bust Bonner's Supper Club," he said. "It's a small restaurant in Crawfordsville that claims to be a private club. Why don't you take a friend and see if they'll wait on you? If we could establish that Bonner's served white non-members like us, we could prove that their private club designation was merely a charade and a way to avoid serving blacks." I asked my friend Henry Bauer, who had gone to the Atlanta Cracker Ball games with Walter and me, to come along. The restaurant was in a white frame building a block from the central square. Below the words on the painted sign, "Bonner's Supper Club," etched on a separate board, were the words "Private Club, Members Only." We entered the small, plain restaurant, little more than a diner. Its 10 round wooden tables were half occupied, as were the bar stools along the side bar. "Howdy, come on in," the manager said and led us to a table. "How are y'all tonight?" We sat down, ordered chicken something, and waited nervously for the food to arrive. An eternity seemed to pass. We felt everyone was staring at us. Meanwhile, the town's uniformed sheriff, a middle-aged, husky man with a tin star on his tan shirt and a holstered gun on his hip, entered. He pulled up a chair at the table next to us and began shelling peas with a couple patrons already sitting there. Henry and I were silent after he sat down. "How y'all boys doin'?" he leaned over and asked us. I responded in my best and deepest Southern accent. "We're fine." "Where y'all coming from?" he inquired. "Atlanta." I was waiting for the next question. "Why'd you come all the way out here to eat?" It wasn't long coming. "We got some friends we're going to see in Savannah," I said. That was about as far as I had worked our excuse for being there. Fortunately, I never had to explain why we weren't on the most direct route to Savannah. The sheriff went back to shelling peas. Finally our food arrived. I pushed it around the plate, eating enough to be polite, and asked the waitress for the check. "Can I have a receipt also?" She looked puzzled. "Won't that do?" she said, pointing at the torn slip from one of those anonymous green pads. "It will if you sign your name, the name of the restaurant, and the date," I responded. Again, she gave me a questioning look. After an awkward pause she wrote down the information and gave the receipt back to me. We were out of there before another pea could be shelled. The next morning I reported what happened to Howard Moore and gave him the receipt. He had me fill out an affidavit about getting served at the restaurant. 3 months later, Howard wrote me that Bonner's Supper Club was no longer segregated. At the University of Chicago, even in our non-radical law school, Vietnam was on everyone's mind. Through 1966 and 1967, the United States steadily increased its troop level and expanded the war. As casualties rose on both sides, students at campuses across the country increased the militancy of their protests. A few University of Chicago students were arrested for seeking to enter the back porch of Provost Edward Levy's home. A right-wing law professor threw his radio and struck an anti-war protester at another demonstration. Although I was sympathetic to the protesters' objectives, I wasn't ready to join in and accept the consequence, likely expulsion from school. At the law school, you were either against the war or you kept quiet. I don't recall any student, not even my classmate John Ashcroft, who would become President George W. Bush's Attorney General, vocally supporting the war. Like many of his reactionary brethren, he laid low in the 1960s. His time had not yet come. I was horrified and found no justification for the napalm and phosphorus bombs being dropped, or for the U.S. presence in Vietnam at all. I read about Ho Chi Minh and the decades of Vietnamese resistance to colonialism against the French, then the Japanese, the French again, and finally the United States. As I followed the war more closely, I went from ignorance to skepticism to strong opposition. I eventually supported the National Liberation Front, the Viet Cong. The Vietnamese wanted not just peace, but liberation. Our opposition to the war appeared to have little effect on Lyndon Johnson. By 1967 he had 500,000 American troops in Vietnam and was seeking more. He promised to call up reserve units, and I feared mine would be included. I had joined a military intelligence unit in Chicago in 1966 because unassigned reservists were the first to be called to active duty. I could not see myself fighting, killing, or being killed in Vietnam. In March 1967, Dr. King came to Chicago. Together with Dr. Benjamin Spock, he led a 5,000-person march through downtown to the Coliseum. Bernardine had urged me to come along on King's integration marches the year before, but I wasn't willing to be pelted by rocks in the white ethnic neighborhoods where the marches went. This time I was in the Coliseum, when Dr. King spoke about Vietnam. Poverty, urban problems, and social progress are generally ignored when the guns of war become a national obsession. America is a great nation, but honesty impels me to admit that our power has often made us arrogant. We feel that our money can do anything. We arrogantly feel that we have some divine, messianic mission to police the whole world. We arm Negro soldiers to kill on foreign battlefields, but offer little protection for their relatives from beatings and killings in our own South. I am disappointed with our failure to deal positively and forthrightly with the triple evils of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism. Dr. King went on. Those of us who love peace must organize as effectively as the war hawks. As they spread the propaganda of war, we must spread the propaganda of peace. We must combine the fervor of the civil rights movement with the equal fervor of the peace movement. We must demonstrate, teach, and preach, until the very foundations of our nation are shaken. His speech brought together the black struggles for equality and liberation and the anti-war movement. Both demanded action. 2 years later, when I heard Fred Hampton speak with equal fervor, I wondered if he had been in that vast hall of the Coliseum, taking notes. The press, as well as the leadership of the NAACP and other civil rights organizations, condemned Dr. King for expressing his opposition to the Vietnam War. They thought it would jeopardize his civil rights agenda. A month after his address in Chicago, Dr. King responded to these criticisms at the Riverside Church in New York in his most famous anti-war speech. I do feel that the Negro people, because of their peculiar experiences with oppression through the use of physical violence, have a particular responsibility to not participate in inflicting oppressive violence on another people. This is not a privilege but an exceptional moral responsibility. There comes a time when one must have a stand that is neither safe, nor popular, but he must take it because it is right. This is where I find myself today. Dr. King accepted the responsibility of the formerly oppressed not to be oppressors. That spring, shortly after I heard Dr. King denounce the war, I met Mary Frank. She was 23, a year younger than me, and lived in a studio apartment overlooking the botanical gardens and the grounds of the Lincoln Park Zoo. Mary had recently divorced a brilliant, alcoholic English professor at Northwestern University. Mary was short, vibrant, and attractive, with an infectious smile, long dark hair, and big brown eyes. She was enthusiastic and warm, given to hyperbole, and had a great sense of humor. We meshed. Mary's family, like mine, was upper-middle-class Jewish, although she possessed Hungarian passion in contrast to the German reserve I'd inherited from my mother. Mary had been more precocious and aware than I was in my college years. She had attended Reed College and then Berkeley and participated in the free speech movement. When we met in 1967, she was working for the Film Group, a small progressive filmmaking company. The next year they began making a documentary film about a young charismatic Black Panther leader, Fred Hampton. When I graduated from law school, I moved into Mary's studio apartment, where we slept in a single bed for almost a year. I decided to stay in Chicago after I graduated law school and took a job with the Legal Assistance Foundation, representing indigent people in non-criminal cases. In the summer of 1967, I worked half-time and studied for the bar exam. When I passed, I took the train to the state capitol in Springfield for the swearing-in ceremony. We were welcomed by one of the older members of the Illinois Supreme Court. I sat in the large crowd, with my lefty friends from law school and legal aid. I expected a bland speech. Instead, we were harangued by a Supreme Court justice, whose welcoming address was a warning: as young men and women about to be admitted to the bar, I feel compelled to warn you about the greatest danger to civil liberties and to our peace-loving society, that which threatens the very core of our nation, that which can only lead to the destruction of harmony and to the promulgation of violence. I am talking about Black Power. I sat forward, irritated. Given the escalating war in Vietnam, and the degrading conditions in which urban blacks lived, Black Power hardly seemed the threat we should be worrying about. The justice continued to expound on the duty each of us young lawyers had to condemn Black Power in whatever form it took. His reactionary rhetoric made Black Power more attractive to me. Still, I had no hint that my next 10 years would be spent representing some of its strongest advocates. 5. Fred and the Rise of the Panthers. When Fred Hampton turned 18 in 1966, he refused to register for the draft. The year before, the United States had started bombing North Vietnam. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, led the campaign to register Southern blacks to vote and set up freedom schools in Mississippi. They opposed fighting and dying for democracy in Vietnam when registering to vote in Mississippi could be a capital offense for blacks. In 1966, Muhammad Ali refused to register for the draft, declaring, "Why should they ask me to put on a uniform and go 10,000 miles from home and drop bombs and bullets on brown people in Vietnam while so-called Negro people in Louisville are treated like dogs and denied simple human rights?" He also was well known for the more succinct version, "I ain't got no quarrel with the Viet Cong. No Viet Cong ever called me nigger." Fred decided with many others, "Hell, no, we won't go." He was reading Mao Zedong, Che Guevara, and Ho Chi Minh and identified with the socialist struggles of the Third World. Soon he declared he was not just for peace in Vietnam, but victory in Vietnam for the Vietnamese. In 1966, Fred's opposition to the U.S. war effort was contrary to the views expressed by Dr. King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the NAACP, the two civil rights organizations with whom he was working. Fred's evolution cannot be separated from the political events and movements around him. In 1964 riots broke out in Harlem. The following year a riot erupted in the Watts neighborhood in south-central Los Angeles in response to an incident of police harassment. In the 5 days of looting and setting fires that followed, 36 black people were killed, 1,000 were injured, and 4,000 were arrested. The Public Accommodations Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 did nothing to change the conditions of blacks in ghettos outside the South. There was a consensus among civil rights groups, they had to confront the poverty and discrimination facing urban blacks, problems caused more by institutional practices and economic inequality than Jim Crow laws. In 1966, James Meredith, the first black to integrate the University of Mississippi, organized a march from Memphis to Jackson, Mississippi. SNCC organizer Cleveland Sellers described what happened: Meredith is shot walking down the highway in Mississippi. Meredith was marching against fear in Mississippi. No better place for us to then introduce black power. We had talked about freedom now, we had talked about anti-Vietnam, we had different issues along the way. So when we talked about black power, it was in a political context of building political institutions and social institutions in the black community, where we worked. I had no idea, and I'm being honest, that black power was going to take off the way it did. The only other incident that I can think of that took off like black power was the emergence of Malcolm X. The response of the media and most whites to the term black power was swift, negative, and hysterical. Many saw black power as an attack on all white people. Blacks saw it differently. SNCC organizer Cortland Cox explained, it delivered a positive message to them, the black community. It said, you are beautiful, you must be strong, you have a proud history, and there's strength in unity. The message of black power resonated with Fred Hampton. He saw black power not as a tool to attack whites but as a concept to bring blacks together and build their confidence. Fred said that blackness was what was in your heart, not the color of your skin. But any symbol of black unity, including the modest afro that Fred wore, threatened many whites. In 1966, high school senior Fred Hampton was working on his own version of black empowerment. He set up a black cultural center in Maywood with a black history section and continued his campaign to hire more black teachers and administrators at Proviso East. During this period, 2 young Californians were similarly engaged. They demanded more black administrators and black history courses at Merritt College in Oakland, California. One was 24-year-old Huey Newton, the other, 30-year-old Bobby Seale. Newton and Seale worked at the North Oakland Poverty Center. They went door to door asking residents what they needed and wanted. The information gleaned became the basis of the 10-point program when they formed the Black Panther Party for self-defense later that year. The program called for 1. Freedom to determine the destiny of the black community, 2. Full employment for blacks, 3. An end to capitalist exploitation of the black community, 4. Decent housing, 5. Informed education, 6. Exemption for black men from military service, 7. An end to police brutality and murder, 8. Freedom for black prisoners, 9. Black juries for black criminal defendants, and 10. Land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. The Black Panthers derived their name from the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, organized by SNCC in Alabama, which formed the Black Panther Party as an alternative to the all-white Democratic Party. The Black Panthers in Oakland adopted Malcolm X's later position that while black culture and black history were beautiful and significant, not all whites were bad, and that whites could be allies as long as blacks controlled the main policies and the agenda for action. One of the first actions of the newly formed Black Panther Party in Oakland was for members to arm themselves, which was legal in California as long as the weapons were not concealed. They followed Oakland police cars around the ghetto to monitor their treatment of black citizens. This outraged the Oakland Police Department and gave the Panthers immediate visibility. Incidents of police brutality decreased substantially during their patrols, increasing acceptance of the Panthers by the black community. In Chicago, Fred Hampton also spoke out against police brutality. As the leader of the NAACP Youth Chapter, he originally marched for raises of police salaries to get more professional police in Maywood. Later he pushed for changes to make the police more accountable and to give Maywood citizens the power to fire brutal cops. Dr. King and his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, accepted the need to confront the issues facing urban blacks. Like other civil rights leaders, Dr. King attempted to address the poverty and discrimination highlighted by the urban riots that by 1966 had spread to Detroit, Michigan, Newark, New Jersey, and many other cities. That year he moved to Chicago to mount a campaign against racial discrimination in jobs, housing, and schools. Dr. King rented an apartment on the west side and led marches protesting the exclusion of blacks from many white neighborhoods of the city and its southwestern suburbs. Marchers were met by rock-throwing mobs with people dressed as Nazis. Dr. King was struck by a rock thrown in Marquette Park and later commented, "Swastikas blossomed in Chicago's parks like misbegotten weeds." As Bill Hampton saw it, in the South the motto is "You can live near me but don't get too big." In the North it is "You can get big but don't live near me." In 1966, the summer Dr. King was marching and living in Chicago, Fred graduated high school and worked at Corn Products in a job program designed for high school seniors and college students, earning money to go to college the next year. At 17 he was supporting himself. One of the people Fred impressed most was Bill Taylor, the president of the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union at the Corn Products plant. He describes Fred as very dynamic, quick-witted, and much less focused on himself than on the world around him. He was always trying to bring black people together. He remembers Fred saying, "If you walk through life and don't help anybody, you haven't had much of a life." Bill Taylor walked with Fred in several of Dr. King's marches. Fred was enthusiastic for a while, Taylor said, but in Jefferson Park, a heckler spit in the face of a woman with us. After that Fred told Reverend King he couldn't keep marching for nonviolence in the face of the violent mobs around them. Fred was not alone. At one rally young blacks booed Dr. King for his nonviolent response to the rock-throwing whites. When Dr. King threatened to march through Cicero, then considered the most racist neighborhood in Chicago, Mayor Richard J. Daley intervened. Dr. King called off the march in exchange for an agreement by the mayor and the Chicago Association of Realtors to promote fair housing practices. Some people in SNCC, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, and local organizations saw the agreement as a sellout. They continued with the march. Dr. King did not achieve the success in Chicago that he had in Alabama. His nonviolent tactics and religious outlook did not attract young blacks in urban areas. Meanwhile, his marches stirred up the whites. I watched on TV as news cameras showed the angry faces and Nazi signs of the white mobs who came out to jeer and attack Dr. King's marchers. Mayor Daley and the Democratic Party were beholden to those Irish, Italian, and Eastern European whites to maintain control of City Hall. After Dr. King failed to make major changes in Chicago, Fred tended more toward Malcolm X's message of self-defense. Still Fred continued to speak highly of Dr. King. "Every time I speak in church, I always try to say something, about Martin Luther King. I have a lot of respect for Martin Luther King. I think he was one of the greatest orators that the country ever produced." Fred's attention, like many other young blacks, was drawn to an event on the West Coast. In May 1967, 30 Oakland Panthers, 24 men and 6 women, went to the California legislature in Sacramento carrying rifles to dramatize their right of self-defense, as well as to protest pending legislation that would overturn the law allowing them to legally carry unconcealed weapons. Even though Bobby Seale and many of the other Panthers ended up with 6-month sentences for conspiracy to disturb the peace, and the legislation passed, the photos and TV images of the armed Panthers in leather jackets and black berets at the Capitol steps was a shot heard round the world. The media responded with horror at blacks with guns invading the legislature. Most whites felt threatened by the images they saw. Many young blacks had a different response and supported the action. Panther chapters started up in Los Angeles, Atlanta, New York, and Detroit. Black militancy was on the rise in Chicago as well. In the fall of 1967, Fred and Jim Ivory, a respected dentist and NAACP member, addressed a Maywood rally of over 100 young people. Fred urged his listeners to come to the Maywood Village Board meeting the next night to press their demands for a public swimming pool and recreational center. The following evening a large crowd, mostly young blacks, went to the Maywood Village Board meeting. Not all were allowed inside. Fred urged the board to find a larger space or let those outside come in, even if they had to stand. The Maywood police panicked, tear-gassing the people who had not been let in. Angered by the police reaction, the young people left the village hall, and ran down Fifth Avenue, Maywood's main street. They broke store windows and threatened residents, including Methodist minister Ron Graham and his wife. A guest at their home was punched by one of the teenagers running from the police. Seeking a scapegoat, the Maywood police arrested and charged Fred and Jim Ivory with mob action because of their speeches the night before, even though they were inside the village hall when the violence took place. Fred stayed in jail for 3 days before he could post the $500 bail. There was disagreement over the tactics of the marches and rallies led by Fred Hampton and the NAACP youth chapter. Some NAACP members thought they were too confrontational. The police felt particularly threatened by the sight of large numbers of black youth coming to the village board meetings making demands. While the adult NAACP chapter did not withdraw its support for the youth chapter's activities, neither did it publicly endorse their tactics. As Fred's friend and fellow activist Marvin Carter put it, they were sort of behind us but not exactly with us. Following the village board meeting, Fred was targeted by the Maywood police and arrested on several occasions for technical traffic violations. The harassment became so great that Fred stopped driving. The local police were not the only law enforcement agency watching Fred Hampton. After his arrest for mob action, he was put on the FBI's Key Agitator Index, a list of activists that FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover ordered FBI agents to monitor closely. 6. Convergence. In the fall of 1967, Army Reserve units like mine were being activated every day. If I refused to go, it would be desertion, not merely draft dodging. But fighting for the United States in Vietnam went against everything I had come to believe. When I realized this, the decision became easy. I woke up one morning and said to Mary, "I'm not gonna go, no matter what. I won't kill and I won't be killed in Vietnam and I'll take the consequences." The decision behind me, I felt at ease. I never had to decide whether to leave the country or assume a public stance and have a political trial. My unit was never called to active duty. That winter Mary's mother suggested, since we were already living together, we should get married. Her sister had just died in a scuba diving accident and her family needed something to give them joy. Marriage seemed a rather natural next step, not one I pondered over. Our families loved it, particularly my dad, who shared with Mary's father a great sense of humor and both men enjoyed telling jokes. We had a small wedding at her house and resumed life together in a Lincoln Park apartment, with some new furniture, dishes, and a queen-size bed. Neither of us dwelt much on ceremony in 1968. A month later, on April 4, I sat behind a desk on the second floor of the Robert Taylor Homes project on the south side of Chicago. Constructed in the 1950s, Robert Taylor Homes housed over 40,000 African Americans in rows of 25-story, concrete, and cinder block buildings extending 10 blocks north to south on the east side of the Dan Ryan Expressway. There were no parks or even trees where we worked, only boarded-up businesses and cement playgrounds strewn with shattered glass and broken equipment. The U.S. Census Bureau had identified the Robert Taylor Homes area as both being the most densely populated and having the lowest per capita income of any community in the country. I handled landlord/tenant, consumer fraud, and welfare cases, and became particularly skillful at preventing or delaying evictions. I could guarantee my clients several months of extensions before being thrown out on the streets, but I had no way to address the underlying problem of too little money to pay rent and other necessities. In spite of the poverty, many families managed to decorate their homes as refuges of sanity and order in the midst of the gangs, graffiti, violence, and squalor all around them. Inside, many apartments were furnished with comfortable, sometimes even plush, furniture. Pictures of nature, religious shrines, and graduation photos adorned every available wall and countertop, symbols of love and hope amidst despair. Photographs of President Kennedy and Dr. King adorned many mantels. That morning, Ruth, our paralegal, rushed into my office crying. "I just heard on the radio that Martin Luther King was shot dead in Memphis," she said. My stomach sank. I flashed on Dr. King speaking at the Coliseum a year earlier. What happened? Ruth's voice quivered between sobs. She had been a community organizer in Chicago for years and marched with Dr. King 2 years earlier. He was shot on a motel balcony. The radio said it was a sniper. I followed her into her office to hear more on the radio. The announcer reported that Dr. King was standing with SCLC friends when he was shot. He was already dead when he arrived at the hospital. When I returned to my office, I was shaken, disoriented. Who really killed him? Was it the government? I thought of all those apartments with his picture over the mantel, many of them next to President Kennedy. Now they both had been assassinated, and Malcolm too. Who's left for black people to believe in? The eviction notices and installment sales contracts on my desk became a blur. I looked out the window at the vast expanse of project buildings with their concrete balconies bordered by chain link fences and wondered what the reaction would be. I didn't have to wait long. We soon heard reports that African Americans were rebelling on the west side. They were in the streets, breaking windows, looting, and setting fires. Early in the afternoon, Ruth walked in and told Leighton Olson, the other attorney in the office, and me rather firmly, "I think you should leave Robert Taylor Homes. You all might not be safe here, you know what I mean." We were the only whites in the projects. "Yeah, you're right," I said. Although I didn't think our office had made enemies, I knew that we were unknown to 99% of the people in the area. We heeded Ruth's advice and walked briskly to the parking lot, leaving my files open on my desk and expecting to come back the next morning. Although the South Side remained calm, that office never reopened. The rebellion on the West Side continued through the night. Mayor Daley issued orders to the police to shoot to kill rioters, shoot to maim looters. Like the rest of the white people in Chicago, I was hunkered down at home watching the TV coverage of looting and fires and hundreds of spectators. African American teenagers were being arrested and beaten en masse. The broadcasts were frequently interrupted with warnings that it was not safe to go near the rioting for most white people that meant all black neighborhoods. With news accounts of mounting arrests and high bails, I couldn't stop pacing. "It looks like they're rounding up every black person on the West Side," I said to Mary, after an eyewitness camera showed the police arresting a group of young African Americans standing a block away from a burning store. "Yeah, King is dead, and the police are going crazy," Mary said angrily. "I can't just sit here," I answered. "I'm going to court. Fuck it. Somebody has to represent those kids." Her anger turned to apprehension. "Don't worry, they're not gonna shoot me," I said, fingering the lapel of the suit I had never taken off. It was after 9 o'clock when I drove downtown and parked near police headquarters, a 13-story concrete edifice that was also used as the pretrial detention center and bond court. I had to flash my lawyer card to get on the elevator to bond court on the 8th floor. The court was in recess when I arrived. I showed my ID to the bailiff to be admitted to the bullpen area behind the courtroom. The metallic smell of nervous sweat smacked me in the face. The barred section consisted of a bare room, with cracked linoleum and no chairs and a partially hidden toilet. Wrappers from bologna sandwiches littered the area and I yelled above the din of the prisoners' voices, I'm a lawyer here to try to get your bond reduced. Come over here if you want help. After a pause, a line formed on the other side of the bars. I began to interview the young men, resting my legal pad on my knee as I took down their personal information. The men were in their late teens to mid-20s, some attended school and some worked. Most lived with their families and few had criminal records. From the charges against them, mob action and disorderly conduct, I determined almost all were arrested for being in the streets rather than any specific unlawful act. My legal pad was almost full when I saw another lawyer come into the bullpen, a tall, spectacled, 30-ish Ichabod Crane, his thin hair going in all directions. "I'm Dennis Cunningham," he said, shaking my hand. Because of his disheveled appearance, including a well-worn tweed sport coat with reinforced elbows, I assumed he was a hustler lawyer, someone who hung out in the criminal courts to drum up business. "Judge Bailey has been told to keep these guys locked up until the riots subside," he explained. "We'll be lucky to get a few out. Those with no backgrounds who can show they have a job or school to go to tomorrow are our best shot." We worked for many hours until well after midnight interviewing the arrestees and presenting what facts we could. "Come on, Judge," Dennis would urge in his informal style. "It's clear the police don't have anything on this defendant except he was black and in the streets." In a few cases the judge allowed a reasonable bond, $100 cash, or recognizance bond, no money required. But Dennis was right. In the majority of cases, Judge Bailey, whom I came to know and dislike as an extremely prosecution-oriented judge, set bonds requiring more than the defendant's family could make. These defendants would remain in custody. As for my initial assessment of Dennis, I was dead wrong. Dennis had grown up in Winnetka, an affluent suburb of Chicago. He attended New Trier Township High School and went to the University of Chicago as an undergraduate in their program for prodigies. He then enrolled at Loyola Law School with the purpose of representing the civil rights movement. After he graduated, 4 years earlier than me, Dennis began representing movement protesters. He met his wife Mona Mellis at Chicago's Second City, where she was part of the improvisational cast and he was a bartender and part-time actor. That April night I began a friendship and political relationship with Dennis that continues to this day. It led to my joining the People's Law Office. 6 months after our night at Bond Court, Howard Alk, the film editor at the film group where Mary worked, introduced Dennis Cunningham to Fred Hampton. "This is the guy we are making the documentary about," Alk said. "And Fred, this is an attorney who wants to be a people's lawyer." "That's what I have always wanted to be," said Fred. After a brief conversation, Fred asked Dennis, "What's your phone number? I may need you." Over 2 months later, in February 1969, Dennis got a call from a judge in Maywood. "Where are you, Attorney Cunningham? Your client is here. We're ready to start his trial." Dennis didn't know he had any clients in Maywood. "Can I speak to him, Judge?" Dennis stalled. "No," the judge said. "But since it's late already, I'll give you until tomorrow morning to be ready to start Fred Hampton's trial." Dennis hesitated, but he did not disclose his surprise. "I'll be there." I don't know many lawyers who would have accepted the challenge of going to trial the next day, never having interviewed his client. Dennis didn't want to give up the opportunity to represent the young leader. When Dennis showed up the next morning, he was more than a little nervous for good reason. He'd never tried a criminal jury case. He had to look at the file to learn the charge was mob action and that it was about some street violence in Maywood. Outside the courtroom in the hallway, Fred told Dennis, "I want the jury to know exactly why we marched to the village board. I wasn't there when the skirmishes happened, but I know the violence was provoked by the police using tear gas." "I hear you," Dennis said, "and so will the jury." Despite his inexperience, Dennis's political approach and folksy style were well suited to the task. The attorney representing Jim Ivory, Fred's co-defendant, was a smart and savvy African-American lawyer named Jim Montgomery. After serving as an assistant U.S. attorney, Jim was rapidly becoming one of the top criminal lawyers in Chicago. Dennis and Montgomery had to settle for a white jury because prosecutors at that time were allowed to use their peremptory challenges to strike black people without any justification. After the police testified about the violence, Dennis called Fred Hampton to the witness stand. Montgomery later wrote, "When Fred Hampton took the stand and with total frank, honest, confrontational rhetoric denied any criminal activity and conceded what he was doing, you could see the faces of the jurors change." In his closing argument, Dennis echoed Fred's testimony that he was targeted for organizing a march and not for any criminal conduct. "Not guilty," was the jury's verdict. Afterward, Fred took Dennis aside and gave him the ultimate compliment, "That's the way I would have done it." Fred was still saying he wanted to be a lawyer for the people, but he had become the leader of the Chicago Panthers and prefaced his stated aspiration with, "If I had time." By 1969 it seemed like none of us had time. We were heading for the Rapids, not knowing what was ahead. In March 1968, Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown came to Chicago and shortly thereafter opened a SNCC office on the south side on 43rd Street. Fred went to the office and invited Stokely to speak in Maywood. A few weeks later Fred introduced him at a large Maywood rally. Fred's introduction was so impressive that Bobby Rush and Bob Brown, the two leaders of Chicago's SNCC chapter, came up to Fred afterward and introduced themselves. "I was immediately impressed with Fred's ability to speak powerfully and engage and energize the young audience," U.S. Congressman Bobby Rush told me over breakfast, 35 years later. "He was physically imposing with a powerful personality and deep guttural laugh. I made up my mind I wanted to work with Fred. He was such a magnetic young man." Rush still spoke Fred's name with reverence. "After the rally, I introduced myself to Fred and asked him if he was part of any organization. He said he was the head of the youth chapter of the NAACP. Later that year Bobby Rush went to Oakland, where he met with the Panther Central Committee. Stokely and Rap Brown had temporarily joined the Panthers, so there was no conflict between the Panthers and SNCC. Rush returned with a mandate to form a Panther chapter in Chicago. The first person he recruited was Fred Hampton, and they opened the Panther office in November 1968. In 4 years Fred had evolved from organizing for Black homecoming queens to becoming chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panthers. By 1968 he was advocating revolution. 6 months later, the Chicago chapter temporarily stopped taking new members so they could integrate all those who had joined. The Breakfast for Children program, providing free hot breakfasts for kids before school, had expanded beyond its first site, the Better Boys Foundation, to several other locations. Securing the food from merchants, getting it prepared and delivered to the kitchens, supervising the kids eating before school, and cleaning up afterward was major work for many of the Panther cadre. The rest of the day was often spent selling Panther newspapers, interviewing people and filling out questionnaires on their needs and priorities, getting petitions for community control of police signed, attending political education classes, and maintaining the office. Early on, women in the party, including Joan McCarty, Ann Campbell, Barbara Sankey, Joan Gray, Stephanie Fisher, Beaverlina Powell, and Lita Harrison, took the lead and did the majority of preparation for the breakfast program. Panther member Bradley Green said the women were the hardest and most effective workers in all the Panther programs. One Panther woman described being in the Panther office when the phone rang. The person who answered it walked over to Fred and said, "The brothers are here from the West Coast and they are staying at a hotel downtown. They want you to send some Panther sisters down there." Fred responded quickly and curtly, "You can tell them Panther women in Chicago are working on Panther programs, not as whores for Panther leaders." Fred was 20 years old, the Panther sister insisted. It took a lot of courage for him to stand up to the West Coast guys. A lot has been written about sexism and the role women held in 1960s and 1970s activist groups. Stokely Carmichael's alleged statement, "The only position for women in SNCC is prone," has been widely quoted. It no doubt expressed some men's sentiments. But women I have interviewed from the Chicago Panther chapter said this was not the prevailing attitude in Chicago, nor was it Fred Hampton's. There were some guys always trying to come on to women, but they didn't do this when Fred was around, one former woman Panther told me. Another said, it wasn't perfect, and we could have done more to elevate women, but feminism was just coming to the fore. We weren't immune from the sexism in the culture. Yvonne King said that Fred helped her and other women practice their elocution skills so they could speak publicly for the party. Women were given leadership positions on both the Chicago and Illinois Central Committees. Fred went from side to side working at the breakfast programs and talking to the kids and their parents about what the Black Panther Party was trying to do for the community. Kids were taught revolutionary songs. Parents were asked to participate in the programs, although it was not a requirement for their kids to get fed. In one of his later speeches, Fred said, "The pigs say, well, the Breakfast for Children program is a socialistic program, it's a communistic program. And the women say, I don't know if I like communism. I don't know if I like socialism. But I know that the Breakfast for Children program feeds my kids." A lot of people think the Breakfast for Children program is charity. But what does it do? It takes the people from a stage to another stage. Any program that's revolutionary is an advancing program. Revolution is change. Honey, if you just keep on changing, before you know it, in fact, you don't have to know what it is, they're endorsing it, they're participating in it, and supporting socialism. Doc Satchel, who started the Panther Health Clinic in Chicago, put it another way: the Panthers were an armed propaganda unit that raised the contradictions, set the example, and provided the vehicle that the people could ride to revolution. We do not say the Black Panther Party will be overthrowing the government, we heighten the contradictions so the people can decide if they want to change the government. Fred urged Panther members to sell increasing numbers of the Black Panther newspaper throughout Chicago. The paper was printed weekly on the West Coast and delivered to most major cities, where Panther members and supporters sold it on street corners. Party members were given a sales quota. The paper contained articles about Panther activities throughout the country, with a heavy emphasis on the Oakland chapter, as well as explanations of the 10-point program, articles on national liberation struggles, and some straight-up ideological presentations and cartoons satirizing government figures with police sporting pig snouts. By and large, the Panthers advanced a class analysis, with their party representing the vanguard of the proletariat. In one speech that summer, Fred responded to the criticism of the nationalists who had refused to participate with the Panthers, accusing them of being engrossed with oppressor country radicals, or white people, or honkies. Fred called these critics dashiki nationalists. We got a lot of answers for those people. First of all, we say primarily that the priority of this struggle is class. That Marx and Lenin and Che Guevara and Mao Zedong, and anybody else who ever said or knew or practiced anything about revolution, always said that a revolution is a class struggle. It was one class, the oppressed, versus those other classes, the oppressor. And it's got to be a universal fact. Those who don't admit to that are those who don't want to get involved in a revolution, because they know as long as they're dealing with a race thing, they'll never be involved in a revolution. Fred frequently spoke about how nationalism could not replace education. You can't build a revolution with no education. Jomo Kenyatta did this in Africa, and because the people were not educated, he became as much an oppressor as the people he overthrew. Look at Papa Doc Duvalier in Haiti. He got everyone to hate whites and he turned into the dictator himself. How will people end up without education? As for working with whites, Huey Newton relied on white San Francisco attorney Charles Gary when he was charged with killing a police officer because, as he pointed out, Gary was successful in the white judicial system and had never lost a capital case. In Chicago, Fred and the Panthers sought out the services of white progressive lawyers. 4 of us responded by creating an independent law collective that could represent them. Bradley Green said the Panthers wanted a 24-hour-a-day commitment. It was hard for people like me to hold a regular job. Many of the new Panther recruits were college and high school students. They often ended up in Panther cribs where the party paid the rent. Bradley went on, when couples formed in these apartments, they frequently moved out and got jobs. They could no longer do as much work for the Panthers and it led to some of them leaving the party. While the Panthers' vision of how the revolutionary struggle would actually come about was not always clearly articulated or understood, at least by me, the work of the programs and organizing was always present. They provided a reality check and a complement to the revolutionary rhetoric. 7. Struggle in the streets. PLO begins. Panther members in Chicago went door to door in many black communities to find out what people's complaints and priorities were and to get signatures on petitions for community control of the police. These neighborhood activities sometimes put them in conflict with Chicago street gangs, who considered many areas their exclusive territories. The gangs had become home for many ghetto youth. They were armed and organized. Sometimes they exercised their power to benefit the community. The Black Pea Stone Nation, successor to the Blackstone Rangers, carried out a no-vote campaign on the South Side to take votes away from the Democratic machine in favor of more progressive and community-oriented candidates. In 1969, members of the Black Disciples, Chicago's second-largest street gang, made up the majority of demonstrators who picketed and actually halted Chicago construction projects in the Loop, Chicago's business center, until they won positions for African Americans in the building trades unions, which had been a bastion of discrimination. Unfortunately, gang leaders were often focused on controlling the proceeds from the most thriving business in the ghetto, the drug trade. Gang members were encouraged and sometimes required by their leaders to sell drugs and keep rivals groups out of their territory. Everyone assumed the Chicago police were getting their cut. In 1969, Fred met and worked out a treaty with David Barksdale, the leader of the Black Disciples. The agreement allowed the Panthers to organize and recruit in areas controlled by the Disciples. Fred had been less successful when he met with the leadership of the Blackstone Rangers. One face-to-face meeting took place at the Rangers' headquarters in Chicago's Woodlawn neighborhood. Fred and several other armed Panthers went to the meeting but were quickly surrounded by many better armed Rangers including Jeffery, their leader, and other representatives of the Main 21, the Rangers' governing body. Fred started rapping, making it clear that the Panthers were not trying to control turf. He wanted the Rangers to join in Panther efforts to stop police brutality, as well as join the party if they desired. At least he wanted an agreement that Panthers could sell their paper without harassment. Ford told Fred he could be rich if he and the Panthers joined the Rangers' drug operation. Fred refused. Fred did not use drugs and he and Panther policy did not allow Panther members to use them. Drugs and alcohol were prohibited in the Panther office. The meeting ended with Ford acknowledging that the Panthers were not a rival gang but still refusing to permit them to operate in Ranger territory. The meeting lessened tensions only slightly. Nevertheless, Fred's efforts to work with and organize gang members caused fear throughout the police and FBI. After the meeting at Ranger headquarters, Chicago police, following an FBI tip, arrested a carload of armed Panthers driving away. This resulted in criminal charges against the Panthers and set off speculation that the Rangers had snitched on them. Years later we would learn that an FBI informant in the Panthers had tipped off his FBI control, who then notified the police. On January 24, 1969, the Chicago police arrested Fred following an FBI tip that he was appearing on a local TV station. In front of the live cameras he was led away on an old traffic warrant. Later, Fred told people that when he got to the police car, he noticed he hadn't been cuffed. When placed in the back seat he saw there was a gun resting there. "I spotted a setup," he said. "I put my wrists outside the car and started screaming, 'There's a gun in the car that somebody left.'" His quick thinking worked. That day he avoided police bullets. Fred and the Panthers sought alliances with other groups in Chicago. One of them was the Young Lords Organization, YLO, which had started as a Puerto Rican street gang. In the late 1960s, under the leadership of Cha-Cha Jimenez, they focused on stopping Chicago's Department of Urban Renewal and other city agencies from forcing poor and working class people, many of whom were Puerto Rican, out of the Lincoln Park neighborhood. In 1969 the YLO took over Reverend Bruce Johnson's church on Armitage Avenue, and renamed it the People's Church. With Reverend Johnson's support, the church became the headquarters for the Lincoln Park Poor People's Coalition, which included black, white, and Mexican groups who were fighting to keep Lincoln Park from being gentrified. Following the Panther example, the YLO started a breakfast for children program as well as a health clinic in the church. The police were constantly harassing and arresting Cha-Cha for organizing the Puerto Rican community against the city's gentrification plan. For a period in 1969, Dennis went to court regularly to get him released on bond. The Panthers, Young Lords, and Young Patriots, an organization of white Southern youth from uptown, formed their own Rainbow Coalition, a precursor to Jesse Jackson's, to protest police brutality and abuse in Chicago and support the Panther demand for community control of police. On April 4, 1969, Manuel Ramos, a Puerto Rican teenager and the Minister of Defense of the YLO, was shot and killed by an off-duty Chicago police officer at a Young Lords party. Another Young Lord was shot and critically wounded. The police officer's version, that Ramos had attacked him, did not fit with other witness accounts or with the location and direction of the bullets fired into Ramos's body. The Rainbow Coalition organized a march on May 3 to protest Ramos's killing and demand a new and independent investigation. The police had declared Ramos's death justifiable homicide, the standard ruling in police shooting cases. In the 35 years I practiced civil rights law in Chicago, I don't recall the police ever finding any on-duty police killing anything but justifiable. I was growing weary of working at the Legal Assistance Foundation and was drawn more and more to helping organizations such as the Young Lords and the Panthers. And so I was present on that bright and windy spring day in 1969 at People's Park, marching with the Manuel Ramos family. We intended to present a letter to the police demanding a thorough investigation of Ramos' death. In addition to the coalition, the marchers included SDS members and other white leftists. Our march was scheduled to go from Lincoln Park south to the 18th District Police Station on Chicago Avenue. Dennis and I were among the nearly 1,000 protesters who assembled around noon at the plot of vacant land at Halsted and Armitage that the Young Lords had named People's Park. The plot was across the street from where we would open our law collective 4 months later. We left the park with the Young Lords, in their brown berets with red stars on the front, leading the procession. The march took us through the all-black Cabrini Green housing project, controlled by the Cobra Stones, part of the Black Pea Stone Nation. As we left the projects heading south, our procession picked up a tail, about 100 Cobra Stones with red caps turned sideways. Some were holding car radio antennas as weapons and taunting us from behind. When we turned left on Chicago Avenue and arrived at the 18th District Police Station, 100 cops in formation and full riot gear started marching toward us from the other side. They wore helmets with plastic face guards and carried batons. The Cobra Stones were still approaching us from behind, the gap closing quickly. We were trapped. I was standing near the Ramos family when I heard, "Join arms together. Protect our march." I felt paralyzed. My legal training had not taught me how to handle this situation. I considered fleeing, but there were no safe havens for legal observers that day. As I deliberated, I saw my friend Ted Stein, another lawyer, unhesitatingly join arms with those on both sides of him. I got a sense of what solidarity means. Well, Jeff, I thought, this is it. There ain't no ducking today. There's only one honorable thing to do. I locked arms with the people on my right and left, ready to face whatever came. As we stood our ground waiting for the confrontation, Hilda Ignatin, a community organizer working with the Young Lords, left our line and approached the Cobra Stones. They stopped within a few feet of us. "We're marching to protest a police killing," she said. "Why don't you join us?" They looked surprised and hesitated. Their leaders conferred. The police told us the young lords were helping the Panthers take over our projects, one of them said. That's not true, Hilda replied. Our issue is a police killing right here in the 18th district. The same police who brutalize you. The Cobra Stones conferred again. I watched intently. It looked like they were arguing. Then one of them stepped out front. Okay, we'll join you, he said. I relaxed a bit. They stood with us, even joined our chants for justice for the Ramos family. Their presence temporarily stopped the cops coming from the east. Dennis and the Ramos family presented their letter demanding a new investigation to the district commander, who came out to take it, then quickly vanished inside. It was a rare moment when the left and black street gangs connected. All of us left together. We started walking, but when we turned north on LaSalle Street, it became a trot, and then a run. The crowd smashed store windows with rocks and bottles. I had never been in a group that was breaking windows. My level of alarm rose with each burst of shattering glass. It was electric. I didn't break any windows, but I didn't run away. The year 1969 was the era of street fightin' man. The Rolling Stones song was often played as a warm-up for militant demonstrations. Excesses became the norm, whether it was the pulse, passion, and drugs of Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix or the increased bombing in Southeast Asia. Nikki Giovanni wrote a poem in which she asked, "Nigger, can you kill?" Many saw it as a legitimate call to arms for black rage. I too became drawn to the exhilaration of street confrontations and was convinced of their political effectiveness. These were what the press reported and what made headlines. Orderly protests were mostly ignored. However, as a lawyer, the activity was a lot safer for me than the people I supported. I was seldom in the streets, only in court with the unlucky arrestees. In May 1969, shortly after the Ramos March, Fred had another trial. The summer before, an ice cream vendor in Maywood had been pushed down inside his truck and 71 bars of ice cream were handed out to Maywood kids. The police later arrested Fred Hampton after they claimed the victim identified Fred's picture, which they had shown him. Fred always denied he did the robbery. Recently, while visiting the Hampton household, I met Thomas Blair, a neighbor of theirs in Maywood since the 1960s. Blair told me he took and passed out the ice cream. His knowledge of the details, as well as his physique, which was similar to Fred's, convinced me he told the truth. Jean Williams, a female attorney Fred had met on King's Marches, represented him. The prosecution brought the ice cream vendor back from Vietnam to testify, an unusual expense and effort in a case with no injuries and so little loss, but Cook County State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan wanted Fred in jail. Hanrahan had a broad face and a determined look. He came from Daly's Bridgeport neighborhood and combined Irish appeal with a Harvard Law School education. Ambitious and serious, with a short temper and little sense of humor, he was widely regarded as heir apparent to Mayor Richard J. Daley. In his public speeches after he was elected Cook County State's Attorney in 1968, Hanrahan referred to the Panthers as a gang. This would serve his purpose well when later that year he and Mayor Daley declared a war on gangs. Hanrahan presented himself as the guardian of law and order, defending society against black chaos and violence. After he took office in January 1969, Hanrahan created a 9-man Special Prosecutions Unit, SPUR, to deal with gangs, even though a similar Gang Intelligence Unit, GIU, already existed in the police department. Hanrahan's SPUR was given primarily police functions. Hanrahan had served as the U.S. Attorney for Chicago and its suburbs, and he appointed his former assistant, Richard Jalovec, to be in charge of the SPUR. In June, an additional team of police officers, led by Sergeant Daniel Groth, was added. It included Officer James Gloves Davis, a black cop notorious for brutally beating black youth after he put on black leather gloves. Mayor Daley made the police chief, superintendent of schools, fire commissioner, and head of human resources, a top-level committee to direct the city's actions against gangs. Hanrahan, the spokesman for the campaign, promised to increase prosecution of gang members. At one point, speaking to a group of African American mothers, he referred to gang members as animals unfit for society. He was booed. After that, his anti-gang campaign lost favor among blacks. Even though Hanrahan vilified Fred and the Panthers publicly, particularly their anti-police rhetoric, many Maywood board members and community activists, black and white, attended Fred's ice cream trial to support him. Some testified as character witnesses. The village board agreed to let Fred do a mock trial using their assembly room as the courtroom. In the mock trial, Fred represented himself before a people's tribunal consisting of prominent Maywood citizens and some board members. Exercising the lawyer skills he was never able to utilize in a real courtroom, Fred obtained a not guilty from the citizens' jury. Many of those who acted as jurors and spectators later told me how impressed they had been with the sharpness of his cross-examination and the power of his argument. At the time of Fred's real trial, I worked with Skip Andrew and Donald Stang, two young lawyers just out of law school, in the main legal assistance office in downtown Chicago. Skip had spent 2 years in the Peace Corps in the Dominican Republic. There he witnessed the Democratic election of the leftist Juan Bosch, who was quickly overthrown by a U.S.-supported coup. Some of the people Skip worked with were killed in the U.S. invasion. He and other Peace Corps volunteers were so outraged that only a special emissary from the White House talked them out of holding a press conference denouncing the United States. Skip, the son of a Protestant minister in Iowa, was intense and meticulous, bordering on the compulsive, and took practicing law very seriously. He usually wore a suit and tie, sported a trimmed mustache and goatee, and looked older and more conservative than the rest of us, which added to his credibility in court. Skip and his wife Nancy lived on Burling Street, a few doors from Mary and me in Lincoln Park. Donald Stang was a Harvard Law School graduate and came from a liberal, Jewish, upper-middle-class family in New York. He was intellectual, cautious, and quiet. He picked his words carefully. Don also had a wry sense of humor and a baby face. His hair was shorter than mine, but we both sported the shorter version of the afro, a Jew fro. Skip and Don attended Fred's ice cream truck robbery trial. In the small courtroom, they made eye contact with Fred, who later approached them in the hall. Fred pointed a finger at Skip's suit and tie and asked who he was. "I'm a lawyer at Legal Assistance, and so is he," Skip replied, pointing to Don. "Which side are you on?" Fred asked. "Yours," Skip responded, assuming Fred was asking whether he was for the prosecution or the defense. "No, I mean, what are you two doing for the revolution? Are you for us or against us?" More than a bit taken aback, Skip and Don sputtered, "For you." "Then come to the Panther office at 9 tonight and knock on the steel door." No one but Fred could pull off his in-your-face directness without incurring resentment. That evening Skip and Don went to Panther headquarters and knocked. A voice came over a speaker, "Who's there?" They gave their names and were buzzed into a dark vestibule. A speaker from the top of the stairs above them bellowed, "By whose authority are you here?" "Chairman Fred sent for us," Skip replied. "Come up one step at a time," the faceless speaker responded. Skip made out a shotgun pointed at them. As they approached the upper part of the stairs, the door at the top opened, and a bright light shined in their eyes. They walked in and Fred greeted them with a grin and a big hug. That night Fred recruited Skip and Don to be Panther lawyers. Fred's magnetism was irresistible. He laid out the Panther program, told Skip and Don that the police are trying to destroy the Panthers any way they can. "We need your help." When Don explained that legal assistance lawyers couldn't take criminal cases, it didn't satisfy Fred or Don. After talking with each other, Skip and Don met with Dennis the next week to discuss the formation of an independent law office, one that would be free to represent not only the Panthers but the movement as a whole. 2 days after Fred confronted Skip and Don, he was convicted. Sidney Jones, a black trial judge who was well connected to the Democratic machine, indicated he intended to grant Fred probation, the expected sentence for an offense where no weapon was used, no one was injured, and the defendant had no criminal record. But during the 3 weeks between the conviction and the sentencing hearing, State's Attorney Hanrahan held a press conference. He blasted the Panthers and Fred Hampton and criticized the trial judge for considering probation. Hanrahan carried a lot of clout in the Democratic Party, and any sitting judge wanted his endorsement for re-election. On May 27, Fred was sentenced. The prosecutor questioned Fred. His lawyer, Gene Williams, let him answer. "Are your principles consistent and compatible with those of Mao Zedong of Red China?" the prosecutor asked. "We take things from Mao Zedong and Martin Luther King or anybody else applicable to what we are after," Fred said. "Do you feel that a legitimate means of obtaining what you are after is armed violence or armed revolution? I believe if we tried anything else we would end up like Dr. Martin Luther King." Judge Jones had taken his cue from Hanrahan and sentenced Fred to 2 to 5 years in the state penitentiary. Fred's bond was revoked and he was taken into custody. He was soon transferred to Menard Prison in southern Illinois, 350 miles from Chicago, to begin his sentence. On June 4, 1969, a week after Fred went to prison, FBI agents, led by Chicago's special agent in charge, SAC, Marlon Johnson, raided Panther headquarters. They had obtained a search warrant by swearing before a judge that George Sams, a fugitive, was present in the office. Sams had been there but left 48 hours earlier. Looking for George Sams was the official reason for FBI raids on Panther offices in at least 2 other cities. In each instance, Sams left shortly before the raid. It was later revealed that Sams was an FBI informant. He went to these offices to provide the FBI the pretext for a raid. FBI agents called and told the Chicago Panthers that the office was surrounded, that they had a search warrant, and that no one would be hurt if the Panthers did not resist. Agents then came to the entrance, broke down the front door, and went upstairs, where they pointed their guns at the 8 people inside. No one resisted. The FBI seized $3,000 in cash and took property and records, including lists of contributors. Food for the breakfast program was dumped on the floor, and legally purchased weapons were confiscated. Nothing was ever returned. The 8 Panthers on the premises were arrested and charged with harboring a fugitive. Skip and Don defended them and procured their release on bond. There were banner headlines that proclaimed the Panthers' arrests for multiple weapons and harboring a fugitive. These were much more prominently displayed than the back-page news stories several weeks later noting all charges were dropped. Some Panther members became frightened and left after Fred's incarceration and the FBI raid. Bradley Green had come to the office to join the Panthers in early May and was told that because there were so many new Panther members, he could only become a friend of the Panthers until the section chiefs had integrated the new members. When he returned in June, he was immediately accepted and soon made a section chief himself. Skip and Dennis started working on Fred's appeal. They recruited Flint Taylor and Seva Diobor, 2 law students, to go to Maywood to get affidavits from community leaders to be used in support of releasing Fred on an appeal bond. Before a trial there is the presumption of innocence and a right to bail except where the defendant is likely to flee or presents a danger to the community. After a conviction, the granting of bail is discretionary. Support and endorsements by community leaders are crucial. Interviewing people in Maywood about Fred was Flint's first experience working closely with black people. Flint came from an old Boston family that came over on the Mayflower. He attended Brown University and was finishing his first year at Northwestern Law School. His hippie exterior, including long, reddish blonde hair, disguised a tireless work ethic. He was competitive in sports and didn't like to lose at anything. Flint is a person you want on your side whether it's in a lawsuit or a basketball game. His thoroughness and tenacity have made him an indefatigable advocate for civil rights for over 40 years and earned him the reputation of being one of the most dogged and successful civil rights litigators in the country. He dates his commitment to civil rights to learning about Fred from his family and friends in Maywood. In July, Dennis and ACLU attorney Kermit Coleman appeared before Chief Justice Walter V. Schaefer of the Illinois Supreme Court with the affidavits Flint and Seva had obtained supporting Hampton's release. State's Attorney Hanrahan's representative spoke out vigorously against granting bond, arguing that they could not keep track of Fred if he was released and he was a risk of flight. "Are you telling me you don't know where Fred Hampton is every minute of the day?" the Chief Justice responded incredulously. The state's attorney had no response. On July 31, while Justice Schaefer was considering granting bail, the Chicago police and the Panthers exchanged gunfire at the Panther headquarters. The police said the incident started with sniper fire, but several witnesses said the police opened fire on the Panther office without provocation. 5 police officers were wounded and 3 Panthers, Larry White, Dwight Corbett, and Alfred Jeffries, were arrested. Again the office was ransacked and Panther property was seized and never returned. The police formed a gauntlet at the bottom of the stairs. They beat and kicked the 3 as they walked outside. Skip showed up in court to represent the Panthers at their preliminary hearing. His cross-examination of the police witnesses exposed so many contradictions in their testimony that charges against all the defendants were dropped. A few days later Justice Schaefer granted Fred Hampton's petition for an appeal bond, allowing him to be released from Menard Prison. He also set an expedited appeal schedule. On August 13, Fred returned to Chicago, and the next day the Panthers had him speak at the Church of the Epiphany, known as the People's Church, located at Ashland and Adams. It was still warm outside when Flint and I entered to hear Fred. The large stone edifice was in the heart of Chicago's Black West Side community, less than a mile from the Panther office. The vestibule was full when we entered. Mike Gray and Howard Alk had set up their filming equipment at the front of the center aisle. Major parts of his speech that evening have been preserved in the film groups The Murder of Fred Hampton, released in 1971. I have repeated some of them in the opening scenes of this book. Near the end Fred told us we should all say "I am a revolutionary" before we went to sleep in case there was a revolutionary happy hunting ground and we might not wake up. Some truth hidden in a joke. After Fred finished and the church shook with its final reverberation of power to the people and we had all declared "I am a revolutionary," we stood up to leave. Mike Gray turned off his camera. Fred's prophetic words that night, "I'm not gonna die slipping on ice. I'm gonna die in the proletarian revolution," became the ending to his film. On the 20th anniversary of Fred's murder, Mike wrote, "A few months after he died, I began to understand exactly what it was about him that separated him from the rest of us. Watching that footage hour after hour in the editing room with Howard Alk, I finally saw that Fred Hampton was fearless. Literally, without fear. And as we listened to the speeches again and again, it became apparent he had accommodated death. He knew he was going to die. It was okay, and so he had set aside the ultimate fear, the one that stopped all of us in our tracks, no matter how courageous, the net fear upon which we base all our other fears, the one that keeps us all in line. Hampton had simply set that fear to rest. He was free. Thus he was able to speak clean, simple truths that hit you like a thunderbolt. If I had not been a lawyer that night, I might have gone into the streets or underground. Fred's fearlessness challenged my own fears. Instead, I joined the People's Law Office, PLO. I had been part of the discussions with Dennis, Skip, and Don and was intrigued by the new venture but fearful and hesitant as well. Even with its limitations, legal assistance had stability and a paycheck. Income from the new office would be uncertain at best. But the hardest thing was casting my lot outside the mainstream, becoming a lawyer for the movement that challenged the very institutions that most lawyers used their skill to support. Law collectives had formed in New York and LA, but the concept was still new and no one had enough experience to know how they would fare. I had to see and hear Fred to overcome my reluctance and my own fear. It's not an exaggeration to say that a part of Fred's legacy is the People's Law Office, which formed a few months after Skip and Don encountered Fred and his up-against-the-wall recruitment tactics, and when Flint and I heard him speak. I went home from Fred's speech, grabbed a cold beer, and told Mary we needed to talk. "I want to be part of the new office to represent Fred and the Panthers," I said, as we sat on our living room couch, across from the handmade bookshelves filling up with political literature. To my surprise, she replied, "Go for it. I can support us for a while on my salary from the film group." "What about film school?" I asked. "It can wait, I like what I'm doing now." She smiled. When we opened our new office in the summer of 1969, our clients included the Panthers, the Young Lords, anti-war protesters, and SDS. Chicago's political and social movements were a microcosm of those throughout the United States, if not the entire world. I once was told every generation has its chance to make a revolution. The last had been in the 1930s. This was ours. If we doubted our success, we saw the people in Vietnam, Cuba, and China winning liberation struggles led by revolutionary forces. Many other countries of Africa and South America were also engaged in anti-colonial struggles, seeking radical change and separation from the United States. Here we were in the belly of the beast, where it was most vulnerable. From today's perspective, what I felt had to be done in 1969 may seem short-sighted and impulsive. This is partly true. I certainly did not appreciate the strength, staying power, and violence the US government would use to suppress our movement. It didn't turn out to be a paper tiger, as Mao had predicted. But we did not accept the bourgeois society, imperialism, and patriarchy we encountered. We held the government responsible for the Vietnam War, for buttressing reactionary governments throughout the world, including the apartheid regime in South Africa, and for the continuous oppression and exploitation of blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans as well as women. Like much of the rest of the world, we had come to believe radical, indeed revolutionary change, was necessary. We divided the world much as Eldridge Cleaver did: you are either part of the solution or part of the problem. The solution seemed to be revolution by any means necessary. We felt empowered, we could make history. Only a lack of will or courage could stop us. As for the personal implications of being a revolutionary, I, like other mother country radicals, as we whites called ourselves, had to figure it out. Tennis. Okay, but who had time? Tasty food. A hard one to give up and maybe okay if not overindulged, not too expensive, and everyone got to share potlucks preferable. Maintaining relationships with your parents. The radical movement line was maybe, but my gut said try. My parents were more accepting of me than I was of them. There was a distance, but I didn't burn my bridges. The weathermen, who had taken over SDS and with whom we had the closest personal relationships, pushed the line. Smash monogamy, they cried, arguing it was the source of patriarchy and women's oppression. Yet the alternatives of many partners or serial monogamy had their own problems. I can't say how much we were guided by our theory and how much by our hormones. Sex. No limit. It was free, but of course there could be an emotional toll. Type. Heterosexual not preferred, but allowed, and most of us indulged heartily. Living in nuclear families. The line said no kids and parents benefit from a communal setting. I had no kids. For a while we helped with Dennis's kids, and I did eventually live in a collective. I had many good and a few bad experiences living in a group scene but found it difficult to maintain over a long period. Mind-expanding drugs like LSD. No prohibition if used to gain better understanding and awareness. Taken infrequently, which I did, they helped me see things I had never seen before, and some of these things contained truths even after the trip was over. Like seeing Dennis and his wife Mona as the gurus, those with special insights, at PLO. Money. The line was give it to the movement, share it. I did give up most of mine but held out a little, hedging my bet. Dealing with personal issues. The line said, "The personal is political," which has some truth, but the line didn't take into account the heart, and often neither did I. I left my feelings out of the equation of what should be done. My cubicle at the newly opened People's Law Office was in the middle of the 5 other hexagons that made up the interior offices. It was difficult to find enough straight wall to align a desk. A local architect had designed the space to make us different and to save money, although I never figured out how it did the latter. He also glued egg cartons to the ceiling as noise baffles because the hexagonal walls of each office didn't reach the ceiling. The soundproofing didn't work, but it was a conversation starter with clients. My first week at the office, we erected a 4-foot-high, hollow wooden barricade in front of the glass windows that looked out on busy Halsted Street in Lincoln Park. We filled it with concrete for protection against anyone shooting in from the street. We considered the local police, or their friends, the most likely candidates. "I wonder how many law offices in Chicago do this," I said to Flint. We also installed a 3-foot-high steel gate between the inner office and entrance door. The gate could only be opened by the buzzer on the receptionist's desk. We took the possibility of a police attack on our office seriously. We had a built-in gun cabinet stocked with a legally purchased and registered shotgun and a 9mm handgun. Some of my partners had taken target practice a few times before I joined PLO, and I went to a private pistol range with the 9mm. Firing the gun itself wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as being on the range with a lot of off-duty cops. As it turned out, we never had occasion to use or even pull out our weapons. When we moved downtown 6 years and a political arrow later, I was surprised to find them still there in the cabinet in the wall. They had become period pieces. We didn't need a lot of money to live on, and the structure of sharing fees, with Dennis getting a little more because he had a family, suited us. We began operating on the Marxist principle, from each according to his ability and to each according to his need, but the complexities of defining need quickly caught up with us. Should we take into account money from a working spouse or parents in determining what each lawyer needed or received? Karl Marx said yes, but we found this impractical and difficult to calculate. Why should a spouse take on onerous work to get more money, if it only resulted in her partner's salary being decreased? I still had some money from my family. Should I work for free until it was gone? These issues became so complicated that after a year we opted for a standard salary, with an increase if you had children. At first, legal workers and secretaries earned the same money as the lawyers, but this too changed over time. They continued to earn salaries and the lawyers divided up what was left. In the early years, the non-lawyers did better. Getting paid depended on whether money was coming in. When we started in 1969, we hoped to make $200 per month each. For me, that was enough for basic living expenses. With money from my family, Mary and I bought a house in Lincoln Park, discounted because it backed on the L, or elevated train. We lived collectively with other PLOers including Flint, Susan Weisdorf, and Courtney Esposito, legal workers who did everything from answering phones to investigation, and, later, attorneys Michael Deutsch and Susan Jordan, when they joined the office. PLO's decision-making was democratic. Everyone who worked at PLO had an equal vote at office meetings, even Jim Sorflaten, who swept the office once a week. However, Jim had not been selected because of his activism, and the issues we voted on both confused and bored him. We soon decided that only full-time PLOers got to vote. Dennis proposed the name People's Law Office because it fit with the times and our mission. Later we realized we had the same initials as the Palestine Liberation Organization. This never proved much of a handicap with our clients, who generally opposed Israel's expansion and sympathized with the other PLO. In Chicago, the two organizations were never confused with each other. Our office was bustling from day one. Defending the Panthers, the Young Lords, and two white groups, Rising Up Angry and the Young Patriots, was a lot of work for 4 lawyers requiring frequent court appearances. I was quickly drawn into the criminal cases, which sustained the office financially. I became the rainmaker in the office, although for my first 20 years, I would call it a drizzle. We had no shortage of criminal cases, most of which were referred by the Panthers and Young Lords. It was not unusual to have 5 cases a morning in different courtrooms spread throughout Cook County. Every criminal courtroom was crowded. The only way to cover all your cases, which most often involved continuances, was to get in and out quickly. This required handing the clerk a $5 bill under your appearance form to get your case called rapidly. Another strategy we learned for misdemeanor cases with hostile trial judges was to demand a jury trial. This resulted in the case being sent to Branch 46, a courtroom in the traffic court building. The cops frequently did not follow the cases to the new court and, if they did, often gave up after a few continuances. I recall the regular Branch 46 judge chiding Dennis as his client's case was dismissed. "Well, Mr. Cunningham, you've outlasted another one." 26th Street, 2600 South California, was where the majority of the city's felony criminal cases were sent. Cases were often decided at preliminary hearings or at short bench trials. In both situations the judges were in a hurry. If you didn't speak up loudly and quickly, you were overlooked. The hearings and trials frequently turned into shouting matches between the prosecutors and defense counsel, with each using every objection as an opportunity to argue their entire case. My first political case was defending the 12 SDS weathermen arrested on September 24, 1969, for demonstrating outside the Conspiracy 8 trial. The weathermen, who took their name from Bob Dylan's lyrics "You don't need to be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows," were advocating confrontations with the police. The Conspiracy 8 defendants included Panther chairman Bobby Seale, whose case would be severed on November 5, to be tried later. Those left on trial would become the Conspiracy 7, Youth International Party leaders Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, SDS founder Tom Hayden, longtime anti-war organizer David Dellinger, and Rennie Davis, John Froins, and Lee Weiner of the Mobilization to End the War in Vietnam. These 7 were among the leaders who organized the thousands of anti-war protesters who came to Chicago and were attacked while protesting outside the 1968 Democratic Convention. Bobby Seale had done nothing but attend the convention and talk with some of the others. Although the Walker Report, the Illinois governor's investigation of the events outside the convention, concluded it was a police riot, 8 defendants were charged with conspiring to cross state lines with the intent of inciting violence. This was a violation of the new Rapp-Brown Act, which was passed earlier in 1968 to prosecute protesters for activity otherwise protected by the First Amendment. It forbade crossing state lines with the intent to cause a riot and was an attempt to deter people from or punish them for making radical speeches. The act was eventually ruled unconstitutional. On the day the Conspiracy 8 trial started, many protesters, including a small group of the weathermen, gathered outside the federal courthouse to protest the government's prosecution of the 8 for exercising their right to free speech and assembly. When the police pushed the demonstrators up on the sidewalks, some pushed back. One protester was taken into custody and later escaped from the paddy wagon. 12 other SDS weathermen were arrested. Video footage showed only minor shoulder shoving between the protesters and the police. Although no one was injured on either side, the arrestees were all charged with at least 2 felony counts of aggravated battery, a felony count of mob action, and several misdemeanors. One 85-pound demonstrator was charged with offenses carrying up to 30 years for what the videotape disclosed was a light touching of a police officer's shoulder in response to him pushing her. State's Attorney Hanrahan wanted to demonstrate he was tough on demonstrators as well as street gangs. A few days after the 12 SDS weathermen were released on bail, we stood in front of Chief Judge Power for the arraignment. The charges against the defendants were read out loud. Judge Power, a small man with a complex to match his name, asked, "How do you plead?" I gave the standard reply. The defendants plead not guilty and waive formal reading of the indictment. Power's next question caught me by surprise. "Who is the leader of this SDS group?" Before I could respond, Howie Mocting one of my clients, replied Ho Chi Minh. The defendants broke out in laughter. Judge Power was not amused. Since you think this is so funny, I find you in contempt. You can spend the day locked up. Sheriff, put them up in the bullpen. The defendants were herded into the lockup behind the courtroom while I argued on their behalf. Your Honor, this was a harmless attempt at humor. There was no disrespect intended, I argued, trying to put the best face on the situation while trying not to laugh myself. You can join your friends in the lockup if you continue arguing, Mr. Haas, was the judge's response. 8. Panthers vs. Police. A particularly brutal incident occurred on October 4, 1969. Someone fired at the Panther office, and the Panthers fired back. The Chicago police were called. They broke down the front door, charged inside, and pushed everyone down the front steps. Billy Brooks, was the first to emerge at the bottom, where Officer Richard Curley hit him in the temple with the butt of his shotgun. Panther member Bradley Green was also struck and beaten outside the front door. The police said they had seen someone on the roof with a shotgun who looked like, but in fact wasn't, Terry Watson, a Panther inside the office. When they arrested Watson, they beat and kicked him more than anyone else. The police made no efforts to hide what they were doing on busy Madison Street outside the Panther office. When a spectator outside the Panther office objected to the police beatings, he was grabbed and struck as well. In all, 6 Panthers and the bystander were arrested and taken to the Wood Street station. In the station parking lot, the arrestees were removed from the police wagon and beaten again. One of the cops, who weighed over 200 pounds, sat on Watson's back as Watson lay on the ground, and slammed his head into the pavement. Bradley Green thought they were going to kill him. As Terry lay moaning and crying, one of the other Panthers said he shouldn't be making sounds like that because he's a Panther. Bradley disagreed and yelled for the cops to stop. Afterward, the Panthers were picked up and made to run a gauntlet fending off punches and clubbing by the 2 shifts of officers, one leaving and one coming on duty. The next morning, they were charged with attempted murder of the cops who came to the Panther office. Skip and Don represented them in court. Skip pointed to the defendants' bruised and swollen faces and told the bond judge, "Look at this, this is what the police did to them after the raid. The injuries obviously needed medical attention." The judge reduced their bonds, ordered medical treatment for those who could not make bail, and set a preliminary hearing for November 10. On that date Skip cross-examined the arresting officers so skillfully that the contradictions between their testimonies and their arrest reports, as well as between each other, became so obvious that all charges except those against Terry Watson were dropped. During the October 4 raid, the police had again ransacked the Panther office, and important files containing lists of members and contributors were confiscated or destroyed. William O'Neill, who joined the Panthers shortly after they opened their office in November 1968, voluntarily took charge of repairing the damage. He was one of the few Panthers with mechanical and carpentry skills, and he was able to repair even the walls damaged by the police. Flint and Seva, PLO's law students, brought Fred Hampton to speak at Northwestern Law School later in the fall. Flint drove out to the suburbs to pick up Fred, and during the ride, Flint said, Fred was speed rapping about the cops, describing them as out to get him. Flint had expected a few students to show up for the talk. When they walked into Northwestern's Robert McCormick Hall, it was packed with over 300 people. Flint had never spoken before a large audience. He stumbled through his introduction of Fred. Humiliated, he turned the podium and microphone over to Fred, who received a standing ovation. Fred chided Flint about his awkwardness, but he added that Flint was part of the reason he was out on bail. Fred said that Flint, and the rest of the lawyers who wanted to help the Panthers, had better get their act together because what the Panthers are doing is serious, and the police are serious about trying to stop us. Fred described the police raid on the Panther office a few days earlier. He told how Panther members had been taken outside and beaten and how the police had gone out of their way to dump out the kids' food in the Panther office. Fred talked with particular satisfaction about seeing the children eating and Panther members serving them. He explained this was how people could understand socialism, through participation and serving the people. Fred ended by telling the law students and lawyers that they had a role to play in helping make revolutionary change and that he particularly respected lawyers who had gone south to represent civil rights activists. Fred adapted his talk to law students without diluting the militancy and energy I had witnessed at the People's Church in August. When Fred ended with "Power to the people," the normally staid law school audience responded in kind, loudly, mesmerized. After the speech, Flint and Seva proudly introduced Fred to the dean and faculty. Fred was at home in any conversation. But during the ride back with Flint, Fred switched into his earlier mode, talking continuously about how the police were targeting him and the Panthers. In October, Fred was still spending some nights at his parents' home in Maywood and some in other Panther apartments. Deborah Johnson was 7 months pregnant with Fred's baby. She and Fred wanted to live together. When he had gone to prison in May, Fred had asked his friends, including Che, to look out for her. Later Che warned Fred against getting his own place in the city, urging Fred to get an apartment in the suburbs, further from the Chicago police. Despite the warnings, Fred and Deborah rented a small 5-room apartment on the first floor of a 2-story flat at 2337 West Monroe, 1 street over from the Panther office. It quickly became a Panther hangout where Che, Doc, and others often stayed with them. Sometimes, Deborah and Fred moved to other Panther cribs as a cautionary measure. The FBI and local police immediately took note of Fred's new address. In retrospect, it's a little hard to understand why Fred, who was so conscious of being a target of the Chicago police, did not see the danger of living so close to the Panther office. They were in the heart of a community that was in a virtual state of war with the police. Guns, usually registered, were often kept at the apartment. While they may have given an illusion of security, there seems to have been little control over who brought what weapons into the apartment and how they were accounted for and maintained. The Panthers, including Fred, used rhetoric that increased hostility with law enforcement. Expressions such as "you kill one pig, you get some satisfaction, you kill all the pigs, you get complete satisfaction," were taken literally by some police. The Panthers also didn't heed their own words for the truth they contained. Fred and the Panthers knew that J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI as well as the local police were out to get them. Fred understood he was a marked man, but the security at the new Panther crib was irregular and haphazard. A few blocks away from Hampton's new apartment, residents of Henry Horner Homes, an all-black housing project, were having their own confrontations with the police. For over a year, teenagers from the projects had been petitioning for the installation of a traffic light at a corner where people crossed to get to local schools and the neighborhood health clinic. In September, 1 month before Fred moved into his new apartment, 2 young kids had been killed on separate days crossing the intersection. The city still refused to install the light. 17-year-old John Soto became the leader of the campaign to get a traffic light put in and organized protests in the neighborhood. His brother, Michael Soto, a 20-year-old decorated Army sergeant, came home on leave from Vietnam to visit his family and participated in the protest led by his brother in September. On October 5, the police killed John Soto. The police version was that John Soto had been stopped by the police and when he fought with them, an officer's weapon went off, accidentally firing a shot into the back of Soto's head. Several witnesses denied that John had fought with the police and said he had been shot without provocation. Community anger grew and Michael extended his leave to attend his brother's funeral. On October 10, Michael Soto was also shot and killed by the Chicago police, who claimed they shot him after he pulled a gun. Again, the police version contradicted that of civilian witnesses, who said the incident started when a police squad car blocked the path of Michael Soto and 2 friends. When the youth separated, the police chased Michael to the 2nd floor of the projects, where they shot him. People on the second floor said Michael had been unarmed. Immediately the community became more outraged and rioting escalated into gunfire. In the exchanges of gunfire 10 police officers and a 12-year-old were reported wounded. According to the NAACP's Commission of Inquiry set up later, the commission discovered that a substantial segment of the community believed that, contrary to all police reports, John and Michael Soto had been murdered by the police because of their participation in the traffic light protests. The coroner's inquests were delayed. Meanwhile, the internal police investigation found John's death to be accidental homicide, and Michael's justifiable homicide. The Soto killings were well publicized locally. They took place in the same neighborhood as the Panther office and confirmed for many people the Panthers' view that the police were licensed thugs, who served as an occupying army in their community. There was no effective means of redress for the victims of police abuse. The prosecutor and the internal police investigative agency invariably closed ranks to support the cops. It is hard to overestimate the effect the Soto brothers' deaths had on both the community and the Panthers. In speeches, Fred spoke about the incidents repeatedly. They became exhibit number 1 in the Panthers' demand for community control of police and added credibility to their call for armed self-defense. 10 years later, our office could well have been the one called to represent the family of John and Michael Soto. By then we had learned how to prosecute a civil rights case. High-profile cases against the police became our specialty. The transparently implausible police explanations of the Soto killings matched the patterns we would come to recognize later. But in 1969 we had neither the experience nor the reputation as civil rights lawyers to attract these cases, and few Chicago lawyers wanted to sue the police without an airtight case. We felt as helpless as everyone else when we read that no action, either disciplinary or criminal, was being taken against the cops responsible for the Soto brothers' deaths. A few weeks after Michael Soto was killed, Fred spoke at Northern Illinois University in DeKalb, about 80 miles from Chicago, and devoted a substantial part of his speech to police abuse and killings. You've got Bobby Seale being chained and gagged at the federal building. You've got John and Michael Soto, who were murdered in 2 days. We need some guns, and we need some force. Now they brutalize without even arresting them. They shoot somebody with no intention of arresting them. After specifically attacking Mayor Daley and Hammerhead Hanrahan, Fred continued with the words that were often quoted after his death. Words that inspired his audiences and that we very much wanted to be true: don't worry about the Black Panther Party. As long as you keep the beat, we'll keep on going. If you think that we can be wiped out because they murdered Bobby Hutton and Bunchy Carter and John Huggins, you're wrong. If you think because Huey was jailed the party's gonna stop, you see you're wrong. If you think because Chairman Bobby was jailed, the party's gonna stop, you see you're wrong. If you think because they can jail me you thought the party was gonna stop, you thought wrong. You can jail a revolutionary but you can't jail revolution. You can lock up a freedom fighter, like Huey Newton, but you can't lock up freedom fighting. Looking back on history, it's not so clear that you can't kill a revolution or a movement if you assassinate its leaders. It's unlikely the Chinese Revolution would have succeeded with Mao dead, or that the Vietnamese would have obtained their independence without Ho Chi Minh. The latter continued successfully after Ho died, but only after he had put in 46 years of organizing and fighting. The Cubans would not have driven Fulgencio Batista out and gotten rid of his oppressive government without Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. The colonists may not have been successful in establishing a democracy without George Washington's determination and leadership, particularly when he stopped his rebellious unpaid soldiers from their attempt to impose military rule after defeating the British. The murder of Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in 1961 and Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973 are examples of freedom struggles that were defeated because the CIA determined to kill their leaders. In another part of Fred's November speech, he said, "And when pigs move on our cribs, we have to protect our cribs with gun force. Pigs don't move on panther cribs, they make sure the panther's out of town. Because they know when they come into a panther crib that we might talk a lot of rhetoric, but we deal with the same basic jargon that the people in Babylon dealt with. It takes two to tango, motherfucker. As soon as you kick that door down, I have to kick it back on you. We don't lock our doors. We just get us some good guns and leave them motherfuckers open. It's hard to imagine Fred believed the police were afraid to raid an apartment with the Panthers present. So what was he saying? Knowing the police were listening, was he warning them the Panthers were armed? Was he telling Panthers they should have guns in their homes to protect themselves, or was he signifying big time with the police? The rhetoric that energized the Panthers was often the same rhetoric that the police used to justify attacks on them. From the time Fred and Deborah moved in, there were guns kept at 2337 West Monroe. While the outer doors were locked, the tiny locks at the front and rear were not reinforced. As for security, people with guns were normally assigned to stay awake by the front door when Fred slept there. But even later, after I interviewed the Panther survivors, I never heard of any drills or preparation for an actual raid, or any specific instructions of what the Panthers were supposed to do if the police came. Fred ended his speech to the students at Northern Illinois with the Panther refrain, "Time is short, let's seize the time." It's often difficult to separate Fred's rhetoric from what he believed. I have wondered if he was always able to make this distinction. 9. Last glimpse. In late November we got word from the appellate court that Fred's ice cream robbery conviction had been upheld. He had to serve the rest of his 2 to 5 year sentence. His appeal bond would be revoked within 10 days. Rumors spread that Fred might go underground, or leave the country. Some believed that he would return to the penitentiary, where he had organized several prisoners. At our December 1 PLO meeting, Dennis announced Fred had the $6,000 needed to buy the Panther headquarters building. The Chicago police had consistently put pressure on the Panthers' landlord to evict the Panthers. Owning their own building made sense. Because I had done some housing work, I volunteered to go and help complete the purchase. I relished the idea of working with Fred, though I was a bit intimidated by the reverential respect people had for him. I called the Panther office and set up a meeting with Fred for the next day. I went there the following afternoon and stood on the street outside the steel door. Bullet holes from the previous police attacks marred the building's facade. 2 faded posters with the Panther emblem hung on each side of the door. I pushed the buzzer and cleared my throat. "This is Jeff from the People's Law Office and I have a meeting with Chairman Fred at 4 o'clock, I said. After a pause the door was buzzed open. At the top of the steep staircase another door opened and I was led into the large, open space that made up the main office. It hummed with noise and activity. Around me people were criticizing each other about a snafu that morning getting the food delivered on time to one of the breakfast program locations. There were stacks of Panther newspapers on the floor in the corner and on some of the desks I saw piles of signed papers titled Petition for Community Control of Police. Boxes of cereal and pancake mix, donations to the breakfast program, were piled in another corner. Familiar posters of Ho Chi Minh, and the Vietnamese woman carrying a rifle with a baby slung from her shoulder decorated the walls. The famous poster of Huey Newton and Bobby Seale with leather jackets, black berets, and rifles, one standing, one sitting on a fan-back wicker chair, hung on the back wall. A Panther I didn't recognize told me Fred was talking to people in the back and would be out soon. Someone stood next to a chalkboard containing a listing of the breakfast sites and was filling in names for tomorrow's assignments. A few minutes later Fred emerged. Before I could introduce myself I wasn't sure if he knew who I was. He smiled. "Hello, Jeff, come on in." I followed him to the office in the back where he sat down behind a wooden desk. It was hot in the office and Fred wore a t-shirt. I took off my suit jacket and faced him. "I got the person who's giving us the money ready to go. Can we close tomorrow?" he asked, clearly in a hurry to complete the purchase. "I have to draw up a deed and get the owner to meet us and sign it," I explained. "I've got court in the morning and the coalition's housing proposal to finish after that. How's that housing plan coming?" Fred interrupted, referring to the proposal for low and moderate income housing sponsored by the coalition of the Panthers, Young Lords, and Young Patriots. I have to file our proposal with the Department of Urban Renewal on Thursday morning. It really looks good. If the city follows its guidelines, we should get the money to build, but that's a big if, given who we are. How about if I meet you and the owner here Thursday afternoon? I asked. Fred agreed. Buying the Panther building was not the kind of real estate deal where an inspection was required. The Panthers knew every crack in the plaster and bullet hole in the ceiling, because they had repaired the office after each of the 3 police raids. How's the boiler, have you checked that out? I asked. You can see, we get plenty of heat, except when the police bullets give us too much ventilation, he replied, a slow smile spreading across his face. We put some cement in our walls when we opened the People's Law Office last August. Maybe you should try that, I said, only half joking. It's the windows they shoot at, not the walls, Fred said, but I'll check it out. I showed Fred the completed real estate papers. Here's where you sign. I've listed you as the chairman of the Panthers, to make it legal. That's accurate, he smiled again. Let's get this done quick. He signed and I gathered up the papers and slipped them into my briefcase. As we were walking up to the front, Fred paused in our conversation to talk to some Panthers who had entered the office. This handsome, powerfully built man of 21, 6 years my junior, was giving instructions. Show up on time for the breakfast program, sell your quota of Panther papers, be at political education class on Monday and Wednesday nights. Fred was talking continuously, asking questions and answering them. His voice had the staccato tempo and energy of a rapper. There were few pauses and a lot of rhythm. He seemed to be driven by some inner force that created a continuous flow of orders and encouragement. Even though he appeared relaxed and jovial, there was a sense of urgency to his directions. The Panthers appeared to run on Fred's energy. He stopped for a moment to thank me. I'll see you Thursday. Power to the people. I answered, power to the people. Opening the door and leaving, I hoped I was playing a small role in helping the Panthers gain self-determination at least over their own building. It was late in the afternoon when I left, so I went home instead of returning to work. Fred is amazing, I told Mary as soon as I walked in. He's in perpetual motion. I wish I had half his energy. I feel like I have to run in place to keep up with him. I know what you mean, she replied. Some of the footage we've shot of Fred makes him look like he's on speed, but it's a natural high. You should see the way he gets people around him motivated, I said. I don't know what they'll do when he goes back to finish his prison term. We went out to eat that night, as neither of us had time to shop. Over flautas and beer we talked more about Fred. You know he's only 21. At his age I was nowhere, I said, still impressed over my recent encounter with him. If he can avoid the police and prison, he's going to be a great leader. We're trying to figure out how to end our documentary, Mary said. We want to complete the film so more people in the country see him in action. We've got some wonderful footage of Fred speaking outside the conspiracy trial about freeing Bobby Seale, and also of his August speech at the People's Church. We also took a lot of him serving breakfast to the kids. We need an ending. I'm sure it will come to you. If you capture half his dynamism, you'll have a great film. The next morning I went to court and then to the office to make the final corrections in the coalition housing proposal. The deadline for filing was the next day, Thursday, December 4th, at 9 a.m. I worked all afternoon handwriting my corrections on the typed draft. In this pre-computer era everything was done on typewriters with corrections painted on carbon copies with whiteout. If a document had to be flawless, like a court paper or housing proposal, corrections meant retyping the entire document. We kept the typist's secretary, legal workers at our office busy. We were fortunate to have a steady flow of movement people, mostly women, type for us, some even volunteered to work evenings. One thing the computer age corrected was our sexist division of labor. We all learned to type and correct our own court submissions. I learned later that while I was working on the paperwork for the housing proposal, Fred, with William O'Neill by his side, was meeting with Conspiracy 7 lawyer Lenny Weinglass on the South Side, inquiring about getting an extension on his appeal bond from the Illinois Supreme Court, which would allow Fred time to decide if he wanted to flee the country to avoid going back to prison. By 6 o'clock Wednesday evening I was still laboring over the housing document. Liz Stern, the wife of a friend, had offered to help type the final draft at her home. I went over to Liz's apartment about 8 o'clock that night to give her handwritten edits and corrections. We worked through the night keeping awake on coffee, cookies, and cigarettes. In that partially unenlightened era, I was still smoking, which today seems as much an anachronism as whiteout. At 5 o'clock in the morning the final draft was done. I was exhausted. It was still dark when I got home. I climbed the outside stairs, walked into our second-floor apartment, threw off my clothes, and collapsed on the couch. 10. A knock at the door. I'd just fallen asleep when I heard a loud knock at the front door. Dazed, I got up and opened it. My partner Skip Andrew was standing there dressed in suit and tie. "Chairman Fred is dead. I just got a call from Rush. The pigs vamped on the chairman's crib this morning." I remained stuck on the words "Chairman Fred is dead." Someone else was killed and a lot of people were shot. Deborah Johnson and some others are at the Wood Street Police Station, the people wounded are at Cook County Hospital. What should I do? I asked. I'm meeting Rush at the morgue and then we are going to the chairman's crib. Why don't you go to Wood Street and try to talk to some of the survivors? Sure, I stammered. He turned abruptly and was gone down the steps. Fred Hampton dead? I had just seen him at the Panther office, looking bigger than life. I couldn't imagine him motionless. I went to the bedroom and shook Mary. Fred Hampton's been killed. Mary stirred, coming out of sleep. Huh, what? I repeated the news. She bolted upright. No, she cried, shaking her head back and forth. I don't want to believe it either, but I think it's true. I'm going to interview some of the survivors at the lockup. How can I help? What can I do? Mary pleaded. I have to go, I urged. I'll call you later if you can help. I went back to the living room and put on the same suit I had just thrown off. I grabbed my briefcase, the housing proposal inside, and walked out the door before 7 o'clock. I replayed Skip's words in my mind. The chairman is dead. It was Fred who made us believe we were strong and unstoppable. Now he was dead. It was well below freezing and the snow was piled up on the edges of the streets. Francis and Iberia Hampton approached the entrance gate to the corn products plant in their 1966 green Ford. They'd been expecting Fred to come home when they went to bed the previous evening, but Fred's bed was still made and the chitlins they'd left on the stove for him were untouched when they got up in the morning of December 4th. Francis dropped Iberia off at the front gate and parked. Iberia's shift started at 7 o'clock, a half hour before his. Francis worked as a painter, glazier, and repairman in the maintenance section. After dropping Iberia off at the entrance gate, he usually parked the car and went to the paint shop where he made coffee for everyone and put the place in order before his shift started. As Francis walked toward the entrance gate, the gate did not open as it usually did. Tillman Mallory, the middle-aged security guard whom Francis had known for years, came out of his booth and walked up to him. I think you and your wife need to go home. We heard on the radio there was a police raid and I think your son was shot. Francis looked at Mallory. What happened to him? I think you need to go home, Mallory repeated. Maybe you can find out more on the radio. Although Francis sensed Mallory was trying to help him, he also thought Mallory was withholding information. Francis knew his son had become the target of police raids. He had told Fred when he joined the Panthers that he did not want him to be violent. Fred responded, "I will defend myself if I have to." He remembered his son's speech at Reverend McNulty's Baptist Church 4 weeks earlier. Fred had told the large and enthusiastic crowd, "The next time you see me I may be in a collar and tie." Fred seldom wore a dress shirt or tie, and Francis assumed his son was talking about being dressed for burial. Indeed, since Fred's release from prison in August, and even more recently, he had said things that made Francis believe he knew he might not live much longer. Francis asked Mallory if he would put in a call to Iberia's workstation and tell her that she should come outside to meet him. As he waited in the car, he heard on the radio that his son was dead. The reporter from WBBM All News Radio said that Black Panther leader Fred Hampton and another unknown Panther were killed at 4:30 that morning in a shootout at 2337 West Monroe. Francis recognized the address. The radio announcer went on to say that the police entered the Panther apartment with a search warrant looking for guns, that the Panthers had opened fire on the police after the officers announced their presence, and the police had responded with gunfire of their own. 2 police officers were injured, along with 4 Black Panthers who were taken to Cook County Hospital. The report continued, indicating that the raiding police officers were assigned to State's Attorney Hanrahan's office. Francis knew Hanrahan was the prosecutor who had campaigned on the platform War on Gangs. He also knew Fred had repeatedly criticized Hanrahan in his speeches for using anti-gang rhetoric to carry out what Fred called the war on black youth. Before Iberia could punch the clock on the way to her assembly line post, she saw a slip of paper with a message for her to call her daughter Dee Dee at home and the other message from Mallory. She called her daughter. "The police killed Fred. You gotta come home," Dee Dee told her. Francis saw Iberia walk slowly past the entrance gate looking down at the ground. He knew from her slow pace that she had heard about their son. They didn't have to say anything. Francis opened the car door for her and they drove home in silence. She had wanted Fred to come home to Maywood the night before. Although he was spending the night with his parents less and less, Iberia still considered him to be living at home and kept his bedroom intact. Even when he had introduced Deborah to her a month earlier and said, "This is my baby," pointing to Deborah's pregnant belly, Iberia did not envision Fred moving out completely. Iberia was upset when Fred became a Black Panther. She felt uncomfortable with their talk about guns. She was afraid he would become a police target. Why was he always the one to be out front, the spokesperson? But she also was proud of Fred. He was doing what he believed in, standing up for black people. Iberia herself was a seasoned union steward. She had cooked for 1,700 striking workers at the Union Hall during a 5-month strike several years before. She knew where Fred got his courage and determination, and she had shown her support by cooking for the Panthers' Breakfast for Children program. By the time Francis and Iberia arrived home, the radio had identified the other Panther killed in the raid as 18-year-old Mark Clark from Peoria, Illinois. A spokesperson from Hanrahan's office was on TV saying the police had been fired at from the back bedroom where Fred was found dead. When a close friend of the Hamptons came over to their home, she saw Iberia sweeping the floor looking stone-faced. She hardly spoke. Francis was trying hard to hold back tears. Later on, Iberia would tell the friend that Francis wasn't tough enough to handle their son's murder. His face would get sad and tear up when Fred's death was brought up. "On my way to the police station, I heard the news flash. Fred Hampton and another Panther member were killed this morning in a pre-dawn raid by police officers assigned to State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan." Hanrahan's office indicated the officers were serving a search warrant for weapons when they were fired upon by the occupants and returned the fire. Why was Hanrahan the prosecutor in charge of a police raid? "I arrived at the Wood Street police station at 7:30 a.m. I parked on the street and walked a block to the dilapidated building. I entered through the glass door on the side and approached the counter that separated me from several uniformed officers. It looked like business as usual, with the cops behind the counter filling out forms and talking on desk phones. A middle-aged sergeant approached and asked what I wanted. I showed him my attorney identification card. I want to see Deborah Johnson, and anyone else arrested after the police raid on Monroe Street. The sergeant looked as though he was expecting me. State's Attorney Hanrahan has given orders that the prisoners arrested after the raid are not to be seen by anyone, including attorneys. I wasn't surprised that Hanrahan would give such an order, but it was illegal. Hanrahan's order violates an Illinois criminal statute specifically forbidding anyone to interfere with the right of a person in custody to see their attorney, I said as authoritatively as possible. As a practicing criminal law attorney, I carried a paperback copy of the Illinois Criminal Code in my briefcase. I pulled it out and read the sergeant the statute Hanrahan and he were violating. He wouldn't budge, and he wouldn't call Hanrahan. Frustrated and outraged, but with a 9 a.m. deadline for filing the housing proposal, I left and drove downtown to the city urban renewal office. This project, which had been many months in the making and had successfully brought together Black, Latino, and white community groups, suddenly seemed distant and insignificant. After filing the housing proposal, I was driving back to the police station when I heard two police officers interviewed over the car radio. They claimed they had been on the raid but hadn't known it was a Panther apartment. Suddenly shots were fired at them from the rear bedroom where they said they later found Fred's body. They made it sound as if they barely escaped alive. Back at the counter inside Wood Street, I heard the same response from a different sergeant. He was shorter and stockier than the first one but had the same look of satisfaction when he turned down my request to see the people arrested. I went over to the payphone next to the lockup and called Hanrahan's office. Sheldon Sorosky answered. I knew him as a special state's attorney assigned to prosecute political cases. That fall I had argued against him in bond court and at preliminary hearings defending the weatherman. He was a slim, Jewish guy who liked to schmooze. He had been defensive about the tough positions his boss Hanrahan had required him to take and let me know by inference that what went on in court was just a job and less important than maintaining our Jewish professional acquaintance in the hallway outside. Shelley, I said, what the fuck's going on? The police here won't let me see the Panthers in the lockup based on orders from your boss. You know you can't do this. Hold on, he said. I could hear Sorosky conferring with someone I was certain was Hanrahan. When the muddled voices ceased, Shelley got back on the line. It's all right. Apparently Hanrahan had given in. You can visit them. How about telling the cops here that they think they're under orders from your boss not to let me in? Will do, Jeff, he confirmed. Then added, you owe me one. A few minutes later, a patrolman came out from behind the counter and led me to the back of the station. He unlocked the door to a tiny, windowless interview room, with a small wooden table and two wooden chairs on either side. There was a knock at the door. The patrolman unlocked it and Deborah Johnson was brought into the cramped room. This was our first meeting. She leaned over, crying and shaking, supporting herself with one hand on the table. Slowly she sat down. She looked at me guardedly, not quite fathoming who I was or why I was there. I'm Jeff Haas with the People's Law Office. The mention of my PLO connection and my afro appeared to relax her a little. How are you and your baby? I asked. There was a pause as if she didn't hear me, then she responded, I wasn't shot like a lot of the others. The pigs pushed me around, but I think my baby is okay. She paused again. Fred never really woke up. We were sleeping. I woke up hearing shots from the front and back. I shook Fred but he didn't open his eyes. Deborah demonstrated how she had pushed against Fred several times trying to wake him. At one point he sort of raised up and then lay back down again. She repeated that he never opened his eyes. I got on top of him to try to protect him from the gunshots. The bed was shaking from the bullets. She said the shooting stopped only after someone in the bedroom with her yelled, "We got a pregnant sister in here." She told me two pigs came into the bedroom. One of them pulled up her nightgown and called out, "Look, We got abroad here. Then they pulled her out into the kitchen. Deborah stopped talking as she wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her nightgown. I was nodding my head trying to be supportive. Fred never really woke up, she repeated. He was lying there when they pulled me out of the bedroom. She paused. Then she described 2 police officers going into their bedroom, hearing one of them fire 2 shots, followed by, "He's good and dead now." Deborah put her head down. A moment later she raised it suddenly and looked at me. "What can you do?" she asked. Indeed, what could I do about the horrible murder she had just described? Not knowing what to say, I wrestled with the idea of putting my arm around her but instead asked her, "Did it look like Fred had been shot already when you were pulled out of the bedroom?" "He didn't have any blood on him that I could see," she replied. "I crawled on top of him during the shooting to try to protect him." She showed me her patterned blue and white nightgown. There was no blood. Deborah's description of Fred rising up but not opening his eyes, then lying back down, seemed strange. I couldn't understand why he appeared dazed and semi-conscious when he had not been shot. Were the men who raided the apartment in uniform? No, but they were definitely the pigs. She described how, after she was taken out of the back bedroom, she and other Panthers were pushed into the kitchen, handcuffed, and made to stand facing the back door. They were ordered not to turn around. She knew they had killed Fred because the police were bragging to each other, "Fred Hampton, the Panther chairman, is dead." They told the occupants to keep their heads down as they took them outside and put them in police cars. "Are you injured?" I asked. "I guess I'm okay, but my baby could come any time." Even though by her account she was innocent of any criminal acts, I knew the police would try to justify what they did by accusing the victims of being the aggressors, initiating the gunfire. "I'll do everything to get you out as soon as possible and try to make sure you and the baby get medical care until you're released. Some of the doctors who work at the jail hospital work at the Panthers clinic. I'll ask them to look in on you." I wrote down Deborah's mother's name and phone number. "I'll call and tell her you weren't wounded and seem to be okay. She should start raising money for bail." We shared a brief hug. She had never stopped crying. I tapped the door to indicate that the consultation was over. In the next 35 years, I interviewed more than 100 people in police lock UPS. None imprinted on my memory as strongly as Deborah Johnson, pregnant, in her nightgown, sobbing, and telling me that the police had just murdered her boyfriend in their bed. After Deborah was let out, I sat down and tried to picture what she had described. It was difficult to imagine the scene. I had never been to the apartment and I was determined to get a sketch of the layout. A few minutes later there was another knock. This time the lock-up keeper brought in a tall, square-shouldered man with short hair, about my age, and another man, short and in his late 40s with graying hair. Their handcuffs were removed and the keeper brought another chair to the table. The tall, younger man introduced himself. "I'm Harold Bell from Rockford." He said he was a Vietnam veteran and a college student. The other man was Louis Trulock. He told me Fred recruited him when they were in prison together at Menard and he had joined the party after his release, a couple of months after Fred's. Both Bell and Trulock were trembling and looked in shock. Trulock was particularly anxious to tell what happened. He described how he had been asleep in the living room at the front of the apartment when he heard footsteps in the entranceway and a knock on the front door. Trulock said he asked who it was and he heard somebody say "Tommy," followed by gunfire from outside. Harold said he heard 2 thuds in the entrance hallway and then 2 shots. I was writing furiously on my legal pad trying to keep their accounts straight. Trulock and Bell said they immediately left the living room and ran to the back bedroom to wake up Fred. Bell saw men with guns coming in the back through the kitchen door, as he reached the entrance to Fred's bedroom. He got on the bed with Fred and Deborah and shook Fred, yelling, "Chairman, the pigs are vamping." But Fred would not wake up. He only raised his head and slowly put it back down. Bell saw pistols and shotguns being fired into the rear bedroom. he could also hear firing from the front of the apartment. He spoke in a formal, stiff way that partially covered his fear. Bell told me that as he huddled on the bed with Fred and Deborah, a hand reached in the room and pulled me out. I was pushed onto the floor in the dining room where I was told to lie spread-eagled. Then someone kicked me really hard in the groin. The police shooting in the apartment was like a firefight. They moved to strategic positions. It seemed to last forever. The police definitely knew what they were doing. Bell said after he, Truelock, and Deborah were in the kitchen, 2 police officers returned to the bedroom. I heard more shots from the back bedroom. I could tell those were shots from a handgun. Then he heard the police yelling, "That's Fred Hampton, that's Fred Hampton." Truelock said he also went to the bed where Fred and Deborah had been sleeping. After a brief pause in the shooting, he yelled, "We have a pregnant sister in here." The police entered the back bedroom, pulled Deborah and him out, and pushed them toward the kitchen. Truelock heard more gunshots from inside the rear bedroom. When the gunfire finally stopped, Bell, Deborah and he were being held in the kitchen. We were handcuffed and told to look at the floor. Truelock continued, "A policeman dragged Fred's body out of the back bedroom and onto a door lying on the floor of the dining room. He wasn't moving. As they were being led out of the apartment, Bell saw Fred lying in his underwear with a pool of blood around his head. I saw where he had been shot in the head. I was told to keep moving, look straight ahead, while the police were taunting, 'Chairman Fred Hampton is dead.' I was trying to write down everything, but I finally stopped. I asked Bell to draw a sketch of the apartment from front to rear, from the north entrance and vestibule on Monroe Street to the kitchen door at the rear. His diagram depicted an entrance door off the vestibule into the living room and a hallway to the right of the front door, heading south toward the back of the apartment. The hallway led past a small bedroom on the left, and then past another one, also on the left, where Deborah and Fred had been sleeping. Toward the rear of the apartment the hallway opened on the right into a dining room, followed by the kitchen. The kitchen was at the rear of the apartment with the kitchen door opening onto a landing and then the back stairs. Mark Clark was lying on the floor in the living room after the raid, Truelock added, pointing inside the living room square on Bell's sketch, next to the front door. He wasn't moving. Truelock said the police kept firing even after they had been brought out of the back bedroom. Then Truelock pointed to the front bedroom on the diagram. The people in there, Doc, Verlina Brewer and Blair Anderson, were all shot, and so was China Doll in the living room. Doc looked really bad. He was bent over holding his stomach. We were all told to shut up, look at the floor and not talk to each other. Bell asked me if I knew what happened to the people who were wounded. I told him they were at Cook County Hospital, but no one had been in to see them yet. Both Bell and Truelock were particularly concerned about Doc. His shirt was covered in blood. He could hardly stand up, but the pigs kept shouting at him not to lean over and stand up straight. He was trying, but he kept falling down, Truelock said. "What about Deborah? How's she doing?" Bell asked. I told him Deborah was still crying when I saw her a few minutes ago, but I thought she and her baby were okay. Bell and Truelock explained that things happened so fast, they never even picked up or fired a gun. Instead, they were trying to wake up Fred to figure out what to do. Someone must have been assigned security, with so many Panthers sleeping in one place. Because of their location in the living room by the front door, it was likely Bell or Truelock or both. I didn't ask them specifically whether they had been assigned security. They were miserable enough. They kept repeating how quickly the gunfire had followed the knock, and that they ran to the back to wake up and warn Fred. I thought they were embarrassed that they had done nothing to defend the apartment, but they didn't try to make themselves look better. Suddenly, as though he had just remembered something, Truelock leaned over and whispered, "Look out for Rush." "What do you mean?" I whispered back. One of the police officers here was bragging Rush is next, and they said something about another raid. Can you identify the cop who said this? I asked instinctively. He said that although he could hear the police voices from his cell, he couldn't see who was talking. I'll warn him, I said. At the time of my interview, Bell and Truelock had been in custody for hours. They told me the police officers at Wood Street were laughing and gloating about Fred's death. I told both of them that I didn't yet know what charges would be placed against them, but that our office would try to get them bail. I wrote down the necessary information to fill out petitions to reduce bond and collected the names of their people to contact about bail money and to inform them of their court date when it was announced. I rapped on the door to signal the guard to let us out. Try to get permission to call me at PLO later on in the afternoon, I advised, as the door was being opened. We will know more about your charges and the conditions of the people at Cook County Hospital. On my way out I checked at the front desk to find out if specific charges had been filed. They had not, and drove back to PLO. I'm a slow emotional processor, gleaning the facts and ruminating over them before responding with my feelings. Not a bad trait for a lawyer, but not so helpful as a human being or spouse. It took a while for me to comprehend the full impact of what the survivors had told me. What they described was nothing short of deliberate murder, certainly by the two officers who had gone into the bedroom and executed Fred. The raid looked like an assassination, something I had connected with the deaths of Malcolm X, Dr. King, and the Kennedys. Now I was staring at one up close. Part of me wanted to gather evidence to help the survivors win their criminal trials and, if possible, prove through the courts that Fred was intentionally killed. The other side of me believed Fred's murder proved the legal system didn't work. What good did it do to have lawyers and courts and a constitution and legal precedent if the police under the direct control of the prosecutor could murder you in your bed? I wasn't sure whether I wanted to be a lawyer fighting for justice inside an unjust system or on the outside exposing the legal system as a fraud, taking direct action against Fred's killers. In the 1960s we used to repeat Lenny Bruce's words, "In the halls of justice, the only justice is in the halls." As lawyers for activists, it took us a while to discover that in most cases, we could both participate in the legal system and expose its inequities. When I left, I called Bobby Rush, the Panther defense minister, at the Panther office. I told him what Truelock had said about the police coming to his apartment next. There was a pause. "Those motherfuckers will do anything. Don't worry. I won't go home." Then, his voice crackling with emotion, he added, "Jeff, when I was at the apartment with Skip this morning, I saw the bloody mattress." "Did they really shoot Fred in his bed?" "That's what Deborah said, and Bell and Truelock too. They said the police came in shooting. They went into Fred's room and executed him right there on his bed. Deborah said he never really woke up." There was another long pause. "That fits," Rush finally said. "The bullet holes at the apartment show they were shooting towards Fred. They urged me to get the word out about what happened," I added. "I'll do that," Rush promised. 11. Hanrahan vs. Panthers. When I got back to the office there was a message from Skip that said he was still at Fred's apartment and was working with Mike Gray, who was filming the scene and recording Skip's gathering of bullets and shell casings. Apparently the police had not sealed off Fred's apartment, a striking departure from police rules. The police had a duty to protect a crime scene where people were shot and killed. I wondered if they'd abandoned the premises because, having accomplished their dirty work, they did not want to face the community's response. I was amazed that Skip had the presence of mind, after hearing that Fred had been killed, to call Mike Gray and bring him to the apartment to film evidence collection. "Hanrahan's about to hold a press conference," someone yelled from the next cubicle. Everyone ran next door to Glasgott's Groggery and I asked the bartender to turn the TV on. Edward Hanrahan was sitting in the library of the state's attorney's office behind a dark mahogany table covered with rifles, shotguns, handguns, and many hundreds of rounds of ammunition, all arranged in neat rows. He began reading from a sheet of paper in an authoritarian, indignant voice. As soon as Sergeant Daniel Groth and Officer James Davis, who were leading our men, announced they were policemen, occupants of the first-floor apartment attacked them with shotgun fire. The officers took cover, and the occupants continued firing at our policemen from several rooms in the apartment. 3 times after that, Sergeant Groth ordered all his men to cease firing and told the occupants to come out with their hands up. Each time one of the occupants replied, "Shoot it out," and the police officers continued firing at the occupants. The immediate, violent criminal reaction of the occupants in shooting at announced police officers emphasizes the extreme viciousness of the Black Panther Party. So does their refusal to cease firing at the police officers when urged to do so several times. We wholeheartedly commend the police officers for their bravery, their remarkable restraint, and their discipline in the face of the Black Panther attack, as should every decent citizen in our community. While speaking, Hanrahan frequently pointed to the weapons in front of him, indicating the police had seized them from the Panther apartment. Police procedures required that contraband confiscated be inventoried and taken directly to the crime lab. This was the only way to maintain the chain of custody as well as to preserve the condition of any evidence that had to be tested. Hanrahan bypassed that procedure so he could display the weapons to the press. He appeared confident that if he could show weapons seized from Panthers and remind the public of the Panthers' extreme viciousness, then every decent citizen would support the police actions without challenge. Hanrahan was not only taking responsibility for the raid but also praising the raiders for their courage. Hanrahan's statement that each time after the police officers called for a ceasefire the occupants answered with shouts of "shoot it out," sounded more like the lingo in a TV western than what a Panther, or anyone, would yell in the middle of a gun battle. In answers to reporters' questions, Hanrahan said Fred Hampton was found dead in a back bedroom near a .45 caliber handgun. He indicated a similar handgun had been seen firing from that room at the police in the rear. He stopped and pointed to a .45 caliber pistol on the table, indicating this was Hampton's weapon. Sergeant Daniel Groth, the apparent leader of the raid, also spoke. There must have been 6 or 7 of them firing. The firing must have gone on 10 or 12 minutes. If 200 shots were exchanged, that was nothing. The tall, deep-voiced sergeant acted as though he had miraculously escaped an ambush. When I went back to my office, I called the news desk at the Chicago Daily News, the more widely circulated and liberal of Chicago's afternoon papers. I told the person who answered they should send a reporter to Hampton's apartment and that Bobby Rush, the Panther defense minister, was holding a press conference there shortly. I also told them Hanrahan had originally denied me access to talk to the Panther survivors, because he did not want his version to be challenged. Of course I didn't know for sure exactly what did happen during the raid, only what the Panthers had told me. But there was a spontaneity and consistency to what they said. I thought they would have been proud to defend Fred's apartment and told me if they had. Their admissions of being caught unprepared, even frightened, and putting up no resistance had the ring of truth. Later that afternoon I bought the Chicago Daily News, which carried 2 very different versions of the raid. Under the front page banner headlines, "Panther Chief, 8 killed in gun battle with police," there were 2 subheads. One was titled "6 injured in shootout." The other was "Police murdered Hampton Panther, we can prove it." The first one repeated much of Hanrahan's press statement and added that he was going to charge all the surviving occupants with attempted murder of the police. An additional statement from Sergeant Groth was included. As we entered, a girl who was lying on a bed in the living room fired a blast from a shotgun at us, and a .45 caliber pistol was found in Hampton's hand, when officers entered a rear bedroom and found him lying in a pool of blood on a bed. A shotgun was found next to the bed. 2 other raiders, Detectives Carmody and Suzuki, had synchronized their stories with Groth. They told the Daily News reporters that a man later identified as Hampton had fired at them with a shotgun and a pistol from the rear bedroom. Deputy Police Superintendent Nygren supported Groth's account. Miss Harris touched off the gun battle by firing at the police with a shotgun. The other version in the Daily News was based on information I had provided Rush from my interviews with the survivors. Bobby Rush, Deputy Minister of Defense for the Black Panther Party, said Thursday that Panther Chairman Fred Hampton was murdered while he slept in bed. "We can prove that," Rush said at a press conference on the steps outside the blood-spattered first-floor apartment at 2337 W Monroe, the scene of Thursday's Panther police shootout. "This vicious murder of Chairman Fred and Mark Clark, our defense minister from Peoria, was implemented by that dog Nixon and Hanrahan and all the rest of the pigs. Hampton never fired back when the pigs came into his back room and shot Fred in the head. He couldn't have fired because he was asleep." The Daily News article stated that Rush took reporters on a tour of the apartment and showed them bullet holes that he said indicated that policemen had fired into rooms, but no shots had been fired out. A growing chorus in the black community rejected the raiders' accounts. It was clear to anyone viewing the ravaged apartment that Fred was shot to death on his bed. By late Thursday, the Panthers were leading tours for the press, neighborhood residents, and interested civic leaders, pointing out the locations of the bullet holes as well as the bloody mattress. Observers demanded an independent investigation. One organization that immediately challenged Hanrahan was the Afro-American Patrolmen's League, the black police union that regularly spoke out against police brutality. Their leader, Reynold Robinson, went to 2337 West Monroe, and held a press conference the night of the raid. He declared unequivocally that Fred had been murdered. Part 2. Exposing the murder. 12. A northern lynching. Skip pushed open the door to the living room and Mike Gray turned on his camera as they entered the ransacked apartment. Skip and Rush cleared a pathway through the debris toward the rear. When they came to the back bedroom, they stopped. Skip leaned down and peeled a blood-soaked poster from a door lying unhinged on the floor. He looked at the coagulated pool of blood below him and pointed. "This is where the chairman must have died." Mike Gray's camera captured the condition of each room and the bullet-pocked walls as well as the overturned dressers and clothes strewn throughout, exactly as the police had left them, just 4 hours earlier. Then, Skip went to work. Forensics had been his favorite course at Northwestern Law School and he had learned the art of evidence gathering and preservation from Fred Inbaugh, the legendary expert on police techniques. Mike Gray filmed each shell casing or bullet fragment as it was picked up. Skip described the object, the location where he found the object, and then placed it in an envelope that he marked 2337 Apt, Exhibit Number 1, 2, 3, etc. Jim Reed, a minister who also had come to the apartment at Skip's urging, signed the outside of the envelope as a witness. Soon Flint, Seva, and Ray McLean, another law student from PLO, joined Skip, and in the following days my wife, Mary, and Skip's wife, Nancy Dempsey, helped pick up and mark bullet fragments and shell casings. Viewing Mike Gray's film later, as I have many times, I continue to be astounded at how Skip had the presence of mind and the self-control to react so calmly and methodically to Fred's death. He appears so technical and matter-of-fact, standing there inserting each metal fragment into an evidence folder. He reacted professionally and clinically while the rest of us were trying to decide what we should do. Years later I asked Skip what he felt when he saw Fred's body at the morgue that morning and how, an hour later, inside the apartment he was able to respond so methodically. "My lawyer training came out," he said. "Something from law school kicked in and I just automatically applied what I had learned about gathering evidence and the chain of custody." He agreed that my characterization of him as cold, calculating, and efficient was probably accurate. He said he hadn't thought about his feelings. Skip and Rush were not sure when or if the police would come back to seal the apartment, so Skip worked pretty much around the clock for 2 days, gathering, identifying, and filming the physical evidence. That afternoon Rush directed Panthers to lead guided tours for the neighborhood residents gathered outside. The apartment was freezing cold even with the space heater in the living room on. It was also quite dark, until Mary and Nancy, Skip's wife, brought in more lamps. When I went to 2337 a couple of days after the raid, it was still freezing and the new lamps only partially illuminated the rooms. I knew there had been 9 panthers in the apartment at the time of the raid, and I was struck by how small the 5 rooms were, and the thinness of the walls, which looked as if they were made of cardboard. The run that Truelock and Harold Bell made from the living room to Fred's bed was no more than 10 feet. I walked to the back. The blood-soaked mattress took up most of the bedroom. The wall to my left, which separated the 2 bedrooms, was riddled with bullets, holes coming from the living room. The bloody door on which Fred's body was dragged was lying in the doorway, plainly visible throughout the apartment. It indicated his executioners wanted to show off their kill to the other raiders as one might show off the carcass of a slain deer. A police photo showed Fred's body on the door in polka dot underwear and a t-shirt, with blood pouring from his head wounds. Another photo showed the uniformed police officers carrying Fred's body down the front steps on a stretcher. They smiled for the police photographer. Their grins reminded me of the spectators' smiles in the lynching photos from the South, including the people photographed standing around the just lynched body of Leo Frank. The Panthers started leading tours through the apartment even before the physical evidence had been analyzed. These tours were compelling because there were almost 100 bullet holes in the east walls of the apartment where the police had fired at the Panthers, and none on the west walls where shots would have impacted had the Panthers fired at the police. People looked different after they walked through the apartment, one of the Panthers who led the tours said. They were angry. The Philadelphia chapter of the Panthers sent 2 members to Chicago to assess what happened. One of them, Mumia Abu Jamal, described what he saw. People were lined up in the bitter Chicago cold in a way that made the apartment building resemble a movie theater. After the visit, he wrote, "We had seen with our own eyes the walls cut through with cop machine gun fire. We had seen the mattress where Fred and his woman had lain, blood caked like tomato soup deep into the material." He described the effect it had on Rosemary, the other person who came with him. When Rosemary came out, something in her had changed. When she entered the apartment, she was a supporter of the BPP. When she left the building, she was a Panther. An elderly woman touring the apartment shook her head and commented, "This was nothing but a northern lynching." Fred's body was sent to the Rayner Funeral Home on Friday, December 5, after a very hurried autopsy by Dr. Constantinou, a Greek-born physician with a temporary Illinois medical license. His protocol showed he found 2 bullet wounds in Fred's head. He did no analysis on the contents of Fred's stomach or his blood. He determined that Mark Clark was struck and killed by a single bullet through the heart. Not satisfied, Skip asked the Hamptons for permission to have an independent autopsy done at the Rayner Funeral Home. The Hamptons gave their consent. On Saturday morning, a second autopsy was done by Dr. Victor Levine, a former Cook County coroner, with 2 physicians and Skip present. Dr. Levine found that both head wounds came from bullets fired from the top right side of the head in a downward direction. One shot entered directly in front of the right ear and exited from the left side of the throat, and the other entered the right forehead and was probed to a point behind the left eye. They were consistent with 2 shots to the head at point-blank range from the doorway to the south bedroom. The downward angles of the bullets were inconsistent with the horizontal shots that came through the wall from the front. Dr. Eleanor Berman, the Cook County chemist retained by Dr. Levine, tested Fred's blood. In 2 separate tests she found a high dosage of the barbiturate seconal, enough to make him unconscious or very drowsy. The barbiturates explained why Fred never woke up. Fred did not use drugs, so the question was, how did the barbiturate get there? On Saturday, December 6, Skip and Dennis asked Herbert McDonnell, a prominent firearms expert in Corning, New York, to come to Chicago. 2 days later, McDonnell examined, measured, and photographed the locations, directions, and diameters of the bullet holes throughout the apartment and gathered what remained of bullet fragments and shell casings. McDonnell determined that the upper panel of the living room door contained 2 bullet holes, not 1, as the police found. The smaller hole on top indicated a shot fired in, and the larger one several inches below was made from a shot exiting. The smaller bullet hole was chest high and it lined up with a bullet found in the rear living room wall that matched Sergeant Groth's handgun. The larger hole was made by a shotgun slug and matched up with a shotgun wad found high up in the ceiling of the anteroom. This type of ammunition matched that found in the shotgun attributed to Mark Clark. McDonnell measured the upward trajectory of the deer slug as 17 degrees and determined it was fired from a place near the floor in such a manner as to strike the door at waist level and then impact high on the ceiling outside. The strange upward angle would be consistent with a shot being fired by Mark Clark as he was falling to the ground. McDonnell also measured the angles of both shots through the front door and concluded that the door was more open for Mark Clark's shot than it was for Sergeant Groth's. Thus, if the door was opening when the shots were fired, Groth's shot came first. Skip removed this panel to preserve what he recognized as a critical piece of evidence, one that might reveal who fired the first shot at the front. He stored the front door panel, together with the blood-stained mattress, at the home of Reverend Reed. McDonnell noted another entrance hole in the vestibule. A wad found inside the hole matched up with the ammunition in the shotgun carried by Officer Jones, who had entered the front. One of these 3 shots was the first one fired. Which came first cannot be conclusively proven from the physical evidence alone. We later concluded that the most likely scenario was that Jones's shot, fired in the crowded entrance foyer either as a signal to the police at the rear or by accident, set off the other 2. McDonnell showed Skip that a bullet makes a larger hole as it exits a wall than when it enters and the wood is splayed outward at the exit hole. Thus, we could look at the bullet holes in the apartment and determine the direction from which they had been fired. McDonnell confirmed that except for one of the 2 bullet holes in the front door, all the 80 or more shots poured in from the direction of the police entering the apartment. 13. The Battle for Hearts and Minds. On December 4, while Hanrahan was giving his press conference, members of his office were drawing up felony charges of attempted murder, aggravated battery, and unlawful use of weapons against each of the survivors. The raiding officers prepared sworn complaints that each of the occupants had fired at them. Bonds were set at $100,000 each. Following his interview with the Daily News, Bobby Rush was interviewed on camera. He declared that Fred had been murdered in his bed and called the raid an assassination ordered by J. Edgar Hoover. Although the press quoted Rush, much of the public dismissed Rush's charges as Panther rhetoric. Donald Stang went to Cook County Hospital later on December 4 to check on the 4 wounded survivors. When he returned to PLO, he reported Doc Satchel, nicknamed for his role in organizing the Panther Health Clinic, had the most serious injuries. He had 4 bullets in him, including 2 in his abdomen. He was just coming out of surgery. He'll probably survive, but it's not clear in what condition, Don said. Doc was no more than 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed maybe 140 pounds. It was hard to imagine him being hardy enough to survive 2 bullets in his abdomen. Verlina Brewer, a student from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was shot in her left buttock and left knee. Don said she was doing okay, but the knee wound could give her some trouble. Blair Anderson, a young guy who was a former Blackstone Ranger whom they call BJ, was hit in both thighs and his penis. Don said the other person was a student from Champaign, Illinois, Brenda Harris, whom he described as a tiny woman with a big afro known as China Doll. She was shot 2 times in the thigh and in her hand. Doc was the only one I knew. He was always so positive and enthusiastic. They're all handcuffed to their hospital beds, and I don't think they're going to bring them to court until they've improved, Don added. Later that day someone talked to Fanny Clark, the mother of Mark. She told us Mark had been one of many black children mistreated in the Peoria schools. He had started a Panther chapter and breakfast program in Peoria the previous summer and came up to Chicago at Fred's urging to find out how the Panthers there ran their chapter and program. Mark had been traveling around the state attempting to organize more Panther chapters. He was one of 18 children. Now his mother was contacting the coroner to take his body back to Peoria for burial. On the afternoon of December 4, Brian Boyer, a young reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times, reported to work at about 4 o'clock. Boyer asked for permission to visit the apartment. His editors said it was too dangerous for a white reporter to go there and that no black reporters were available. Boyer went anyway. I guess my first reaction was to check the walls again to see if they'd plastered anything over, he said. Then I called in and said they weren't going to believe it, but it looked like murder to me. I asked for editors and other reporters to come down and go through the apartment, but they weren't interested. Boyer returned to the paper and reported what he had seen. One of his editors responded, "If we run that story and the West Side burns down, we'll be responsible." Jim Hogue, the Sun-Times chief editor, ordered the story to run, but in the next day's edition it was buried on page 32. Brian Boyer responded, "I quit." On December 5, Deborah Johnson, Harold Bell, and Louis Trulock were brought to preliminary hearing court on 26th Street. The press sat in the front row, and Panthers and their supporters filled the rest of the wooden spectator benches. Skip, Don, and I stood up as the defendants were led out from the holding cell into the courtroom. Shouts of "Power to the people" came from the rear, and Harold Bell raised his fist in the defiant Black Power gesture. Skip, Don, and I handed up written appearance forms, and when our clients' names were called we answered, "Ready for trial." We had chosen this strategy because we wanted to show the world and the press that our clients were eager and prepared to confront the state's so-called evidence. By answering ready, we also began the 120-day term for the prosecutor to bring our clients to trial. "The state is not ready and is seeking a continuance," Nick Mothurway, one of Hanrahan's subordinates, replied. In a political case like this, the prosecutor generally does not want his witnesses, the police officers, subjected to cross-examination at a preliminary hearing. By continuing the case he'd be given time to get a direct indictment from the grand jury. In that circumstance he would be allowed to present testimony of the police officers with no cross-examination. The indictment would then supersede the need for a preliminary hearing. Continuance granted for 2 weeks until December 19, the judge responded. "Then we move that our client's bonds be lowered," Skip said. "Deborah Johnson is 8 months pregnant, Your Honor." "Denied," Judge Epton answered again. "Bond will remain at $100,000. There was hissing from the back. "I will order that Deborah be seen by a doctor at Cermak Hospital." Next case. Skip was interviewed in front of the TV cameras just outside the courtroom. I was a couple feet away as he stood in front of the cameras and declared, "Hanrahan is guilty of murder." A day of looking at the blood and bullet holes in the apartment had shocked and outraged Skip. "Let's tell it like it is," he said afterward. I congratulated him. Our office took responsibility for defending the survivors. As we heard their accounts and saw the apartment, we knew the truth had to be told. We lost our innocence on December 4th. When I lived in Chicago, in the middle of the cold, gray winters, people would ask me why I stayed. Over time I had an answer: I was bitten by Chicago and in particular the murder of Fred Hampton. I have been trying to bite back ever since. Bobby Rush was not home early in the morning on December 5 when the police raided his apartment in the projects at 2040 South State. The police claimed they found marijuana and put out an arrest warrant for Rush. It's doubtful that was true, both because Rush didn't use marijuana and because I had warned him the police were coming. We wanted to devise a way for Rush to surrender himself safely and publicly so that the police would not use his arrest as an opportunity to harm him. One of the Panthers suggested we ask Jesse Jackson to accompany Rush when he turned himself in. We reasoned that if Rush turned himself in with a public figure and in front of the media that Jackson would attract, the police could not say he resisted. I didn't understand why PLO was selected to make the liaison with Jesse Jackson, but I made the contact more than willingly. I wanted to meet this great orator. I phoned Jackson, told him Flint and I were Panther attorneys and needed to meet with him. He invited us to come to his Hyde Park apartment early the next day. Jackson's apartment was on the second floor of a 3-story Victorian building. A very large and muscular black man, whom we took to be a bodyguard, opened the door and let us in. The apartment was modest in size but well furnished. We sat down on the couch in the small living room and waited. Jackson came out in silk pajamas, a bathrobe, and slippers. Flint and I introduced ourselves and stood to greet him. He asked why we had come. We represent the Panthers and the reason we're here is that Bobby Rush has an arrest warrant for marijuana. He's hiding out, and we're afraid if the police find him they might kill him. We would like you to be with him when he turns himself in, I said. So now the Panthers are coming to me, Jackson said. When Fred was alive, the Panthers spent a lot of time attacking me, some of them even called me a sissy. Are they going to keep that up? I knew Fred had accused Jackson and Operation Breadbasket of developing programs focused primarily on helping black businessmen rather than poor and working class people, but I was surprised by Jackson's response. Fred criticized many black organizations, although the criticisms I heard had been on political, not personal, grounds. I'm sure the Panthers would be very grateful if you helped to protect Rush, and I certainly doubt if any personal attacks would continue, I answered. Jackson walked back and forth in the small open space in the living room, pondering our proposal. Then he stopped. You know what? Rush should come to Breadbasket and turn himself in when the Saturday morning service at the Drexel Avenue Church is televised at 11 o'clock. He looked pleased with his suggestion and continued, I'll make an introduction and then welcome Rush as he comes on stage. Sounds like a good scenario to me, Flint said. Thank you, and I'm sure the Panthers will appreciate your gesture. We'll make sure he's there tomorrow morning, I added. Reynold Robinson, president of the Afro-American Patrolmen's League, was more than willing to assist us. He agreed to accompany Rush to the Operation Breadbasket meeting. The black police commander from the district nearest the Drexel Church also assured us he would accept Rush into his custody and vouch for Rush's personal safety. He acceded to our plan, no questions asked. On Saturday morning Kermit Coleman, the ACLU lawyer who had worked with us on Fred's appeal, picked up Rush in his red two-seater sports car. They then picked up Reynold Robinson, who carried Rush on his lap as they headed for Operation Breadbasket. There were more than 500 people in the Drexel Church when Flint and I arrived at 10 o'clock. We were among the few whites, and we sat in the third or fourth row, with a good view of the stage. We waited, listening to the glorious sound of the choir singing hymns from the balcony in the rear of the church. At 10:30 a.m., Reverend Jackson came out to the pulpit area as the singing ended. The program was being broadcast live on WVON radio, and the next hour segment would be televised. Jesse spoke with his usual dramatic flair, giving an earlier version of his I Am Somebody speech, and the audience responded enthusiastically. At 11 a.m. a group of police officers from the Afro-American Patrolmen's League, all in uniform, came up on the dais with Reynold Robinson. Shortly afterward Rush came from the side, accompanied by Kermit Coleman. Jesse put his arms around Rush. You belong to the community, he said, and he warned the police not to harm him. The audience stood and applauded. Jesse preached that the attack on the Panthers was an attack on all blacks, and he expressed the sentiment I had heard from many black people, if it happened to Fred, it could happen to us. Most whites didn't see it that way. Jackson praised Fred as a courageous and inspiring young leader who had been taken away from the people he served by Hanrahan's murderous raid. Again, the audience clapped as Jackson and Rush stood together. The police commander, who had joined them, repeated his vow to protect his new prisoner. Rush surrendered himself, his fist in a black power salute. Power to the people, he shouted as he was led away. Jackson's public pronouncements condemning the raid were echoed by virtually all civil rights organizations in Chicago. Hanrahan had counted on the black community denouncing the Panthers after the raid. Instead, like the people in this enormous church, they condemned Hanrahan and the raiders. For many, Hampton was seen as yet another young black leader who, like Malcolm X and Dr. King, had fought against injustice and was assassinated because of what he stood for. Only this time, the government's connection to the murder was more apparent. The fatal bullets had come from the police under the command of the local white prosecutor. The fact that Fred was killed in his bed at 4 o'clock in the morning continued to horrify the majority of black people in Chicago. To them it was a political assassination. One of the strongest reactions to Fred and Mark's deaths came from Maywood Mayor Kabbalah and the Maywood Village trustees. They visited the site of the raid and called for Illinois Attorney General Scott to seek indictments against the officers for a blatant act of legitimized murder. The national NAACP called for an inquiry, which led to a large-scale investigation cock-aired by former Attorney General Ramsey Clark and Roy Wilkins, the head of the NAACP. Former Supreme Court Justice Arthur Goldberg joined several black congressmen, aldermen, and state senators calling for an independent inquiry. Many community leaders came to Chicago on December 20 to participate in a public forum. They heard testimony from elected officials, civil rights leaders, business people, and Panthers who reiterated their demand for an independent investigation. The steady pressure from civil rights groups kept the question of how Fred died in the public eye in Chicago. The police never explained why they departed from police procedure and vacated the apartment rather than sealing it, at least until the evidence was gathered. The raiders claimed Richard Jalovec, Hanrahan's assistant, ordered them to leave, although he does not recall this. Later Jalovec said the police feared retaliation. Like the thousands of people who walked past Emmett Till's casket at the Rayner Funeral Home in 1955 and remember his swollen, beaten face as a stark symbol of white Southern violence, the people who filed through 2,337 14 years later saw the large number of bullet holes and the blood-stained mattress as symbols of Chicago police violence. Chicago political analyst and campaign strategist Don Rose was interviewed 20 years later in the Medill School of Journalism student paper, The Monitor. In the article, part of a Fred Hampton commemoration issue, entitled After Raid, Blacks Leave Democrats Machine, he described the political fallout after December 4. The raid and the cover-up were probably pivotal in galvanizing the black community. They had not, for years and years, had an issue this offensive stir this many people. A fury built up as events unfolded. The unveiling of the assassination and the cover-up turned the black community around. There was a lot of anger against the machine and against Daley in particular. Mayor Daley supported the police after the raid, as he did in all their confrontations with civilians, and condemned the Panthers, but he didn't go out of his way to publicly stand up for Hanrahan. Chicago's black aldermen, state representatives, and Congressman Ralph Metcalfe, all loyal to and dependent upon the Democratic machine in the past, bolded, openly condemning Hanrahan. This was the same machine that in November 1968, a year earlier, had made electing Hanrahan state's attorney a higher priority than getting Democrat Hubert Humphrey elected president. Hanrahan won, and Nixon carried Illinois and the election. West Side Alderman Danny Davis described, in the above-mentioned Monitor article, how the raid impacted the black community. The raid instilled a sense of militancy and resistance, that certain things would not be tolerated. It sparked a determination that had not existed before. The only black person in Chicago with an official position who publicly supported the police action was United States District Judge William Parsons, who was contacted by the FBI to be its mouthpiece. In law we have a term, residential ipsi loquitur, things speak for themselves. This was true of 2,337. TV and newspaper reporters viewed the premises and came away disbelieving Hanrahan's claims that there had been an extended shootout. Black reporter Lou Palmer of the Chicago Daily News, one of the few black writers with his own column, visited the scene on the day of the raid. His job was to comment on the news from a black perspective, and he had written several columns before December that were sympathetic to the Panthers. Fred warmly called him the Panther with the pen. In his column the day following the raid entitled "Is There a Drive to Get Panthers?" Palmer answered his question with an emphatic yes. He wrote that when he visited the apartment, it was immediately clear that this was murder. John Kiffner, the Chicago correspondent for the New York Times, also described going to the apartment, The crowds were a cross-section of the black community, workmen in paint-stained clothes, angry young men and women, elderly people, middle-aged women in flowered hats, people in coats and ties and others in army jackets, a smattering of whites. In the late afternoon there would be lines of small children in their bright school clothes. Right here is where the first brother Mark Clark was murdered, a young man in the Panther's black leather jacket would say just inside the front door, gesturing with a thin pointer. The pigs say that a girl fired a shotgun at them and they started shooting. Now you can see, ain't no bullet holes around the door. He would go on, no shooting coming out, all the shooting coming in. The reaction was particularly strong when people gathered around the blood-stained mattress in the back bedroom where Hampton died. They killed him when he was asleep, he never had a chance, was the response of a middle-aged woman. On December 8, Hanrahan held another press conference to counter the snowballing criticism. He again portrayed the Panthers as the aggressors, responding to the officers' calls for ceasefires with continuous firing. He said a more detailed statement would be improper in view of the criminal charges pending against the survivors. He added, "We were then and are still convinced that our officers used good judgment, considerable restraint, and professional discipline." Shortly thereafter, reputed Daily News columnist Mike Royko, an iconoclastic reporter but no friend of the Panthers, went to the premises and responded to Hanrahan's claims. State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan says it was only through the grace of God that his men escaped with scratches in their pre-dawn raid on a Black Panther flat. Indeed, it does appear that miracles occurred. The Panthers' bullets must have dissolved in the air before they hit anybody or anything. Either that or the Panthers were shooting in the wrong direction, namely, at themselves. Years later I learned that the Panthers had considered retaliation against the police, but they decided against it when they saw so much of the public and media condemning the raid. After the private autopsy on Saturday, December 6, Fred's body was laid out for public viewing for 2 days at Rayner Funeral Home. Thousands of people walked past. He was dressed in a dark suit with a pale blue turtleneck shirt, not the way he would have dressed a week earlier. His wounds had been hidden by the mortician's impressive skills. Unlike Mamie Till, Iberia and Francis Hampton did not tell Sammy Rayner to show the wounds. Panthers in leather jackets stood at each end of the coffin, and there were bouquets of flowers, some dyed black. A ribbon on one said, "You can kill a freedom fighter, beauty you can't kill fight." On Fred's chest were political buttons, rosary beads, even class rings people had dropped into the coffin. Many of Chicago's top criminal defense lawyers volunteered to represent the survivors. James Montgomery, who defended Fred's co-defendant in the Maywood mob action case, agreed to represent Deborah, and Eugene Pinchame, probably Chicago's most prominent criminal defense lawyer, became counsel for Verlina Brewer. Warren and Joanne Wolfson filed appearances for Brenda Harris and Blair Anderson. Warren wore a crew cut, was very calm, and was known for his precise, stiletto-like cross-examination, while his red-haired, flamboyant wife Joanne added fire to the defense. Kermit Coleman from the ACLU's prison project became Doc's attorney, and we continued as counsel for Trulock and Harold Bell. Standard defense strategy was to wait for trial to present your defense. "We don't tell them a damn thing until they finish putting on their evidence," one of the lawyers said at a hastily called meeting with the Panthers to discuss strategy. "You haven't seen the horror on the faces of people coming through the apartment," one of the Panthers responded. "We were faced with the seeming contradiction between the need to tell the public what happened, and thus provide support for the growing tide of opposition to Hanrahan or, alternatively, to provide what some considered the best legal defense for the survivors. Our group decision was to take the offensive, to tell the press what happened as recounted by the survivors and as demonstrated by the physical evidence. This public approach became critical in determining how PLO would represent the movement and victims of police and official misconduct in the future. We presented the case in a political, not a criminal, framework. Putting the state on trial is the way we came to characterize this strategy. We learned it was the best strategy to expose government wrongdoing and educate the public. It was also the best strategy to win. Following the meeting, Dennis talked to Chicago Daily News reporter Hank DeSutter and told him the survivors' version of the raid. DeSutter reiterated the Panther accounts in detail in the Daily News the next day, on December 10, under the headline "Panther Story of Killings." Hanrahan went into a rage, a state even his friends say was common. He called the Daily News story an obvious effort by the Council of the Black Panthers to try their case in the press. "It is outrageous." Hanrahan felt he had the exclusive right to present his case publicly, but we were in a duel with Hanrahan to win public support. That afternoon, responding to what he termed an orgy of sensationalism in the press and on TV that has severely damaged law enforcement and the administration of justice, Hanrahan and his top assistants Jalovec and Boyle called the Chicago Tribune editors. They offered to make the police raiders available for exclusive interviews with their reporters. They also provided photos that they said conclusively proved the Panthers opened a gun battle by firing a shotgun blast through the front door. The Tribune accepted. The next morning, December 11, the Tribune's front page contained headlines, 1½ inches high, labeled exclusive. In the police version printed in the Tribune exclusive, Sergeant Daniel Groth and many of the officers gave their detailed stories of what transpired at 2337. The article went for several pages. Sergeant Groth said that he picked the early morning hour for the raid to catch the occupants by surprise, after an informant told him there was a cache of weapons in the apartment. He knocked on the door and announced they were police and said they had a search warrant. He heard movement inside and called out, "Police! Open up." After a person responded, "Just a minute," Groth ordered Davis to kick the door open. Groth claimed that as they entered the anteroom he heard a shotgun blast that was fired through the closed living room door, just missing Officer Davis and himself. After Davis crashed through the living room door ahead of him, Sergeant Groth saw a woman on the couch fire a second shotgun blast at him as he was standing in the doorway, just missing him. "The flash of her weapon illuminated her face," he said. Groth fired 2 shots at the woman. Gloves Davis told the Tribune reporters the light from Sergeant Groth's shot allowed him to see both the woman on the couch, whom he shot with his .30 carbine, and a man in a chair with a shotgun in his hands ready to fire. "I don't know for sure if he ever got a shot in at me or not. I fired twice and hit him. He stood up and I jumped up too, struggling with him until he fell. Then I fell across his body." The person on the ground was Mark Clark. Sergeant Groth said the first time he called for a ceasefire, the words were barely out of my mouth before there was the whomp of a shotgun blast from the front bedroom that slammed into the bathroom door almost directly across the hall. Hanrahan gave the Tribune reporters photos of the bathroom door to show where the shotgun pellets struck the wood. In his account, Officer Carmody said Panther fire was directed at him from the rear bedroom as he entered the back of the apartment. He returned the fire with his .38 caliber snub-nosed pistol. During one of the ceasefires, Carmody heard someone in the back bedroom yell, "We're coming out, don't shoot. We've got an injured man back here." Carmody said Trulock and Bell came out of the back bedroom. He then said he ran into the back bedroom and found a man later identified as Hampton lying face down on the bed with his head facing the bedroom door. He was lying with his arms hanging over the foot of the bed. On the floor at his right hand was a .45 caliber automatic and at his left a shotgun. "I could see he's been hit but I didn't know if he was alive or dead. All I know was that room was full of shotguns and rifles and ammo. So I grabbed him by a wrist and dragged him into the dining room away from all those guns." Officer Joe Gorman's account in the exclusive followed Groth's. He described shooting each of the 3 people in the front bedroom just as they were rising to shoot him. To back up the raiders' accounts, Hanrahan and Jalovec gave the Tribune 3 police photos. One depicted the living room door with one rather large hole circled on it. The photo was offered to prove the Panthers fired the first shot. The second photo, mentioned earlier, was represented as being the bathroom door. It had numerous bullet holes in it, and in the exclusive was captioned "Hail of lead tore through bathroom door in fire from opposite bedroom," according to police. The third photo was the inside of the kitchen door. Carefully circled on the photo were two black dots to highlight that they were bullet holes from shots Fred had supposedly fired. The same night as the Tribune exclusive ran, Hanrahan offered each of the major TV stations the unprecedented opportunity to come to his office in the Daily Center and film the officers staging a reenactment of the raid. Hanrahan's office had hired carpenters who used 2x4s to construct a mock-up of the apartment. Hanrahan required the TV stations that participated to air the entire police version without interruption. Only WBBM, the local CBS affiliate, accepted Hanrahan's conditions. Despite a careful rehearsal, the raiders had to do several takes to get the version they wanted. Fortunately for us, the outtakes were kept and became valuable sources for cross-examination of the raiders. The final 28-minute version, gleaned from more than 5 hours of filming, aired on WBBM TV the same day the Tribune exclusive was published. The TV reenactment was much like the story theater staged by Paul Sills of the nearby Second City, where each character tells his story as he acts it out. "I took my handgun and knocked loudly against the front door," Groth began, "and then struck the wooden mock-up with a real automatic. I took my machine gun and I put it on automatic fire," Gorman later continued, moving the mock machine gun across the pretend living room wall. The officers' descriptions of a plethora of Panther shots were almost amusing. They were lies, and we could prove it by the absence of bullet holes lining up with the supposed shots. Careful readings of the Tribune exclusive and the transcript of the reenactment have Brenda Harris firing 2 shotgun blasts at the police while sitting on the living room couch, enough shotgun blasts and other fire emanating from inside the front bedroom to break the ceasefire on 3 separate occasions, at least 1 shot at the police from Panthers running down the hallway, and several shotgun blasts and handgun fire from the rear bedroom and from Hampton himself as the police entered. From the kitchen door. Angered at being scooped by the Tribune, Chicago Sun-Times reporters came to the apartment the next morning, December 12, to compare the police photos displayed in the Tribune with the actual scene. Skip and the Panther guides demonstrated that the Tribune photo of the 2 black spots on the kitchen door, supposedly proof of Panther firing, were actually the dark heads of nails near the doorknob. There were no bullet holes near the kitchen door where the raiders had entered. Skip also stood in the kitchen and demonstrated to the reporters that Carmody could not have seen Hampton or any Panther firing from the back bedroom because the kitchen wall blocked the entire line of vision between where Carmody had entered and the back bedroom. At the front of the apartment, Skip sat on the couch exactly where the raiders placed Brenda Harris in their staged reenactment. "Come sit here and you can see Brenda could not have fired a shotgun at the officers from here without striking one of them or the walls behind them. Yet look, there are no bullet holes there." Skip pointed to the entranceway and living room walls around the front door, which had no impact points. As for the front door, if you look carefully in this photo, you can see there are 2 bullet holes, one made by Groth's revolver firing into the living room. One of the Panther guides led the reporters to the door Hanrahan had represented as the bathroom door to prove the Panthers fired out of the front bedroom across the hall into that door. Hanrahan's photo is not the bathroom door, he claimed. "It's this door to the north bedroom," the guide showed. "It was flush against the living room wall and those holes line up with the police firing from the living room." The reporters saw that he was right. "This is the real bathroom door and you can see there isn't a single bullet hole in it," the Panther continued. "When Skip told me the Sun-Times photographer took a snapshot of the nail heads and the real bathroom door with no impact points, I couldn't wait to see the article." Sure enough, there was a gleeful tone in the Sun-Times headlines that same day: bullet holes were nail heads. The article, complete with photos, showed not only Hanrahan's misrepresentations but that the raiders' stories about the Panthers firing from the 2 bedrooms and Brenda's firing from the couch had to be lies. Other newspaper reporters came to see for themselves and echoed the Sun-Times accusations that Hanrahan and the raiders were lying. The account of the raid offered by the police officers became the Tribune's most infamous front-page story since their misinformed headlines in November 1948, "Dewey defeats Truman." Hanrahan's rapid decline in credibility vindicated our decision 3 days earlier to force his hand by going on the offensive. The UPI was sending out a mandatory kill order on transmission of the photos Hanrahan had provided the Tribune. He called another press conference to denounce trial by the press. We went to Glasgow's to watch. Hanrahan was in the library where he first displayed the Panther weapons. He told the now cynical TV and newspaper reporters, "I have made no evaluations of the pictures other than to say they portrayed the scene accurately. We have made no characterization of the pictures." Hanrahan disclaimed any responsibility for the captions, snapping back at one questioner, "We are not editors." With the TV camera going, another reporter asked, "Do you intend to resign?" Hanrahan stopped. He glared at the questioner who dared ask such an impertinent question. Then he calmed himself and looked away with an air of disgust, before refocusing on the reporters in front. "Are there any serious questions?" "That one sounded pretty serious to me," I said to Flint. Enraged that he was being challenged, Hanrahan continued indignantly, "I would have thought our office is entitled to expect to be believed by the public. Our officers wouldn't lie about the act. I'm talking about the credibility of our officers here and myself." Then, in the middle of his own press conference, Hanrahan stomped out. 14. Farewell to a revolutionary. Thousands of people went to see Fred's body lying in the Rayner Funeral Home on the South Side on the weekend after the raid. On the following Monday, 5,000 more walked past the open casket at Reverend McNulty's church in Melrose Park. After the procession, the church was filled to capacity for the memorial service. Mike Gray's documentary film about Fred's life had become a film about his murder. He filmed the service and I have watched his documented footage many times. The pallbearers were Panther men in black leather jackets. William O'Neill had visited the Hamptons the night after the raid and begged them to allow him to serve as a pallbearer. They consented. He joined Rush and 4 other Panther men around the coffin. Together they wheeled the casket into the sanctuary to begin the service with the church chorus singing "Onward Christian Soldiers." The flower bearers were 8 Panther women, who were stalwarts in the party. They sat in the front row in dresses and joined in the singing. The honor guard was composed of Hanrahan's most wanted list. It included David Barksdale, the chief of the Black Disciples, Jeff Ford, the leader of the Black Peastone Nation, Cha-Cha Jimenez, chairman of the Young Lords Organization, Obed Lopez of the Latin American Defense Organization, LATO, and a representative from the Latin Kings. Father Clemens, the popular black priest from a Southside Catholic church, read the obituary prepared by Fred's family. In 1967, Fred became president of the Maywood NAACP Youth Chapter, leading, without fear for personal safety, protest marches for recreational activities for black youth of Maywood who had none, for open housing and improvement of school relationships at Proviso East High School. In November 1968, Fred became chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party, working with superhuman strength and dedication to better the lot of black people. On Thursday morning, December 4, 1969, his life was ended, but his dedication and passion for freedom lives. Father Clemens, known for his advocacy for black youth, ended with the refrain familiar to everyone who knew Fred, "You can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution. You can jail the liberator, but you can't jail the liberation. You can run the freedom fighter all around the country, but you can't stop freedom fighting." So believed Fred, so said Fred, so say we all. Father Clemens was followed by eulogies from Reverend Ralph Abernathy, leader of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and Russell Meek, a well-known Chicago journalist and media commentator. Skip spoke next. We had just received the informal report of the independent autopsy a few hours before his speech, which confirmed Deborah's account that Fred died of 2 shots fired into his head when he was in a reclining position. With the self-righteousness and fire inherited from his Calvinist preacher father, Skip declared, "What Hanrahan and Jalovec don't understand, and what those police officers who put those 2 bullet holes in his head don't understand, and what Nixon and John Mitchell the Attorney General don't understand, is that you can't kill the chairman, and anyone who tries is an enemy of the people and is a pig. Pigs die, but Chairman Fred lives." Jesse Jackson gave the main eulogy, proclaiming again that the police attack on Fred and Mark was an attack on the entire black community. He called for the community to work to get rid of racist politicians like Hanrahan. Bobby Rush and Reverend McNulty delivered the last remarks and benediction. Rush reiterated Fred's admonition to be strong and to carry on his work. In spite of his entreaties, Rush had noticed a change in the party, which was to increase in the coming weeks and months. He described this to me years later. Fred's death played a tremendous role in destroying the party. After that night, the party slowly declined and members left one by one. In the pageantry of Fred's death, this decline was not immediately discernible. We hid the devastating effects by repeating the slogan, "You can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution." It's what we wanted to believe, but that didn't make it true. Fred's casket was taken from the sanctuary by the pallbearers and placed in a hearse, where it was driven to O'Hare Airport. It was flown to Haynesville, Louisiana, for a final service before burial at the Bethel Baptist Church Cemetery. 15. Panthers indicted. All of the other survivors were released on bail by the end of the month. Deborah gave birth to Fred Jr. on December 18. Doc was recovering slowly after much of his colon was removed in surgery. He was left with an 8-inch scar extending from his abdomen to his chest. The wounds of the other survivors had mostly healed, although with her permanently stiff finger, Brenda Harris would never play the violin again. Following the raid, members of the heavily rigged Police Internal Investigations Division, IID, exonerated the raiders after asking them only 3 questions and furnishing them with the answers. Then there was a coroner's inquest, led by an old Democratic Party loyalist, Martin Gerber. Not surprisingly, it found Fred and Mark's deaths justifiable homicide. Their decision was based on 2 police accounts. First, a Chicago crime lab technician swore there was only one hole in the front door after the raid, the one going out, and John Sagenas, another technician, testified that 2 shotgun shells found by the police were fired from the Panther weapon held by Brenda Harris. During the inquest, a showdown occurred between Gerber and our office. Skip was held in contempt and spent a weekend in jail for refusing to produce the front door panel. He didn't bring it in until the raiders had testified that no police officer fired through the front door. The panel clearly contained the bullet hole of an incoming shot. The IID investigation and the coroner's inquest findings convinced almost no one of the raiders' innocence. Rather than easing public pressure, they added to the momentum for an independent investigation. This led the U.S. Justice Department to announce in December that a federal grand jury would convene in Chicago to determine if there was sufficient evidence to indict the police and their supervisors, including Hanrahan, for violating the civil rights of the Panther occupants, both during the raid and with their false accounts afterward. The grand jury started hearing testimony in January 1970. Each of the Panther survivors was indicted by the county grand jury on January 31 on at least 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of armed violence, and numerous other weapons counts. Hanrahan had presented the grand jury with the raiders' stories and Sagenas' report. The defendants were required to appear in court on February 11. Thousands of people go to trial at the 26th Street building, and even more thousands plead guilty to crimes to avoid the harsher penalty meted out if you lose at trial. 26th Street was my main workplace for many years. There was always a funny smell in the 7-story building. People said it was tears. I believed them. When PLO and the other Panther defense lawyers arrived at 26th Street on February 11, the press was there en masse, with the reporters and sketchers in the courtroom and the TV camera crews on the first floor. Our case was assigned to Judge Hampton, a moderate but often self-righteous judge, who sat in one of the spacious courtrooms on the higher floors of 26th Street. People v. Johnson, et.al., the clerk called as we and the Panther survivors stepped up before Upton. The courtroom was full of Panther supporters and sympathizers, and again I heard some of the spectators in the back call out "Power to the people" as we stepped forward. Hanrahan was absent, keeping a lower profile after his press debacle. Judge Upton handed the lawyer for each defendant a copy of the charges. As was the custom, we waived formal reading of the indictment and entered pleas of not guilty. I was representing Harold Bell. The lawyers had collaborated on a set of pretrial motions. In addition to the standard discovery requests, which asked for the names of all the state's witnesses and any documents the prosecution intended to use, we asked for disclosure of all information about informants, police infiltration, and surveillance relating to the raid. We argued that we could not properly prepare the defense if one of the survivors was collaborating with the police or prosecutors. Judge Upton looked at Bob Baranek, the heavy-set prosecutor, and ordered the prosecution to disclose if any of the defendants or witnesses were informants. Judge Upton continued the case until May to give both sides time to comply with the others' discovery requests. We had asked the state to tell us if any of the defendants were in fact informants. There was widespread suspicion inside the party that one of the people in the apartment during the raid was an informant. This suspicion was fed by the reports of seconal in Fred's blood, as well as the fact that the people on security in the front room had failed to protect the chairman. O'Neill directed the distrust toward Truelock. Not only had Truelock been stationed near the front door on security, but he was an ex-con who met Fred in prison and was released shortly after Fred and then joined the party. We were familiar with jailhouse snitches who fabricated testimony about their cellmates in exchange for early release. Truelock, at least superficially, fit the profile. But our investigation demonstrated Truelock had completed his original sentence. It was he who told me he'd overheard the police saying Rush's apartment would be next, which allowed me to warn him. Truelock's tip may have saved Rush's life, and seemed inconsistent with being a police informant. Also, Truelock appeared so upset and forthcoming when I interviewed him originally, that I never believed he was working for the police. We never uncovered any evidence that he was. Fred's murder had pushed the Weathermen further toward furtive political activity. The United States was set to invade Cambodia and expand the war. Nonviolent opposition seemed to have had no effect in stopping the escalation. Mary and I had opposite reactions to the swell of political events. I was getting drawn in more just as she began pulling back from what she saw as a one-dimensional and increasingly threatening and maybe dangerous political life. 2 police cars were firebombed at the 19th District Police Station on December 6, 2 days after the Panther raid. The Weathermen later claimed credit, stating it was a response to Fred's murder. In a statement issued clandestinely in early 1970, the group called itself the Weather Underground Organization, WUO, for the first time and issued a declaration of a state of war against the U.S. government. Its members were adopting fake identities and pursuing covert activities. Skip had a different reaction to the police raid than did the rest of us at PLO. His response was to become the best prepared, indeed, the consummate criminal defense lawyer, which he believed was necessary to defeat Hanrahan and the police in court. Don, Dennis, and I had less and less confidence in the legal system. For the time being, my increasing disillusion with the political system and the courts was consistent with representing the sectors of the movement seeking the most radical change. Similarly, while the Weathermen sought to win converts to their politics and actions, they also wanted lawyers to represent them and were content that we remained in our roles. The issue of armed struggle was of primary importance to a large number, if not the majority of movement people in 1970. Most of us supported the Vietnamese, the African National Congress in South Africa, and the other liberation movements who, in President Kennedy's words, had found no nonviolent means of struggle open to them. But support for armed struggle in the United States, as well as the wisdom of carrying it out, was widely debated, and we like to say that it was the cutting-edge issue of the time. I supported the need, necessity, and rightness of armed struggle because I saw it winning and freeing people around the world. I felt the frustration of seeing all the nonviolent anti-war work we had done appear to have little effect on Nixon and Kissinger's pursuit of the war. The Vietnamization of the war, where Vietnamese bodies would be substituted for Americans, and the Phoenix program of targeted assassinations were not progress. As a movement attorney, I had the luxury of supporting armed struggle by defending its adherents, without the personal risks inherent in carrying it out. I was not underground and did not even have to sacrifice a generally comfortable lifestyle for my political beliefs. Many of the weather people who went underground came from middle and upper middle class backgrounds similar to my own. The challenge to give up what was a privileged life was part of the motivation and allure of both the weather people and myself toward armed struggle. They did it, at least for a while, and I didn't. I still believe in the rightness of armed struggle in certain circumstances. I don't think the leaders of the slave rebellions, John Brown, Nat Turner, or Crazy Horse were wrong. Nor were Patrick Henry and George Washington, who were hardly nonviolent. And I respect the partisans who resisted the Nazis with guns. The Weathermen and Panthers both wanted revolution. Both believed, with substantial historical and contemporary proof, that it would not come about nonviolently. Not in the violent United States. Today I realize our revolutionary vision did not take into full account the strength of the forces against us. No strategy would have succeeded. Our position inside the United States made it easier to expose and sometimes block U.S. military actions abroad, but it did not mean we could successfully use the tactics of those we supported to fundamentally change this country. In different ways the Panthers and the weather people risked their safety and their lives to bring about the change we all believed was necessary. I want to understand both their mistakes and their contributions. I have learned it's far easier to review history than to make it. I'm not sure what I would have done had I not had a law license and been using it to defend those who espoused revolutionary change. Would I have had the courage to take up armed struggle even if I had been willing to risk imprisonment? Could I actually commit violent acts that were so antithetical to the liberal, nonviolent, and rational way I was raised? Even if I could screw up my courage, would it have been right? It was difficult in those days to balance political effectiveness and personal challenges. Indeed, have we not all imagined ourselves behind the telescopic sight of a rifle aimed at Hitler's head as he rose to power in the 1930s and wondered if we could pull the trigger? I think there were mistakes made when people's desires to challenge their own limitations overshadowed the political correctness or viability of what they were attempting. I can understand this. It does not condemn all violent acts or actors, but it's something to watch out for as you head for the point of no return. The People's Law Office survived and grew because we did not require uniformity on political issues. It was a delicate balance at PLO to stay politically involved, aware, and participating, without requiring support of the same movement factions. On March 6, 1970, 3 weathermen were killed in an explosion inside a townhouse in Greenwich Village in New York City, when a bomb they were making accidentally detonated. Ted Gold, who was killed, and Kathy Wilkerson, who was reported fleeing, had stayed with Mary and me a week before when they came to Chicago for their court dates. The war had come home. 16. The survivors go public. As we sat on the modern couches facing each other at the Wolfsons' townhouse in fashionable Sandburg Village, Joanne wore an afro wig and twirled the chamber of an empty revolver. Although a very serious and skillful defense lawyer, she was also caught up in Panther chic. We were at a meeting of the Panther defendants and their lawyers to decide if Panther survivors should tell their stories publicly. The indictment of the survivors had created more resentment in the black community. Hanrahan was trying to bolster the credibility of the prosecution with public statements that the only people with actual knowledge of the raid, who had talked publicly, were the police officers. The survivors had only spoken through their lawyers. The Panthers proposed a people's inquest at Malcolm X College, with Chancellor Charles Hurst presiding. The tribunal would take place in a large auditorium open to the public, and the testimony would be transcribed. Some of the defense lawyers objected to our clients testifying publicly. My client won't testify unless and until I tell him to, and that decision will be made after the state rests its case, one of the lawyers said. There was a murmur of agreement. This was the conventional wisdom. We've been able to build a consensus in the black community and large segments of the public that the raid was not a shootout but a shoot-in, Dennis answered. We did this by speaking out. We can't pull back now. We at PLO, and the Panthers, wanted more than a not guilty in criminal court. We wanted to continue the public condemnation of Hanrahan and the raiders enough to get them indicted on criminal charges. The People's Inquest will keep up the pressure to bring criminal charges against Hanrahan, I said. The Panthers argued it would also demonstrate how an alternative institution could work. In spite of the reluctance expressed by many of the other defense lawyers, PLO and the Panthers prevailed. The survivors would testify publicly. To build support for the People's Inquest, the Panthers issued a statement to the black community that read, Daley and Hanrahan, following the orders of Nixon and Agnew, sent their pigs to murder Chairman Fred. They broke into his home, murdered him in bed while he slept. But that was not enough, they decided to try to kill everyone there. The Panther communique continued, we demand the decentralization of the police so that the people can control the pigs in their neighborhood and no pigs would get the opportunity to murder our people and kill our youth. Referring to the police as pigs was also a Panther trademark. While this terminology obviously led to some loose rhetoric as in the chant oink, oink, bang, bang, dead pig, the term was generic for police who preyed on the community, not a personal attack, although I don't think many law enforcement officers made the distinction. Certainly the term pig was intended to vilify the police, but the Panthers' main objective was to organize community opposition to police abuse and gain control over what they saw as the occupation of their neighborhoods by police, who showed no respect for them. The Panther Bulletin concluded, the people must indict Hanrahan and impeach Nixon and Agnew. These goals were obviously ambitious, but the authors of the communique rightly sensed the raid was more than a local effort. The Panthers were looking to the black community for some form of justice. On March 8 the People's Inquest convened at the First Congregational Church at Washington and Ashland. 6 of the 7 survivors testified in the converted lecture hall, where a large audience of spectators and some press had assembled. A tribunal of 6 community leaders was picked to hear the testimony and determine the guilt of Hanrahan and the raiders. There was substantial interest and curiosity on the part of the public and the press to hear the first-hand accounts of the raid from the Panthers who survived. Doc's description of waking up in the dark, ducking, and being hit by machine gun fire had moved the spectators and the jury. Deborah spoke of Fred's death publicly for the first time. Her testimony was the most moving. Without using the word, Deborah described what could only be termed an execution. There was silence in the room after she reported hearing the 2 gunshots from the bedroom followed by the words of Fred Slayer, "He's good and dead now." The tribunal was also given the pathology report of former Cook County Coroner Levine that indicated that the parallel nature of the shots and the closeness of their entry points in Fred's head made it likely that they were fired at close range from the same spot while Fred was not moving. Hanrahan and the police were invited to testify at the People's Inquest but refused. Their prior public statements at the reenactment were made available to the inquest jurors. After the testimony ended, the tribunal members recessed to discuss the evidence. When they returned they announced a people's indictment of Hanrahan and the raiders for murder. The mainstream press reported the verdict dutifully. The tribunal's verdict carried no legal effect and was symbolic, but it was important to the Panthers' goal to educate the community. Just as Fred had done a mock trial following his conviction for the ice cream truck robbery, the People's Inquest suggested a system where power was in the hands of the people. Each gave a vision of something that was possible and could work, and each was an example of the Panthers' efforts to involve people in police issues. On April 30, the month after the People's Inquest, Nixon went on TV to report that the United States was expanding the Vietnam War by invading Cambodia. Lon Nol, the puppet the United States had installed to replace a popular government in Cambodia, was so uniformly hated that Pol Pot was able to ride anti-US feeling to seize power and eventually carry out the extermination of over 2 million Cambodians, a third of the population. Students across the country reacted to Nixon's announcement with rage and immediate mobilization. I, like many of them, saw it as proof that he and Kissinger were only making a pretense of seeking peace, but were still seeking victory. If victory was not attainable, they would substitute the annihilation of the Vietnamese people and their neighbors. "We're going to bomb them back into the Stone Age," General Curtis LeMay had threatened in 1964, and the B-52 bombing of Hanoi was now happening. 3 days after the invasion of Cambodia, there was a call for a national student strike at a mass meeting at Yale University. Immediately, student protests and strikes spread throughout the country. On some campuses, such as Kent State in Ohio, the National Guard was summoned. But the anti-war and anti-ROTC protests continued. On May 4, members of the National Guard, without warning, fired 61 shots into a demonstration of approximately 200 Kent State students. Within 13 seconds 4 students were dead, and 9 wounded. One would remain paralyzed for life. None of us in the anti-war movement could remain still or silent when we heard this. Nixon further fueled our outrage by casting the students as the violent ones when he declared, "When dissent turns to violence, it invites tragedy." The protesters had not turned to violence, the National Guard had. In Chicago I joined demonstrations protesting the Kent State killings, which were part of over 350 protests in the country. More than half of all U.S. colleges and universities were shut down, and more than 60% of the students joined in student actions and strikes. Some of the universities remained closed for over a year. 2,000 protesters were arrested. It was disclosed later from notes and memoirs of cabinet members that Nixon and Kissinger had considered dropping nuclear bombs on Vietnam. Fear of campus rebellion was one of the reasons they decided against it. A week after the Kent State shootings, a National Guard building was bombed in Washington, D.C. The weathermen took credit and issued a communique stating it was in retaliation for the killing of the 4 Kent State students. The small amount of physical damage caused by the bomb seemed a justified response to the deliberate shooting and killing of 4 students, not to mention the daily munitions being dropped on the Vietnamese. I did not question the bombing. In fact, it gave me pleasure to think there was some retaliation for the escalation of the Vietnam War and the killing of the Kent State students. If they could raise the stakes, perhaps so could we. 10 days after Kent State, 2 more students were killed when white state police officers opened fire on an unarmed group of black students at Jackson State University in Mississippi. There was much less outcry, but there were demonstrations at many black colleges. I joined a small protest in Chicago. By the end of the month, the National Guard was patrolling over 20 university campuses in 16 states. The massiveness of the insurrection can hardly be comprehended today. For a moment it appeared campus radicals were a new revolutionary class. The escalation of the political climate tore at the fabric of my marriage. Mary and I began to realize that we were not going to make it. I was pulled in more, politically, as she retreated. My overall feelings during that period were a mixture of exhilaration and hope, loss and tragedy, a sense of empowerment sometimes shaken but not gone, a pessimism and anger about the United States, and still a hope and belief that our movement would change things. 17. A puzzling victory. There was a strange hush in Epton's courtroom on May 8 when the Panther defendants returned. "They've got to produce the names of informants today," Skip said as we entered. He had his yellow pad out with his argument outlined in case the state refused to disclose the informants. Judge Epton was finishing his morning call, and nodded to us that he would call our case shortly. Our clients sat nervously in the front row of the spectator section. Nick Mothurway, one of Hanrahan's top assistants, came out from the rear and stood next to the court stenographer. One of the defense lawyers approached him, but he waved him off. "People v. Deborah Johnson," ETAL, the clerk announced. 7 defendants and 7 defense lawyers stood up and we walked forward to stand in front of the bench. The clerk called each defendant by name and each answered here. Ma Thirlway addressed the court, because our evidence, gathered by our police, may prevent us from meeting standards satisfying judicial standards of proof, we are compelled to dismiss the indictment. Motion granted, Hampton responded, in a perfunctory tone. Clearly, he had been forewarned. We looked at each other and at our clients, too stunned to smile. A few seconds later Jim Montgomery broke the silence. On behalf of my client Deborah Johnson, I hereby answer ready for trial and demand trial. This trial demand would prevent the state's attorney from ever reinstating the case, at least after the 160-day speedy trial period had run. Each of the defense lawyers made a similar trial demand for his or her own client. Hampton's clerk then declared, "Court is in recess." We turned and walked through the court to the hallway, followed by a slew of spectators yelling "Indict Hanrahan." We and our clients huddled in one corner of the tiled vestibule. After all his huffing and puffing about the Panthers' attacks on the police, Hanrahan has dropped the charges, Skip said triumphantly, a smile emerging. Maybe he didn't want to have to expose the informant, Dennis said. Or maybe the federal grand jury pressured him into dismissing the cases. It's not what Ma Thirlway said, Warren Wolfson chimed in. The state frequently gathers evidence improperly. There's something else. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, chimed in Eugene Pinchame, the most senior and prominent lawyer among us. By this time the press was begging us to go downstairs for a comment in front of the TV cameras. We descended to the first floor. The defense lawyers said the charges were dismissed because the Panthers were innocent and the evidence proved it. Skip added, the same evidence shows Hanrahan and the Raiders are the ones who should be indicted for murder. It was true, the physical evidence showed the survivors' innocence, but it would be another 5 years before we found why the indictments were dropped so abruptly. The same day our clients' charges were dismissed, they were handed subpoenas to appear in front of the federal grand jury the following Tuesday. Failure to appear would be contempt of court and they could be jailed until they complied. But the Panthers were hesitant to give the federal grand jury credibility by testifying before it. Milton Branch, a black assistant U.S. attorney from Denver, who was on loan to the federal grand jury, urged us to have our clients participate. But we distrusted the federal government. The head of Chicago's FBI field office, Marlon Johnson, had personally led the FBI raid on the Panther office the previous June. He gave the orders as the FBI agents tore up the office. FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover had publicly declared the Panthers to be the greatest threat to the internal security of the country, and John Mitchell, the Attorney General, put the Panthers on his hit list and determined they posed a sufficient enough threat to justify wiretapping them without warrants. We got together with the survivors to weigh the options. I still had some hope the grand jury might indict Hanrahan and the Raiders. I knew if the Panthers refused to testify, the government would blame us for failing to indict Hanrahan. As we reviewed and discussed the history, it seemed that no matter what we did, indictments by this grand jury were unlikely. At the meeting, Skip repeated what Jay Miller, head of the ACLU in Chicago, had told him about Jerry's Leonard, the deputy attorney general in charge of the federal grand jury. Jerry's Leonard told me to my face that Bobby Seale was added as a defendant in the conspiracy case, because the Panthers are a bunch of hoodlums, and we've got to get them. Miller would not have made this up. We told the survivors what we knew about some of the FBI actions against the Panthers, which included its raids on Panther offices across the country. Dennis brought up the federal grand jury in San Francisco that was investigating the Panthers. It was still sitting. The black U.S. attorney in San Francisco, Cecil Poole, charged that their objectives were to get the Panthers and harassment. We were in a no-win situation. If the survivors testified and no indictments were returned, which was likely, then the grand jury would have appeared to have weighed all the evidence and found no wrongdoing. If they refused to testify, then the grand jury would blame them for their failure to return indictments, even though the survivors' testimony at the People's Inquest in March was available to the grand jury. On Tuesday, May 12, the day the subpoenas were returnable, Rush held a press conference announcing the survivors' decision, with Skip and Doc by his side. He told the press, "It has been our experience that grand juries, including the one that indicted the 7 survivors and refused to indict the police who took part in the raid, are illegal shams used to excuse illegal actions of the police. We want to testify, but we feel the grand jury is rigged." He also pointed out that there were only 2 blacks on the 23-member federal grand jury. 3 days later, a TV reporter called Skip at PLO to say the federal grand jury had just issued a 132-page report and no indictments. We huddled around Skip after he yelled the news into our open cubicles. "He wants to know if we have ever heard of a report with no criminal charges," Skip inquired. We shook our heads, disgusted. Skip told the reporter, "No, they're supposed to return indictments or do nothing." When Skip hung up, Dennis said, "I'd bet the purpose of this report was to justify their failure to indict." Someone went to the Dirksen Federal Building and returned with 4 copies of the official-looking, blue, bound report and a copy of the Sun-Times. The headlines were U.S. jurors assail Hanrahan's raiders, with the subheadings, "Rip Panthers, Crime Lab, IID, only 1 shot fired at police." Flint, Dennis, Skip, and I each took copies of our report to our cubicles to read before we reconvened in Skip's office. The report began with an introduction citing the nearly 100 witnesses called and over 130 exhibits examined, whereby its authors claimed a thorough and exhaustive investigation. Robert Zimmers, the FBI's firearms expert, testified that the 2 shotgun shells, which the Chicago Police Crime Lab had positively identified as coming from Brenda's shotgun, were fired from Officer Suzuki's shotgun. The Chicago Crime Lab must have fabricated their test results to fit the officers' stories. Zimmers also concluded from the configurations of the bullet holes, as well as the bullet fragments and shell casings recovered, that there was only 1 Panther shot fired and it came from the gun held by Mark Clark. The police fired at least 90 times. A third autopsy, performed by a new pathologist working for the federal grand jury, confirmed that the fatal shots were fired into the top of Fred's head downward from right to left with roughly parallel trajectories. Other than these bullet holes, the only physical marks on Fred were a bullet found embedded in the exterior of his shoulder and a graze wound in his leg. The exact caliber of the bullets that went through Fred's head could not be determined from the holes but were consistent with the diameters of the .38 caliber bullets fired by Carmody and also with the .30 carbine bullets fired by Gloves Davis. Nevertheless, the federal prosecutors never sought to determine who fired the fatal shots, where they were fired from, or whether they were fired deliberately to murder Fred. The chemist advising the grand jury disputed our chemist, Dr. Behrman's, findings that Fred's blood contained seconal. He testified that the blood samples he examined showed no traces of seconal and that the drug would not have dissipated between Behrman's testing and his own, done a month later, after Fred's body was exhumed in Louisiana. But he could not offer an explanation why the seconal showed up both times in her tests. In spite of the physical evidence, the grand jury report blamed the deaths and injuries on Panther provocations and hostility toward the police, as much as on the actions of the police themselves. A large part of the report was an indictment of the Panthers, portraying them as a violent revolutionary organization that sought confrontation with the police. Ultimately, Jerry's Leonard and the other authors of the grand jury report claimed they could not charge Hanrahan and the raiders without the testimony and cooperation of the survivors, even though they had access to the transcripts of the survivors' People's Inquest testimony. Given the political nature of the Panthers, the authors said, the grand jury is forced to conclude that they are more interested in the issue of police persecution, than they are in obtaining justice. It is a sad fact of our society, they continued, that such groups can transform such issues into donations, sympathy, and membership, without ever submitting to impartial fact-finding by anyone. Perhaps the short answer is that revolutionary groups simply do not want the legal system to work. A footnote at the end of the grand jury report states, finally, the grand jury wishes to acknowledge the invaluable investigative contributions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Without the cooperation, professionalism, and proficiency of this agency, the grand jury could not have completed its assignment. The irony of this statement became much clearer years later. Well, the FBI's firearms examination supports our client's accounts, Skip said, after we came back together. If the Raiders fired 90 to 99 shots to the Panthers 1, then what happened at 2337 was a massacre, not a shootout. Flint added. But the grand jury, or I should say the federal prosecutors and FBI case agents directing the grand jury, refused to draw the obvious conclusions from what the physical evidence demonstrated, Dennis responded. They never answered or even addressed the most important question of how Fred died. Was he deliberately assassinated? I joined in. The report indicates there was an FBI informant who provided the same info as Groth's informant. It would be good to find out who that is. Maybe there's a connection between the disclosure of that informant and the dismissal of the Panther cases, Flint said. The worst thing was that the report's heaviest criticisms of Hanrahan and the Raiders were for their lack of care in planning the raid and their efforts to prejudice prospective jurors afterward rather than for their killing 2 people. The grand jury leveled stronger criticism at the Internal Investigations Division than at Hanrahan, calling it so seriously deficient that it suggests purposeful malfeasance. Well, at least the grand jury recommended that police functions be done by the police, not the state's attorney, Flint said. Taking guns away from Hanrahan is positive. You know what? Dennis said. This report and its conclusions were written before the Panthers refused to testify 3 days ago. It's too lengthy to have been written after. They had made up their minds not to indict anyone whether the Panthers testified or not, and then blamed it on the Panthers' non-cooperation. This is bullshit. The federal grand jury report satisfied neither side. While the headlines gave us some solace, the report ultimately equated the conduct of the police during the raid with the Panthers' anti-police rhetoric. Hanrahan and the Raiders had still gotten away with murder. Large segments of the black community reiterated their demands that the Raiders be brought to justice. The Afro-American Patrolmen's League continued to push for prosecution, the NAACP was pursuing its own investigation. Black community groups and liberal whites joined in demanding the appointment of an independent prosecutor. Black politicians loyal to the Democratic Party withdrew their support for Hanrahan and joined the call for justice. Alderman Ralph Metcalfe, previously a staunch supporter of the mayor and the Democratic Party, led the movement of black politicians away from the daily machine. That fall Metcalfe's independence got him elected United States Congressman. What could we do next? We were criminal defense lawyers who defended the movement. But now no criminal charges were pending against the Panthers, the Raiders faced no charges, and there would be no trial to expose the police as the attackers. 18. Sue the bastards. What about a civil rights suit? Dennis threw out at our next office meeting. The dropping of criminal charges made it possible for our clients to testify without fear of prosecution. Suing the perpetrators of the raid would put us on the offensive, but we lacked the know-how, the resources, and the permission of our clients. These formidable obstacles were exacerbated by the ambivalence of many of us about using the courts at all. Still, as plaintiffs, we would be the moving party, we could make the claims and define the issues. On the other hand, we would have the burden of proof and the responsibility of carrying the case forward. We had never done a complex civil case, much less a civil rights claim against powerful and well-funded government officials. We were just beginning to learn how to poke enough holes in a prosecutor's case to raise reasonable doubt. We had never written a civil rights complaint. Moreover, civil rights cases were brought in federal court under the federal civil rights laws. To sue there, we'd have to learn an entirely new court system and set of procedures. The prospects for winning a judgment at the end of years of legal wrangling seemed remote. We needed the unanimous verdict of a jury, and the December 4th raid remained as controversial and divisive as ever. Many, if not most, white people still supported Hanrahan. Jurors for federal trials were picked from the registered voters who lived not only in Chicago and Cook County, but the white suburbs in DuPage and Lake counties as well as rural areas extending as far north as Wisconsin. We would be lucky to get one black juror. Filing a civil suit could be setting the survivors and the families of Mark and Fred up for another defeat. Into this chasm between what was needed and what we knew how to do stepped Arthur Kenoe. With short legs and a slightly hunched upper torso, he was an elf of a man of some 50 years. He taught constitutional law at Rutgers Law School and came to Chicago as an emissary from the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York. The National Lawyers Guild spread the word that we were considering filing a civil rights suit. Arthur had traveled to the South during the late 1950s and the 1960s. He and his cohort Bill Kunstler had represented Dr. King, Fannie Lou Hamer, and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. They also represented the families of James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, 3 civil rights workers kidnapped and slain by Klan members after they went to Neshoba County, Mississippi to investigate the burning of a black church that was being used as a freedom school. "You can do it," Arthur kept repeating. He stood and leaned forward, waving his closed right hand for emphasis. The rest of us were sitting on the window ledges, countertops, and a few chairs at the front of our office. This was the biggest meeting space we had preserved in our converted sausage shop. Arthur continued, "In the South, the civil rights activists we worked with were constantly being harassed and jailed. Some were beaten and even killed. We had to figure out ways to protect them." He said they had found an old statute that allowed them to remove cases to federal court and get away from the more racist state judges. We sued local police and officials for denying our clients the right to vote, or march, or even sit at a restaurant. We forced Southern courts to issue orders protecting the civil rights workers. He was cooking, nodding his head and pounding his knee. I felt like I was right there with Arthur in a North Carolina jail, strategizing with the people arrested at a lunch counter, or in Mississippi advising people turned away from voting. He believed using the Constitution to help the movement was what radical lawyers should be doing. There was no "I can't" with the salesman for taking him to court. His infectious excitement, as much as his arguments, made us believe we could win too. For the moment I put aside my skepticism about using the courts. A few days later we suggested filing a civil rights lawsuit to Iberia and Francis, and they wanted to know more. Dennis, Flint, and I then called Mark's mother Fannie Clark, Doc Satchel, and the other survivors to a meeting at the Hamptons' home in Maywood. Iberia served lemonade as we sat on upholstered chairs and the living room sofa arranged in a rough circle. Our clients were skeptical of obtaining any good outcome from the courts. They had seen Hanrahan manipulate the criminal process to indict them, while he and the raiders went unchanged. Argued. Dennis attempted to answer their misgivings. "A civil suit will allow us to be the prosecutors," he argued. "We go first and put on the evidence. We will be able to define the issues and set the terms for the trial. Also, we get to question each of them in depth under oath about what happened. They've told so many lies there's no way they can look believable." "Who do we sue?" Verlina asked. "We want to sue everyone responsible, the planners, the raiders, and those who lied to cover up what occurred. This includes Hanrahan, his assistant Jalovec, and of course the police," I added. "We would also try to include as defendants the people in the Chicago Police Crime Lab and the state's attorneys who did the phony investigation." Flint, who was still a law student and didn't often speak up, added, "Our legal research shows we can charge them all with conspiracy together in one suit. The argument that won the day was Fannie Clark's, we can't just do nothing. Mark and Fred should still be alive. I want to bring their killers to trial." Nobody countered what she said. "Let's go ahead." "We're in," Iberia Hampton said. I saw the determination on her face and knew, despite the difficulties, we had to go after everyone responsible for Fred's murder and the cover-up afterward. Iberia had another reason for wanting to file a civil suit, the way he was described in the papers, People didn't really know who my son was. She didn't like the way he was constantly portrayed with his fist in the air and talking about pigs. She wanted the lawsuit to show her son as the young organizer, the gifted speaker, the would-be lawyer, the young man on whom she and Francis had placed so much hope. Fred was a combination of her own ability to bring people together and Francis's quiet but resolute militancy. Doc was also anxious to begin a lawsuit. The pain and medical complications from his gunshot wounds were still with him. "Let's go all the way. Whatever it takes," he urged. After only partial recuperation from his injuries, Doc had resumed responsibility for running the Panther Medical Clinics and was back on a 14-hour 8-day work schedule. "I'm going to have these scars and the pain for the rest of my life," he said. "Why shouldn't the people who shot me and their bosses pay?" After he spoke, all the survivors agreed to sign up for the lawsuit. Deborah had been quiet, but she was moved by the resolution of the others. "I want little Fred to be proud of his father," she said. "I hope the suit will show how great he was and make the pigs answer for what they did." As we lawyers overcame our fears, we began to focus on the positive. In civil cases, extensive discovery is allowed. We would get to cross-examine all the defendants under oath at depositions, with court reporters recording what they said. The contradictions between Hanrahan's and the Raiders' accounts and the physical evidence made the prospect of confronting the defendants a trial lawyer's dream. Arthur Kenoe's experience in finding solutions that protected civil rights workers in the South, even in the most racist courts, gave me hope. Wasn't this our job? I would learn that civil cases, where we were on the offensive, actually gave lawyers the best opportunities to expose government wrongdoing. There were also provisions in the Civil Rights Act that required the defendants to pay our attorneys' fees if we won. This allowed us to support ourselves without burdening our clients. But then we only got paid if we won. Having decided to proceed with civil litigation, we needed to write the complaint to combine the claims of the survivors and the deceased into one lawsuit against all the perpetrators. We didn't have the resources or the desire to bring 9 separate suits, nor did we want to sue each set of prospective defendants separately. The legal construct we had found was to charge all the actors in a conspiracy to act together. That way we combined Hanrahan, Jalovec, the 14 raiders, the crime lab people, and those who falsified the investigation into one lawsuit. Skip, who had carried the burden of the criminal defense and who knew the evidence best, did not assist in the filing of the civil case. As I mentioned earlier, he was moving in the direction of becoming a top criminal defense lawyer, not only one who would win but one who could charge big bucks. Years later he told me with some regret that he had always feared being as poor as his family had been when he grew up, and that money and reputation were important to him. He left PLO because we refused to open a second office on prestigious LaSalle Street. Flint and Dennis drafted a complaint using our facts and language and Arthur's prior pleadings. Ray McLean, a bright University of Chicago Law School student, assisted them. Finally, the Center for Constitutional Rights sent Bill Bender, an experienced civil rights lawyer, to Chicago regularly to help draft pleadings and oversee the legal work. After a week of drafting, we all pitched in and reviewed the complaint for its factual accuracy, tweaking it where necessary. Dennis added some purple prose to spice up the allegations. Essentially, we were charging the defendants with conspiring to deprive our clients of their constitutional rights to life, liberty, due process, and equal protection, and the right to be free from illegal searches. In May of 1970 we filed our complaint. We had no idea we were embarking on a 13-year battle. On June 27, 1970, Chief Criminal Court Judge Joseph Power bowed to the pressure from the coalition of forces dissatisfied with the federal grand jury and appointed a special prosecutor. This was only the second time this had ever occurred in Cook County. It is nearly impossible to get the chief judge, selected for that position by the local Democratic Party, to rule that the local prosecutor, elected by the same party, is not fit or has a conflict of interest in a criminal prosecution. Judge Power appointed Barnabas Sears, an elderly, white-haired lawyer with a patrician manner who was well respected by the legal establishment and who had gained fame prosecuting the Somerdale police scandal, to investigate Hanrahan. While not known for representing blacks, Sears was viewed as independent of Daley. Sears hired two assistants, Wayland Cedarquist, an experienced trial lawyer, and Ellis Reed, a young, progressive black lawyer, to help him. In spite of what I believed were his good intentions, I didn't think Sears had enough energy or trial savvy, not to mention killer instinct, to prevail. He was too much of a gentleman to win against the down and dirty tactics he would face. But the Panthers had been among the groups calling for the special prosecutor and wanted us to assist Sears in any way possible. Mary and I separated in 1970. As I was being pulled more and more into the most radical sectors of the movement, she was looking for other friends and stepping back from what seemed to her like the rapids before the falls. We had started our marriage believing we could live a middle-class life but still support radical groups. Looking back, I think this might have been possible. But in 1970 I didn't want a separation between my personal and political lives. It was hard to tell my dad about the breakup. I knew he really loved Mary and was sad about the breakup, but I think he hid his feelings out of loyalty to me. As for me, I'm ashamed to say I was too caught up in events to feel the pain of separation and the loss of what we had both hoped would be our partnership for life. When Mary moved out of the Bissell Street house in 1970, other people moved in, and we operated more as a collective. Flint came to live at Bissell Street after his girlfriend, Seva, left the office in Chicago. Liza Lawrence, a close friend of Courtney Esposito's who, like me, sported a large afro, occupied one of the bedrooms in our house. Susan Weisdorf, another temporary dropout from the University of Chicago, occupied another. All the bedrooms were on the second floor, but movement people coming into town for court dates or just needing a place to crash frequently occupied the couches in the living room or the spare bedroom at the back of the house, 4 feet from the L tracks. Courtney Esposito had been part of a weatherman collective in Chicago, but after the townhouse explosion, she left SDS and started working at PLO in 1970. She and I began a relationship after Mary and I split up. Courtney soon moved into Bissell Street. Olive-skinned with green eyes and light brown hair, she had a tough outwardly manner reinforced by a sarcastic tongue. We shared a bedroom most of the time. I say most because we, the men, were constantly being lectured to, justifiably, about our failure to do our share of the housework, particularly the cleaning. The withholding of sex was a frequent punishment. We had weekly meetings, and chores were parceled out, from shopping and cooking to cleaning. Everybody pitched in for food, and I paid the utilities and mortgage. As a movement person with access to money and in this case the ownership of the house, I felt hypocritical. I got some consolation from a saying attributed to Ho Chi Minh, "You can't control what life you were born into, you can only control what you do with it." PLO's first woman lawyer, Susan Jordan, came to live in our house shortly after she joined the office. She was my age, in her late 20s, and had just graduated from Northwestern Law School. With a sharp tongue and a very self-assured manner, Susan could more than hold her own with the men. She quickly established herself as a very competent criminal lawyer. There were few women criminal lawyers at that time, and shortly after she joined the office, she teamed with Joanne Wolfson to defend a prisoner at Stateville Correctional Center, in Joliet, Illinois, who was accused of assaulting a guard. It was our introduction to prison work. Susan also began a relationship with PLO partner Don Stang. Don's wife Laura Whitehorn had left Chicago to join a women's collective in Pittsburgh. Don remained with PLO until 1973. Don and Laura had started with many of the middle-class assumptions that Mary and I had, but their comfortable Hyde Park apartment, filled with the books of their Harvard-Radcliffe educations, was a shell that no longer fit. Don rented an apartment directly across Bissell Street. We learned later when we got our FBI files that FBI agents occupied an apartment directly above his. They monitored and recorded our comings and goings with great interest and took photos of everyone who visited. The Hampton civil suit was assigned to Joseph Sam Perry, an old, feisty judge, much like his cohort Julius Hoffman, who had presided over the Conspiracy 7 trial. Perry grew up in Alabama, was diminutive in stature and imperial in style. Both Hoffman and Perry were bad draws for civil rights plaintiffs. Hanrahan, and indeed all the defendants, moved for more time to obtain lawyers and answer our complaint. Subsequently, they persuaded the county to appoint John Collin and the city to appoint Camillo Valina, 2 private attorneys, to represent them. There was no limit on their expenses or on the hours they could bill. It was a payoff for 2 Democratic Party loyalists. John Collin was a rough and tumble, red-faced Irish lawyer. He wore glasses, and could be tough, dramatic, or sarcastic, as the occasion required. He had been a cop, and was at his best portraying police as the unsung heroes of our society. He would represent Hanrahan, his assistant Jalovec, and the 7 raiders who were permanently assigned to the state's attorney's office. Camillo Valina, an overweight Italian lawyer with a round face and flabby jowls, was appointed for the other cops and the crime lab personnel. He was less intense and confrontational than Collin, and even had a jocular side. Both Collin and Valina were seasoned in the politics of Chicago's white ethnic communities and knew well how to appeal to their fear of blacks. Although Collin and Valina were appointed solely so they could receive public monies, they used their titles as Special States Attorney and Special Corporation Counsel to claim governmental status, seek privileges from the court, and intimidate witnesses. Perry allowed Collin and Valina substantial time to respond to our complaint. We were still awaiting their answers that fall. 19. Shootout in Carbondale. On November 12, 1970, Chicago newspaper headlines described an early morning shootout between the Panthers and the local police in Carbondale, Illinois, at a house the Panthers rented. Amazingly, no one was killed, although the confrontation was reported to have lasted several hours. Bullets struck 2 Panthers and 1 police officer. Neighbors, awakened by the gunfire, came out and urged the police to stop firing, and a truce was arranged. 4 Panthers were arrested inside, and 2 some distance away. All were charged with multiple counts of attempted murder and were being held on $100,000 bond. Because we had come to be accepted as the Panther lawyers, Bobby Rush asked PLO to go to Carbondale to represent the men arrested. Their families had contacted Chicago lawyers, and they were asking $25,000 apiece to represent the defendants. They didn't have that kind of money. Anyone able to go to Carbondale? Dennis asked at the impromptu meeting put together at the front of the office after Rush's call. Susan Jordan said she wanted to go, but she and Joanne Wolfson were preparing their defense for their Stateville prisoner client. "I'll go," I said. "Me too," added Flint, who was taking the semester off from law school. Courtney Esposito said she would go also. To my surprise and delight, Michael Deutsch said he'd help with the trial. We were hoping he would join PLO, and he had started attending our office meetings. He had been an academic standout at the University of Illinois, as well as at Northwestern Law School, where he was on the Law Review. When he graduated in 1969, he had taken the prestigious position of clerking for 7th Circuit Justice Otto Kerner, the former Illinois governor. Moved by the tumultuous events of 1969 and 1970, Michael became more interested in PLO's work than rising in the professional or academic world. He is one of the most incisive thinkers I've ever known. My dad used to say the most important thing in law is determining what is relevant. Michael does this as quickly as any lawyer I've met. Flint and I immediately accepted Michael's offer to help at trial. Among the 3 of us I had the most experience even though I was only 3 years out of law school and had only 1 felony trial under my belt. I had no idea what the courtroom atmosphere in Southern Illinois would be like. I asked my partners what we should charge. I was the most hard-nosed about finances. For Dennis, money was an afterthought, if considered at all. We decided we would offer to represent everyone for a total of $10,000. We had never taken money for defending the survivors of the December 4th raid, but we were often covering 5 cases a day per lawyer, in different courthouses around Cook County, just to pay the rent and our $300 per month salaries. 2 days later, Flint, Courtney, and I drove to Carbondale in southern Illinois. It was closer to Mississippi than Chicago, so I anticipated a very racist environment. In Cairo, pronounced Cairo, Illinois, 50 miles south of Carbondale, white supremacists had been driving around a black housing project shooting into it nightly. However, we found Carbondale, home to Southern Illinois University, less like the Old South than we expected. Most of the students were from the Chicago area. Our first stop was the Panther office located in an unheated storefront at the edge of the small black community. I introduced myself to Jimmy Bruton, an intelligent former student who had started the Carbondale Panther chapter, and Paul Atwood, a white guy in overalls in his early 20s. Paul was missing his right forefinger. I later learned he had cut off his trigger finger to avoid being drafted for Vietnam. They offered to walk with us the 3 blocks to the Panther house. The neighborhood consisted of 2-story wood frame houses in reasonably good condition. They reminded me of neighborhoods in Atlanta where even the poorest blacks owned their own homes. The Panther house was also 2 stories, with windows on all sides of the second floor. I saw bullet holes in the glass panes of some of them. I also saw the outlines of sandbags above the window frames. Paul said they had been put there weeks before the shootout. That's where the Panthers were defending themselves, Jimmy said, pointing to the second floor. And the cops were spread out behind their squad cars and those trees. A white-haired black man in work clothes came out of his house and asked who we were. We're lawyers from Chicago, who may be representing the Panthers, I answered. Did you see the shootout? Part of it, he replied. I was sleeping when shots woke me up. I looked out and saw all these cops running around in the dark with guns. I thought they were going to kill us. I didn't know what was going on. I grabbed my shotgun and looked outside from behind my curtain. Did you see who started it? Courtney asked. Did you hear the police give any orders over bullhorns before the shooting started? No, first thing I remember hearing was shots from around my house and then some shots from this house right here, where those Panther boys stayed. Would you be willing to testify at a trial? Flint asked. Sure. I don't want the police coming in here shooting, he said, angrily. Some kids could end up getting killed. We had found our first witness. Later that afternoon, Flint, Courtney, and I went to see the men in custody at the Murfreesboro jail, 15 miles from Carbondale. The sheriff let Flint in as a law student, but not Courtney, even though I told them she was our paralegal. An hour later Flint and I were led to a small dingy room with a card table and a couple of chairs. We sat down. After a few minutes, 4 men were brought in. We introduced ourselves, shook hands, and stood around the table, a little awkwardly. The men looked haggard and exhausted after 3 days in jail. 3 of them were Sioux students from Chicago. In the newspaper accounts the authorities claimed the shootout had started when the police followed a burglary suspect to the house. The police said when they surrounded the house and ordered the occupants out, the Panthers started firing. The most vocal of the men in custody was Leonard Thomas, dark-skinned and handsome, with a finely featured face and horn-rimmed glasses. Even though his clothes were ruffled, he looked as if he would be more at home in a classroom than firing a rifle. It was a real firefight, but they started it, Leonard said. Bullets were flying everywhere. I don't know why nobody got killed. 'Cause we were prepared to defend ourselves, Milton Boyd, nicknamed Houseman, jumped in. He was tall and slender, with very dark skin and cheeks that pumped in and out when he talked. We had our place barricaded. We weren't going to be ambushed and killed in our beds like the brothers in Chicago. Most of us were asleep when somebody from the front yelled that the police were surrounding the house. We heard shots and we went to our battle stations, Leonard added. We later learned that Albert Simon, the Black Postmaster General of Carbondale, had entered the Panther House and convinced the Panthers to surrender after he received assurances from the police that they would not fire as the Panthers came out. The men in custody wanted to know more about us. I explained that we represented the Panthers in Chicago, including the Hampton family, and we had been asked by Bobby Rush to help them. They looked skeptical. We were dressed in jeans and looked more like hippies than lawyers, with Flint's ponytail and my afro. They thanked us for coming down, but I sensed we would have to prove our merits in court. How about bail? Leonard asked. If you get us out, we can earn money and pay you without burdening our parents. This was not the type of agreement most criminal lawyers relished. They wanted cash up front. Sometimes we did too, but we weren't going to make them sit in jail. Getting your client out on bond is the first, and often most critical, step in a criminal case. With a client out of jail, there's no pressure to go to trial quickly. Generally, the defendant benefits from postponing the trial, particularly when there is a lot of publicity around the event that led to the arrest. Clients can assist in finding witnesses, working out the necessary defense, and preparing courtroom testimony. Also, it makes a much better impression on the judge and jury for your client to be free. Not only can he go to and from court without a marshal escorting him, but the jury knows he has been trusted enough to be released and is voluntarily appearing for trial. Unless we got the bond lowered, these defendants would be in custody at the time of trial, several months away. Because they were Panthers, getting the bond reduced would be difficult. This was the test for the defendants of whether we could deliver. The bond hearing took place in Murfreesboro in the regular courtroom in the old courthouse, located in the middle of the town square. Flint and I sat down at the counsel table in the empty, cavernous, wood-paneled courtroom. Richard Richmond, the prosecutor, arrived shortly thereafter. He was a stocky but handsome man in his late 30s who came from a prominent local family. He walked over, introduced himself, and shook our hands. He was friendlier than I had anticipated. The judge, who arrived shortly thereafter, was less cordial. The defendants were led into the courtroom shackled hand and foot. I stood up. Your Honor, it's demeaning for the defendants to be brought into court like this. I moved to have the marshals remove their handcuffs and leg chains. The judge looked at Richmond, who said he had no objection. The judge looked annoyed that Richmond had acceded to our request but begrudgingly ordered the sheriff to remove the handcuffs and leg chains. I stood up and explained that the defendants had no criminal backgrounds, were students who came from working and middle-class families, and had not sought this confrontation with the police. At worst, some of them had defended themselves when the police attacked. Richmond opposed our motion to reduce bond based on the length of the standoff, the number of shots fired, and the danger to the officers. To my surprise, he didn't focus on the defendants being Black Panthers. The judge quickly ruled, motion to reduce bond is denied. Back in our tiny visiting room in the jail, our clients were understandably upset. They were facing 6 months or more in custody before trial. We're not giving up, I said. There was too much pressure on this judge for him to let you guys out. We'll appeal his decision, Flint rejoined. I've already started drafting a petition to the Supreme Court to ask for a bond reduction. We called some local activists together to set up a defense committee. Somebody had a photograph of the 6 Panthers chained together in handcuffs and leg restraints after the shootout. The men in the photo looked like slaves being led to a slave ship or an auction block. The photo with the words "Free the Carbondale 6, Stop the Railroad" in bold letters under it became the official poster of the defense committee. Flint and I spent 2 days drafting and filing the appeal. Within a couple days, Justice Golden Hirsch's clerk called to say the Illinois Supreme Court Justice set a hearing at his Mount Vernon office the following Monday. He had a reputation for being open-minded, even liberal. The next Monday morning Flint and I were called into Justice Goldenhirsch's law office along with the prosecutor, Dick Richmond. Flint introduced himself as a third-year law student and obtained permission to participate in the hearing. I repeated my arguments from the earlier bail hearing but emphasized that the defendants were or had been college students with firm family roots in their communities. They were not going to break contact with their families and flee. I argued that Illinois law includes the presumption of innocence before trial, which requires releasing defendants on bail unless the state demonstrates they are a danger of flight or a risk to the community, which these defendants were not. Flint cited cases to support me. Do you agree with their premise, Mr. Richmond? Justice Goldenhirsch asked. Richmond said that he accepted our formulation of the law and he didn't argue against bail very forcefully. Here was a prosecutor unlike those in Cook County's criminal courts, a prosecutor with a conscience. Shortly after we left the judge, his clerk brought out his order. I glanced at the bottom line, the appellant's motion to reduce bond is hereby granted. Bond is set at $10,000. Our clients would be released as soon as their families put up 10%, or $1,000. Flint and I were exuberant. Let's get out of here before he changes his mind, I said. At the Jackson County Jail we reported the good news. There is nothing more satisfying than seeing the smile when you tell a client in jail he or she is going home. You guys really did it, Leonard said. You the one, Houseman joined in, giving us a high five. James Hawley, nicknamed Blood, was short and stocky. He had hardly said a word on any of our earlier visits. This time he gave us our biggest compliment, you guys are our trial team. 20. Vietnam and protest. Back at PLO, Flint and I were greeted with congratulations. We wanted to push the Hampton case, but it seemed stuck in slow motion. The defendants filed motions to dismiss, challenging the sufficiency of our conspiracy allegations and claiming Hanrahan was immune from civil suit because he was the prosecutor. Judge Perry was in no hurry to decide the motions or to allow us to begin deposing the defendants. By 1971 the Panthers in Chicago and nationally had diminished in size and influence. They weren't recruiting new members and the Chicago chapter never regained the size it was before Fred's murder. No one could replace Fred's charisma, energy, or organizing ability. The Panthers' primary activities became the selling of the Black Panther paper, the maintenance of the office on Madison Street, and administering a now diminished breakfast program and health clinic. Many municipalities, including Chicago, began to implement their own free breakfast programs, taking away one of the Panthers' primary sources for community outreach and support. While the Panthers could rightfully claim they had initiated the breakfast programs, they received only the continued harassment from the city officials who had copied them. Years later, with the community pressure gone, the city abandoned the breakfast program. The split between most of the West Coast Panthers, including Huey Newton and Eldridge Cleaver, who was living in exile in Algeria, took its toll on all the Panther chapters. Many Panthers left because they sympathized with Eldridge, who espoused the need for underground armed units. The Chicago chapter allied itself with the West Coast Panthers, who had given up much of their militancy. With their leadership constantly being arrested and put on trial, the West Coast Panthers devoted most of their energy to freeing them. Some revelations in 1971 suggested additional reasons for the Panthers' decline. In March, anti-war protesters who later identified themselves as the Citizens Committee to investigate the FBI broke into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, a suburb of Philadelphia. After the break-in, they clandestinely began releasing documents they had seized. These documents exposed the secret FBI counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO. One of the documents they released was a memo from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to all FBI offices, ordering FBI agents in all cities with Panther chapters to develop hard-hitting programs designed to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize black nationalist organizations, including SNCC and the Nation of Islam. Another stated objective was to prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Stokely Carmichael, Dr. King, and Elijah Muhammad were named as potential messiahs. Hoover ordered that COINTELPRO's existence be kept secret. Every office was to report directly to him on its efforts to carry out the program's mandates. Do you think this COINTELPRO had something to do with the raid? Dennis asked Flint and me when the documents were first published. I was wondering the same thing. We always thought this was Hanrahan's thing, I answered. But maybe he had help. In 1971, William O'Neill left the Panthers. He became the lessee and manager of an Arco gas station in Maywood, only a few blocks from the Hampton home. When Dennis and I visited O'Neill, he told us this gas station supports Panthers involved in underground activities. He said he was sure clandestine work was what Fred would have wanted and he was carrying out Fred's intentions. He claimed a vague connection to the politics of armed struggle that Eldridge Cleaver espoused. O'Neill was particularly vehement in denouncing the Chicago Panthers for having no military capability. Even with his businessman aura, O'Neill tried to impress Dennis and me by bragging about how he could go in and out of the business and criminal worlds. He claimed he and his friends Robert Bruce and Nathaniel Jr., two ex-Panthers, were regularly committing burglaries. In June of 1971, the New York Times and the Washington Post printed the Pentagon Papers. These were top-secret documents smuggled out of the Defense Department and copied by Daniel Ellsberg while he was working for the Rand Corporation. The files demonstrated that military advisors in the Johnson administration understood that the war could not be won and that continuing would lead to many times more casualties than the government admitted publicly. Ellsberg faced possible life imprisonment if he released the documents but took the risk because he was convinced the war in Vietnam had become so destructive that militant and courageous resistance was needed. The Pentagon Papers confirmed everything we in the anti-war movement already believed about the government's willingness to carry out heinous crimes and inflict mayhem in a war it knew it could not win. The publication of these documents greatly increased the anti-war movement's credibility with the media and intelligentsia. Nixon's paranoia about leaks brought on by Ellsberg's release of the Pentagon Papers led to the creation of the White House Directed Plumbers Unit. These ex-CIA recruits carried out the burglaries at Watergate and at Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office, which led to Nixon's impeachment when he tried to hide his knowledge of the burglaries. The country's repulsion for the government overreaching and the intrusions of the plumbers and the cover UPS that followed eventually created the atmosphere for uncovering other clandestine government activities, including COINTELPRO. Years later, Ellsberg said it was the daily, relentless protesters outside the Rand Corporation where he worked that caused him at first to question, then repudiate his role in supporting the war in Vietnam, and ultimately to risk years in prison to help end it. 21. The Carbondale Trial. In the summer of 1971, the Center for Constitutional Rights was helping us answer Hanrahan's motions to dismiss. They had generously provided us with assistance from Bill Bender, one of their most skilled lawyers. Hanrahan's lawyers took the position that as a prosecutor, Hanrahan had absolute immunity for any actions he took. We argued that executing a police raid was a police function, not a prosecutorial one, thus Hanrahan was not entitled to complete immunity. The law was on our side, but out of deference to Collin and Valina, Judge Perry wasn't. More briefs and memos were still due on both the immunity and conspiracy issues as Flint, Michael, and I went to trial in August in the Carbondale Panther case. Judge Perry stopped our discovery while the special grand jury considered criminal charges against Hanrahan. There was nothing to do but answer their motions and wait for Perry to rule. The Carbondale 6 became the Carbondale 3 after the prosecutor decided to indict the Panthers separately. The first trial would be for Leonard Thomas, Milton Houseman Boyd, and James Blood Hawley, all of whom were arrested inside the house after the shootout. Though we feared the Carbondale Panthers would not get a fair trial in front of the humorless and prosecution-oriented Judge Prosser, we were hopeful about the jury. Michael and Flint had opened a PLO branch in Carbondale that spring, and had become familiar with the jury pools there. A lot of SU students, faculty, and ex-students were on the registered voting lists in Jackson County, along with a lot of weed-smoking folks who didn't love the police. We wanted a young jury, which in that period meant an iconoclastic jury. Our understanding of the law was that the prosecutor had to prove that an individual defendant fired at a specific police officer with the intent to kill him in order to prove any of the 7 attempted murder charges pending against each defendant. It would be nearly impossible for any of the police officers to identify which individuals had fired at him. If we could pick a jury that would hold the prosecution to its legal burden, we thought we had a good chance of winning. For jury selection, the spectator section of the courtroom was packed with supporters, mostly current or recent college students or those who had taken a brief respite from the university. The Carbondale 6 Defense Committee, which comprised primarily student activists and was formed shortly after the shootout, had done its work. It makes a huge difference for a jury to see there are people in court who care about the defendants on trial. This is particularly true in a political case, where the prosecution invariably tries to show the defendants to be on the fringe. As the trial began, our clients were dressed in sports clothes, and Michael and I had on court suits. Flint was wearing a tan sport jacket and a red, curly-haired wig to cover his shoulder-length reddish-brown hair. From a certain angle he looked a little clownish. The wig did not quite fit and had an orange tint. 11 of the 12 white jurors selected were in their 20s. In 1971, age was a strong indicator of one's sympathy toward change and to political movements in general. We assumed most of the jurors would relate to our youthful and iconoclastic style and exuberance, not to mention our suspicion of the police. Michael made our opening statement. It was the first time he'd ever spoken to a jury. Nervous at first, he quickly got into the rhythm, presenting the case from the defendant's perspective. They woke up in the early morning hours to flashes and the sounds of gunshots coming from the darkness. Without indicating whom, he acknowledged that some of the people inside had fired back to protect themselves. While an opening statement is not the time for argument, it is a time when defense lawyers talk about reasonable doubt, and Michael told the jury that the state couldn't meet its burden on any of the 21 attempted murder counts because they couldn't show who had fired any of the shots or at whom they were fired. After openings, Richmond called the first of the 7 officers. He testified that he and the other officers surrounded the Panther house after chasing a burglary suspect they had seen run inside. It had been early morning and still dark. The police had given warnings over a bullhorn to the occupants to come out. After that, the officer testified he'd seen and heard shots from the second floor of the house, and returned the fire from behind a tree 100 feet away. When I questioned the first police officer, he admitted he could not identify who had fired at him. He also acknowledged he knew the house was where the Panthers lived and the police had contingency plans for a raid. I was trying to establish a motive for the police firing and picked the obvious one: they knew they were Panthers. Michael and I took turns cross-examining each of the other 6 police officers. Their testimony was similar to the first, but one of the officers was especially adamant that following a particular flash from the house, he felt the bullets whizzing past him as he ducked, and he could tell from which window the shots came. Although the officers got occasional views of the Panther house, they could not identify the persons firing. Still, I feared the jury might sympathize with these young, white, earnest-sounding cops and find our clients guilty, even if the jurors could not identify who fired at which police officers. On the Saturday after the trial's second week, Flint, Michael, and I drove the 50 miles to Mount Vernon, Illinois. It was a hot, humid afternoon with only a few clouds to protect us from the sun. We stood in an open area next to a freshly dug grave. It was the final resting place of George Jackson, shot and killed 2 days earlier on August 21, 1971, by guards at San Quentin State Prison. Jackson had served more than 10 years of a 1-year-to-life sentence for stealing $71 from a gas station. He was the Malcolm X of the prison movement. Like Malcolm, he had educated himself in prison and become a compelling writer and spokesperson for Black Revolt. He had also been a Panther. Jackson's book, Soledad Brother, gives a gripping account of the racism in the criminal justice and prison systems. Like Malcolm's biography, Jackson's contains vivid descriptions of the development of consciousness of a black revolutionary. His life was a symbol of resistance. Jackson's death resulted in work stoppages, memorial services, and teach-ins at prisons throughout the country. The men inside Attica Correctional Facility in New York declared a day of silence during which no one spoke. They also stepped up their demands for humane treatment and set a timetable for the administration to meet with them. The San Quentin guards who shot Jackson claimed he'd been trying to escape using a pistol that he had concealed in his afro, supposedly passed to him in the visiting room. Other reports raised the questions of whether he was trying to escape at all and whether the pistol was planted. Jackson had become a particular target of the guards because they suspected that he and two other prisoners, known collectively as the Soledad Brothers, were involved in the killing of a guard in retaliation for another guard's killing of 3 prisoners at Soledad Prison. George's brother, Jonathan Jackson, had entered the Marin County Courthouse a year earlier demanding freedom for the Soledad Brothers. He was shot and killed leaving the courthouse, as were the judge he'd taken hostage and 2 other prisoners who had been on trial and left the building with Jonathan. George Jackson's burial took place in a cemetery in an open field, surrounded in the distance by pine trees. From there FBI agents dressed in suits were peering at us through binoculars. George and Jonathan had grown up in Mount Vernon. George's freshly dug grave sat next to Jonathan's, and their headstones were only a couple feet apart. We were sweating in our suits. Of the 50 people there, Flint, Michael, and I were the only whites. Georgia Jackson, a stately woman, asked the 3 of us as we stood next to her son's graves who we were. "We're Chicago lawyers, defending the Panthers on trial from Carbondale," I answered. She told us that what we were doing was important. "You would have liked my son. He was so strong. He taught himself to be a writer. He could have been greater," she said. "It was such a waste, him spending all those years in prison for nothing. He wasn't the way they portrayed him. He was smart and read a lot. He was a natural leader and could have helped a lot of people. He had courage. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do, if he thought it was right." She reminded me of Iberia talking about Fred. Georgia Jackson urged the 3 of us to continue fighting to keep black people, particularly Panthers, out of jail. I went back to the trial feeling blessed and inspired, and even more keyed up to free the Carbondale 3. In court the following Monday, I called the neighbor we had met on our first day in Carbondale. He had a practical, down-home air about him that made his testimony about waking, hearing gunshots, and reaching for his gun, that much more credible. On cross-examination Richmond asked him if he would have shot if he knew it was the police. "Yeah, if they were firing at me," he replied. We hoped with similar testimony from other neighbors, we would convince the jury that the Panthers defending themselves was reasonable and justifiable. In the closing argument I attempted to go into the history of white violence against black groups, including the December 4th raid by the Chicago police. Richmond objected but I kept talking, finishing my sentence. I tried to put the jurors in the shoes of the neighbors, and by implication, the Panthers. "What would you do if you woke up and heard shots, looked outside, and saw people shooting at you?" I asked. The issue of whether the police announced their office and ordered people to surrender was very much in dispute. I reiterated the defense's position that this had never happened. The jury went out to deliberate early in the afternoon. 4 hours later we received a call from Judge Prosser's clerk. The jury had reached their verdict. We hoped the short deliberation could be taken as a sign that we had won without much dissent. On the other hand, it could mean the jury felt the state's case was clear-cut and that the Panthers were guilty. I called the defense committee and our friends so that they could come to court for the verdict. Opposite us as we sat down was Dick Richmond, looking weary after the 3-week ordeal. The jury came out, not smiling exactly, but not looking at the ground as juries with guilty verdicts frequently do. They looked at the defendants. The foreman of the jury stood up and announced, "We have reached a verdict." The clerk took the jury form and went to the witness stand to read it. As to count 1, the charge of attempted murder against Leonard Thomas, we the jury find him not guilty. 1 down and 41 to go. The clerk continued reading, describing each count. They were each followed by not guilty. When the clerk read the last not guilty verdict and started to put the paper down, a spontaneous shout went up from the defendants and spectators. The hugging and crying of relief began. I couldn't hold back my own tears of joy. Hugging my clients, realizing we had kept them out of prison and that they were going home was spectacular. Flint took off his wig and threw it in the air. I went over to thank the jury and learned they not only were on our side but wanted to come to the victory party we had announced for that night. They told us one of the 4 hours they spent deliberating was trying to decide whether Flint's red curly hair was a wig. They had guessed right. Later that night we went down to Little Grassy, a lake just outside Carbondale. We shed our clothes and sang and shouted in the warm water well into the night. The next day we drove back to Chicago. Panthers acquitted in Carbondale was the banner headline, even in the Chicago newspapers. 22. Prosecuting Hanrahan. Grand jury indicts Hanrahan was the headline that greeted us after we returned to Chicago. The indictment charged Hanrahan, his assistant Jalovec, the 14 raiders, and the police personnel who conducted the investigation with knowingly and willfully, fraudulently and deceitfully, conspiring, combining, confederating, and agreeing to obstruct justice, to prevent the criminal prosecution of Daniel Groth and the other raiders as well as to obstruct the criminal defense of the survivors. Police Superintendent James Kinlisk was named as a co-conspirator but not indicted. Hanrahan and company would have to face criminal charges, but the obstruction of justice charges hardly matched the seriousness of what they had done. I don't understand how the grand jury could believe that Fred's death from the 2 parallel gunshot wounds to his head at close range could be anything but deliberate murder, I said to fellow PLOers congregated at our office the day after our return. Who knows? Dennis responded. Maybe Hanrahan or the police had a grand juror or 2 in their pockets from the start. Or maybe they recruited some along the way, I answered. Well, I think it's amazing Hanrahan was indicted at all, said Susan Jordan. When I considered the events of the previous year and how long it took to get Hanrahan charged, I realized she was right. The time frame was in stark contrast to the 5 minutes of a cop's grand jury testimony that had been sufficient for Hanrahan to indict our clients. In December 1970, Barnabas Sears convened a special grand jury, and the survivors testified for the first time before a government body. Publicly, Sears kept his distance from us at PLO. He didn't want to be tainted by appearing to be too close to our radicalism or a Panther sympathizer. Privately, we worked with Cedarquist and Reed, his assistants. This cooperation included allowing them to review our files on the raid. We didn't give their access a second thought. In April 1971, when rumors were circulating that the special grand jury was about to return indictments, Hanrahan and the other targets of the grand jury hired attorneys to represent them, Thomas Sullivan, the former U.S. attorney, George Katsarilos, one of the best and most polished criminal lawyers in Chicago, and John Collin, the infighter from Daly's area of Bridgeport who already was representing Hanrahan in our civil suit. Sullivan had distinguished himself as U.S. attorney, and later as an advocate for civil liberties in representing protesters from the 1968 Democratic Convention. His background as well as his cool, precise courtroom style added prestige and skill to Hanrahan's defense. In May, at Sullivan's urging, Judge Power ordered the grand jury to stop deliberations and hear Hanrahan and the raiders' side of the story. This was unprecedented. Persons being investigated have no right to present any evidence to the grand jury. When Sears criticized Judge Power for this intervention, he was fined for contempt. In June, despite Power's efforts to prevent it, the grand jury announced they had returned an indictment. Judge Power immediately ordered the indictment sealed and suppressed, another outrageous and unprecedented act. Not only the liberal Chicago Council of Lawyers but also the more state Chicago Bar Association condemned Judge Power for his interference and urged Hanrahan to step down as state's attorney until the grand jury was completed. The position of presiding judge of the Cook County Criminal Courts, the largest criminal court system in the United States, was a political appointment directed from the mayor's office, and Judge Power knew who provided his gavel. He was a close friend, neighbor, and former law associate of Mayor Daley. Clearly, Daley and the machine did not want Hanrahan charged, and the usual prohibitions against interference with the grand jury did not apply. At one point, Power even cut off funding to the special prosecutor, and went so far as to appoint Mitchell Ware, head of the Illinois State Police, to investigate Barnabas Sears. Fortunately, Ware never got started. On August 24 the Illinois Supreme Court overruled Power. Their unanimous opinion, written by Justice Schaefer, the same justice who had granted Fred Hampton an appeal bond, concluded that the interests of justice would best be served by opening the indictment and proceeding pursuant to the law. The opinion further ordered that Mitchell Ware's appointment be revoked. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court turned down Sears's request to appoint a trial judge from outside Cook County. Judge Power's last ruling before transferring the case was to appoint Judge Philip Romati, a friend of Mayor Daley and former dean of DePaul Law School, to be the trial judge. "What's Judge Romati like?" I asked, continuing the conversation with Dennis and Susan. "I've never had a case before him." "He's pretty tough on defendants in a regular criminal case," Dennis said. "But here, with Hanrahan on trial, and Romati's ties to the Democratic Party, I'll bet the defendants are licking their chops. I'm sure they'll take a bench trial." I didn't feel optimistic, either. I think Sears is outgunned, particularly if, as you say, the defense lawyers have Romati in their pocket. "Thomas Sullivan is as good as they get," Susan pitched in. "He's cool and calculating, and Colin will be the hatchet man." "Romati will be looking for any excuse to acquit Hanrahan," Flint said. Sears had an uphill fight. To my knowledge, cops had been charged with bribery, drugs, and burglaries, but never for incidents where they wounded or killed civilians while on duty. State's attorneys worked with the police in their criminal prosecutions. Hanrahan, like all the Cook County prosecutors before and after him, granted police officers de facto immunity from criminal prosecution, no matter what they did on the streets. 23. Revolt at Attica. On September 9, 1971, as we contemplated how we could assist the special prosecutor, 1,200 prisoners seized control of 1/4 of New York's Attica Correctional Facility. The prisoners took 39 guards hostage and demanded to meet with Commissioner Russell Oswald and that Warden Mancusi be fired. For over a year the prisoners had put forth a list of demands for humane treatment, including decent food and medical care, educational and occupational programs, and an end to overcrowding and guard brutality. George Jackson's death in San Quentin the month before accelerated their demand to meet with the head of the Department of Corrections. Their pleas had been ignored, but with the takeover of the prison, they were finally being heard. Observers were called in: New York Times reporter Tom Wicker, New York Assemblyman Arthur Eve, and New York Congressman Herman Badillo. Bill Kunstler came to Attica after the prisoners requested he represent them. I watched the confrontation on television, moved by the bravery of the mostly black and Latino prisoners and by the reasonableness of what they sought. I had visited enough Illinois prisons to know that the conditions they protested were endemic to the entire prison system. Over the next 4 days, negotiators and observers were televised entering and leaving the prison gates. For a moment it seemed negotiations might succeed, but they then reached an impasse. While the prison administration said it would comply with some of the demands, they were adamant about no amnesty for the rebellious prisoners. The prisoners who led the takeover would be criminally prosecuted. A deadlock loomed. Tensions grew. The prisoners asked for Governor Nelson Rockefeller to come to Attica and meet with them. He refused. Instead, he ordered hundreds of state police to surround the prison. On September 12, Bill Kunstler, the chief lawyer at the Conspiracy 7 trial, who had decried Fred's killing as murder, came out of Attica begging for more time. "I fear the worst," he said. His passionate plea went unanswered. The next morning a light rain fell at Attica. I watched on TV as hundreds of state police wearing yellow raincoats and armed with rifles entered the front gate. A few minutes later the television crews picked up muffled sounds of gunfire. Cold-blooded murder, I thought. The prisoners have no way to defend themselves. A couple of hours later the media reported 29 prisoners shot dead and 10 hostages killed, scores of other prisoners were wounded. The prison had been retaken, but it took a massacre to do it. There was an immediate lockdown. No one was allowed in the prison except employees. A spokesperson for Warden Mancusi reported that the dead hostages' throats had been cut and many had been castrated. It sounded terrible, but then I wondered if their reports were true. That night, as the National Lawyers Guild in New York was calling for lawyers to go to Attica to interview and assist the prisoners, we held a meeting at Dennis's house. I'd come to the meeting prepared to argue that since Attica was near Buffalo, lawyers from New York should be the ones to go. But Dennis, always the visionary, spoke most eloquently. Attica was about rebellion, black rebellion, he argued. Those men were murdered and somebody has to tell their story. We have to go there. We told the Hampton story and we have to go there to be the witnesses to tell this one. He was right. I was too cautious. It was a time for action. Perhaps it was as arbitrary as who had the lighter court schedule the next week, but I was selected to drive to Attica and interview the prisoners along with Mtsiza Woodson, an outgoing and enthusiastic 21-year-old African-American woman working at PLO as a legal worker. She sported a big afro and a warm smile. As soon as we decided that PLO would send someone to Attica, she volunteered. "Let me go," she said. "I can leave tomorrow." I knew seeing Mtsiza would be a welcome sight for the men inside. They were calling themselves the Attica Brothers. Mtsiza and I left Chicago on September 15, 2 days after the assault. We drove all night. The next morning we met Dan Picetta and Elliot Wilk, National Lawyers Guild lawyers from New York City, at the entrance gate of the huge concrete-walled prison. The administration had just begun to allow lawyers inside the day before. Picetta and Wilk had the list of those who led the rebellion. These were the prisoners most in danger of reprisals by the guards. We divided up the list so that between us we could see all the leaders in the next 2 days. I also copied down the names of the prisoners killed, knowing the people we visited would want to know who died. "We're here to see Frank Smith," I told the guard at the front desk. His name came from the top of our list. Frank had been in charge of security during the takeover. I was afraid they wouldn't let Mtsiza enter, but I explained she was a paralegal and she was admitted. We were led to the interview room, where a glass barrier 2 feet high ran across the middle of the table, separating visitors from prisoners. We sat down in the hard plastic chairs on our side and waited. I could hear guards' voices echoing from outside, the clang of gates slamming shut. The room was dingy and smelled of sweat. An hour later the guards brought in a huge bear of a man. He was just over 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a huge chest and belly. His neck was thick like the rest of him, his face round, and his head was shaved. He was wearing only boxer shorts and a t-shirt. As soon as the guards unshackled his hands, he stuck one out in our direction around the glass. "I'm Big Black," he said, in a deep, rumbling voice, looking us directly in the eye. He was indeed big and very dark-skinned. There was something disarming in his straightforwardness. After the guards left, I explained that we came from a movement law office in Chicago at the urging of the National Lawyers Guild to help the Attica brothers. He looked at both of us. I had an afro, the Jewish, curly kind. It was a little shorter than Mtsiza's. "Y'all came all the way from Chicago for us? Ain't that something?" He shook his head in disbelief. He looked at Mtsiza. "Are you a lawyer, too?" "No, but I work with them." We're here to help you if we can. Her simple words seemed to relax him. Big Black began his story. He sat back and gave us some background. Because of his size and the fact that he got along with everyone, including the black Muslims, he had been chosen as head of security for the yard. He oversaw the protection of the hostages. The hostages got the same food and water as everybody else, and we didn't let anyone bother them. No one got near them without my permission. We even shared our blankets with them. He said the guards/hostages wanted the administration to work out the demands as much as we did. He went on to describe the siege. When the state troopers appeared above them on the walls with rifles, Frank ordered the hostages be taken to different parts of the yard and the catwalk. He told the men leading them to stand close by. I figured the police wouldn't fire at the brothers, for fear of hitting the guards. The hostages were blindfolded and clearly identified. First came the tear gas, he said. People looked for something to cover their face. When I first heard shots, I thought they were blanks. Then the people around me in the yard started dropping. I realized they were real bullets, and everyone ducked and ran for cover. L.D. Barkley, a Maine inmate's spokesperson, who declared, "We are men, not beasts, and we will not be driven and beaten as such," was one of the first persons I saw go down, like he had been targeted. When I looked up on the catwalks, he went on, I saw the hostages lying on the ground next to the men guarding them. Some weren't moving and I saw blood around them. I asked Frank, what about the stories that the hostages had been castrated? That's total bullshit and they know it. The hostages were shot down like dogs, like the rest of us. The troopers had all the guns. It was a slaughter and they didn't care who they hit. As with Hampton, the official version was a cover-up to hide deliberate killing. I'm sorry about the underwear, Frank said to Mtsiza. It's the best I could do. Where are your clothes? She asked. The guards stripped us naked after the shooting. Then they made us crawl naked in the mud through a gauntlet where they beat us. They've only given us back underwear and t-shirts. It's been 3 days, I said. You should have some pants and a shirt by now. Maybe I can do something about this. Well, you see what clothes I got, he said. Some men don't even have t-shirts yet. Leaving them in underwear looked like retaliation by the prison administration. Frank went on to describe how all the prisoners were made to lie on the ground. Some of them had an X drawn on their back and were marched off in a different direction. He wanted to know what had happened to them. I said I didn't know but would try to find out when we interviewed more prisoners. Frank tried to continue. Then his powerful, booming voice stopped. Tears came. Mtsiza's and my eyes met, searching for something to say. Frank's tone turned quieter, almost pleading. They took me out of the line. They made me lie on a table naked on my back and put a football under my chin. They put their burning cigarettes out on me. Some dropped them from the catwalk above and were laughing. They told me if I moved and the football hit the ground I was dead. I tried not to move. I was sure they were going to kill me. They knew that I was in charge of security and used me as an example to scare everybody else, because nobody else got this treatment. Frank raised his shirt and showed us the reddish, blistered burn marks on his stomach, shoulders, and arms. There were a lot of them. He lowered his shirt, his eyes full of tears. I reached around the glass and put my hand on his broad shoulder. Mtsiza was also crying. She leaned over and hugged the part of his upper body she could reach. I felt an immediate bond with Big Black. He reminded me of Walter, with his broad shoulders and warm manner. There was an openness in Frank, a willingness to share his life and his feelings. Later on, I realized what it was. Frank trusted me, trusted us. Before we left, Frank described what it was like in the yard during the 4 days when the prisoners were in control. We set up our own government, he said. We voted on things, what the demands would be, who would negotiate, and how to divide the food and water we got. Everybody was treated equally and the guards got as much as everyone else, including food, water, and blankets. When the troopers pointed their guns and opened fire, the guards were just as scared and were crying like the rest of us. Our time was up. We had been allowed nearly 2 hours with Frank, and wanted to see other prisoners. We stepped to the side of the table. I put my arms around Frank and he hugged me back. I'd never done that with a prisoner. He and Mtsizi exchanged a longer hug. "We will tell the story of you and the Attica brothers," she vowed, as he was shackled and led away. We came out of the prison late in the afternoon, charged up after seeing more prisoners who gave us similar accounts of what happened in the yard. "We've just got to tell what happened," Mtsizi said. "What the state troopers did was nothing but a cold-blooded massacre. Rockefeller ordered them to do it," I said. "He should be held responsible." That night Mtsizi and I went to a meeting at the home of Herman Schwartz, an ACLU lawyer and professor at the University of Buffalo Law School. All the lawyers who had been inside that day were there, along with Schwartz and some of his law students. He had a reputation as an expert in prisoner rights and ran a clinic at the law school. For the meeting, he arranged the chairs in his living room in rows facing a large cushioned chair where he would sit. Before the meeting started, we proposed putting the chairs in a circle so that we faced each other. We were used to the more equal arrangement from our collectives meetings. One of the law students, Mara Siegel, agreed with us. Professor Schwartz seemed reluctant but agreed and we rearranged the chairs. The meeting began. Mtsizi and I were adamant about going to the press right away. Schwartz wanted to keep a tight rein over what was said and avoid anything too inflammatory, or too political. "Let's be careful about what we say," he said. "So far, everything's been cleared through me." It reminded me of the lawyer meetings after the Panther raid, when some of the lawyers urged too much caution. We'd learned from the Hampton case that the battle for the public's mind was critical. Most people formed their opinions based on the early reports. Rockefeller's office and the prison administration were trying to justify the orders to fire based on the supposed threats to the hostages, but they had discarded the castration and throat-cutting stories after the coroner reported they all died of gunshot wounds. None of the lawyers who had visited the prisoners after the assault had talked to the press about the gauntlet or prisoners being singled out for more beatings with an X placed on their back or even the lack of proper clothes. At the meeting we obtained a consensus that the prisoners' stories had to be told, and soon. Schwartz agreed to hold a press conference. One of the New York lawyers who'd been inside and heard accounts similar to ours would tell what happened. After the meeting, Mtsizi, Mara Siegel, and I went to the local motel/restaurant for a drink. "So what do you do in Chicago?" Mara asked. She had huge brown eyes, long, straight, dark hair, and a contagious laugh. She spoke with excitement. The more we told her about the history of the People's Law Office, the more interested she became. I was explaining how it was that we came to Attica, when I noticed 5 or 6 guys crowded around the table next to us. They were noisy, a little drunk, and appeared to be celebrating, with their glasses of beer raised high as if in a salute to something. I leaned over to hear what they were saying. "It was like shooting fish in a barrel," one of them said. "Yeah, I know, I got a few of them," the guy next to him responded. "You should have seen them running, trying to get away." They all laughed. It took me a moment to realize what they were talking about. These were the state police, now in civilian clothes. 72 hours earlier they'd come into the prison firing their assault rifles. I listened to see if I could pick up any more of the details of what they were saying. They saw me looking at them and lowered their voices. When I told Mtsizi and Mara what I'd heard, they didn't believe it. Then they did. Shocked, we paid our check and got out of there. I'm pretty sure I heard Mara say "killers" under her breath as we walked past them to leave. We should have said it out loud. Mtsizi and I spent 2 more days interviewing the Attica prisoners, returning once to see Big Black, who was still in his underwear. It was like visiting an old friend. We communicated greetings to him from other prisoners and told him what we had learned. He asked us when we were coming back and I said somebody from our office would return soon. "Don't forget me and what we did," he said. "I never have." I returned from Attica ready to pass on the powerful but tragic stories told to me by the men inside. I spoke at a rally outside of Cook County Jail from the back of a pickup truck. My message, in reality their message, was a call to prisoners, and indeed to all of us, to stand up and rebel against brutality and inhumane conditions, and to people on the outside to support prisoner demands for humane treatment. "Who is Attica?" I asked, after recounting the stories of Big Black and the other Attica brothers. "Attica is all of us." The crowd responded enthusiastically. I've never had a more receptive audience. The conditions at Attica were no worse than the conditions in Illinois prisons or the Cook County Jail, and many in the audience had friends or relatives inside. Everyone at PLO agreed we should continue representing the Attica brothers. In the short term this meant working to improve the conditions for the men in the prison, which was on lockdown. On the not too distant horizon, it meant criminal defense. It was a certainty that the leaders of the rebellion who had survived would face criminal charges including murder. The administration was blaming the prisoners for the guards' deaths, rather than the state troopers who shot them. For the next 5 years, we and many other guild attorneys, including Bill Kunstler, who had been an observer during the takeover, worked for the Attica brothers' defense. Liz Fink and Danny Myers from New York eventually made representation of the Attica brothers their full-time work along with Dennis and Michael from PLO. I returned to Attica several times, but eventually my major responsibility shifted to the Hampton case. I was building a private practice in Chicago to support the office financially, and also became more involved in the local issues of urban renewal, police brutality, and prison conditions in Illinois. And, I confess, Michael and Dennis were more willing to travel than I was. They put the fate of the Attica brothers ahead of everything else. There was plenty to do in Chicago. In addition to the Hampton and Clark cases and our regular criminal cases, the People's Law Office represented the anti-war movement, Weatherman fugitives, grand jury resistors, Puerto Rican political prisoners, the Young Lords Organization, and prisoners who challenged the poor conditions in Illinois and federal prisons in court. We could not have taken all this on without being a collective, sharing both a common political commitment as well as work and money. I could pull back on representing the Attica brothers because Michael and Dennis took over. Dennis could stop working on the Hampton case when he moved to Buffalo because Flint and I made it our priority. 24. Two bad decisions. By the fall of 1971, our civil suit against Hanrahan was over a year old but still barely moving along. Hanrahan's lawyers, Colin and Valina, had now moved to stay discovery until the completion of Hanrahan's criminal case. Judge Perry's resulting order barred us from both written discovery and taking the oral depositions of the defendants. Judge Perry was angered by our straightforward accusations against Hanrahan and the raiders, labeling our claims that they conspired to murder Fred Hampton outrageous. He seemed more intent on denouncing our allegations of murder than in determining their truthfulness. When we filed the civil suit, I didn't understand how important the politics and demeanor of a federal judge could be in determining the outcome. Had we known how much of an adversary Perry would become, we may not have continued in federal court at all. The federal suit could have been voluntarily dismissed and filed in state court but without the constitutional claims. In later years we would sometimes take this route when assigned a judge as hostile to civil rights cases as Perry. Perry focused on the defendants' lengthy motions to dismiss as well as their accompanying briefs. Fortunately, Bill Bender and John Hyman, the head of Northwestern's legal clinic in Chicago, helped us research and draft opposing memos and briefs. PLO had limited time and resources to counter the myriad pretrial motions filed by the well-paid defendants' lawyers, all designed to defeat or slow down the litigation. At that time we also had little knowledge of federal civil rights laws. Colin and Valina challenged and moved to strike each paragraph of our complaint, even though civil rights pleadings are supposed to be construed broadly. which means you don't have to describe every factual allegation in detail. Judge Perry took all their motions seriously, no matter how baseless. The defendant's lawyers also pushed the very substantial legal issue that, as the state's attorney, Hanrahan was immune from prosecution and thus could not be sued. The law was clear that prosecutors had total immunity from civil liability for decisions they made prosecuting criminal cases, even including situations in which they intentionally directed their witnesses to commit perjury. Our response was that Hanrahan was acting not as a prosecutor but as a law enforcement official supervising the state's attorney's police. It was his function, not his title, that should determine whether he had immunity. There was no clear legal precedent on the issue. Colin and Valina made huge sums of money billing for hundreds, and ultimately thousands, of hours defending Hanrahan and company. Colin took perverse pleasure in filling out his time sheets while sitting in court at the counsel table next to Flint and me. If the judge hadn't arrived in the courtroom, Colin would whistle as he completed each form. He knew Flint and I were being paid little. He and Valina made in an hour what we earned in a week. On February 3, 1972, Judge Perry ruled. He dismissed Hanrahan and Jalovec and the other assistant state's attorneys, saying they were entitled to full immunity. Obviously he cared more about their title than what they did, Flint said to me at PLO. I was even more cynical. I think if Hanrahan ordered Groth to kill Fred and gave him the gun, Perry would find him immune. Perry also dismissed the defendants from the crime lab and internal investigations division and threw out our entire complaint, saying our allegations were scandalous and our language was improper. What they did was abhorrent, not our naming it, I continued. He did say he might allow a new complaint, if we used the proper wording. How do you say murder in a nice way? Flint asked. We'll appeal his ass, Dennis said. I was outraged by the rulings of this capricious, conniving judge. Our only option was to appeal Judge Perry's dismissals to the 7th Circuit. This would take 6 to 18 months. Bill Bender and Tom Garrotti, head of the Northwestern Legal Clinic, agreed to take the major role in writing the appellate brief. Meanwhile, Hanrahan and the other defendants in our civil suit were set for trial on their criminal charges of obstructing justice. On July 10, 1972, the long-awaited criminal trial of Hanrahan and Company for conspiracy to obstruct justice began before Judge Romitaille. Hanrahan's lawyers could have delayed the trial past July, but Hanrahan was running for re-election as Cook County State's attorney in November. He wanted to be acquitted before the election. I was still skeptical that Sears and Cedarquist were a match for Hanrahan's lawyers. Nevertheless, we supported them and continued to allow them access to our Panther raid files. These were being kept in Tom Garrotti's office in the legal clinic at Northwestern Law School, because Garrotti and his students were working on the civil appeal. On a warm Saturday afternoon, 2 weeks after Hanrahan's trial started, Flint called me in Wisconsin, where I had gone for the weekend. Jeff, listen, he said frantically. Cedarquist found a signed statement from Louis Trulock in our files. Trulock claimed to have fired 2 shots at the police from a pump rifle as he ran down the hall to wake up Fred. Cedarquist wants permission to copy it. He's threatening to get an order requiring us to produce it. What do we do? I vaguely remembered there were survivors' statements taken, but I never saw them or knew their contents and had forgotten they existed until Flint's call. Trulock's statement was totally different from what he'd told me 4 hours after the raid. If Trulock had fired a rifle anywhere on his path from the living room to the back bedroom, there would have been shell casings, bullet fragments, and resulting bullet holes at the rear of the apartment or in the hallway. None of these were ever found, nor was a pump rifle found. Trulock must have lied in the statement because he wanted to take suspicion off himself. Everyone was calling him an informant then, I said to Flint. Regardless of discrediting the accuracy of the statement, I knew its discovery was huge. Cedarquist was acting as the prosecutor, and the criminal rules required it be turned over to Hanrahan. We don't want to be the ones hiding evidence, I finally responded. But I think Skip took the statement and knows more about it. You should call him. Will do, he said. Flint hung up. Skip had been gone from PLO for over a year. He didn't want to be accused of withholding evidence. Without consulting Truelock or the other survivors, he agreed to allow Cedarquist to copy the survivors' statements in our files and turn them over to the defense. We should have asked Truelock, not Skip. We lost sight of the simple legal principle that the attorney-client privilege belongs to the client, not the lawyer. Even if we had inadvertently disclosed the statement to Cedarquist, it was for Truelock to decide whether the statement should be released beyond that. Instead of upholding our client's privilege and refusing Cedarquist's request, Flint and I hesitated and let Skip decide. It was a big mistake. When Jim Montgomery, who had been representing Deborah Johnson, refused to turn over her statement, Judge Romitaille upheld his position. Hanrahan's lawyers were given Truelock's statement and it was big news. The criminal trial was suspended. Suddenly we were the ones who had to answer questions. Skip and Donald Stang, who had witnessed Truelock's statement, and Flint were subpoenaed to a hearing on how, why, and where the statement was taken and whether Truelock had, in fact, said what was contained in it. Skip could only say he presumed Truelock did make the statement because it was written down and signed on every page by Truelock. He couldn't remember Truelock's words and of course he couldn't say whether Truelock was telling the truth. Flint testified that he did not know the contents of the statement, which was true, and that he was as surprised as I was about Truelock's claims. Don Stang refused to testify. The defense knew that Truelock could explain away the statement's contents as boasting to make himself look less culpable for Fred's death and to take suspicion off himself as a possible informant. So they focused on the hiding of the statement by Skip and Sears, rather than relying on its contents, which were in conflict with the physical evidence. When the trial resumed, Hanrahan's lawyers had everyone's statement except Deborah Johnson's. Sullivan and Collin accused Sears of the deliberate and dishonest cover-up of the statements, although only Truelock's asserted that its author ever fired. The overall defense strategy was to downplay evidence of what actually happened. Instead, they contrasted the Panthers, whom they portrayed as dangerous, malevolent black revolutionaries, with their clients, whom they characterized as the zealous, brave, unheralded protectors of our safety. It was a strategy likely to succeed because Sears, their opponent, never challenged and probably believed it. I was excluded from the trial because, like other PLO lawyers, I was a potential witness. Unfortunately, the accounts we read in the newspapers and from those who attended the trial made it painfully clear that Sears was losing. Michael Arlen, a well-known essayist and journalist, came to Chicago to observe and record Hanrahan's trial. The next year he published an American Verdict, an impressionist view of what he saw in court, a montage set against Chicago's political landscape. Arlen wrote about how Hanrahan's attorneys portrayed the two sides. One myth was the racist objectification of the Panthers as threats to everything civil, and the other was the bravery of the police when forced to carry out their ultra-dangerous duties. In contrast, Arlen wrote, the prosecutors only had the physical evidence duly presented and no sustaining myth. Sears had the facts but no clear theory of why it happened, and Arlen points out that the white, aged, formal chief special prosecutor Sears was not about to embrace the Panthers. Every trial lawyer learns that a case is a combination of the evidence and the theory that ties it together. Without a myth or theory, Sears's presentation carried no punch. During the last week of October 1972, the prosecution rested its case. There would be no time for a defense if the trial were to end before the elections. The defendants filed motions for acquittal, arguing the state had failed to prove them guilty. Judge Romitaille scheduled the oral arguments on the motions to begin on October 26. Arlen gave detailed accounts of the lawyers' closing arguments. The defense argument begins with Thomas Sullivan, dressed in a serious suit, who proceeds to bring up once more the Panthers' predilection for violence, their antisocial habits, and their dishonesty as indicated by the changed testimony or revelation, as he now construes it, that had been extracted from an unwilling and probably dishonest prosecution by the aggressive, truth-seeking tactics of the defense. But it was likely Colin who stole the show in that courtroom packed with prosecutors, police, and Democratic Party loyalists. From court transcripts, Colin's closing words, "You know, we all understand as men and policemen that it's open season these days on policemen, and they know it from the day they put on the star. There's only one way that I know of for a copper to prove that he's on the square, and that is to die. There's a funny thing about being a policeman. A policeman has the same fears for his life that any of the rest of us have. But he has one more thing that only a policeman understands, and that is, if he goes yellow on his partners, he is through on the job. He never gets another partner. I'll tell you right now, we wouldn't be here today if Officer Davis had taken a shotgun deer slug through the belly as he went through that door. When Joe Gorman followed him with his machine gun, he didn't know what he was going to find in there. There was action, there was shooting, there was darkness. But Joe Gorman knows that if he doesn't go through that door, he is through as a policeman. He'll never be able to hold up his head again. And he'd sooner die. If Duke Davis hadn't been bent over with that alley-wise cunning that comes from 20 years on the force, part of him would have been up there on the stairway. He'd have proved then he was an honorable man. In this town, about the only way a copper can prove he's an honorable man is by dying. A masterful argument from the cop's perspective. Of course it had nothing to do with the facts. Hanrahan spoke for himself, something not normally allowed a defendant with 3 attorneys. Hanrahan spoke, not only to the judge but to the electorate. We have listened to the philosophy of the Black Panther Party describing the mandate that every member of the organization have a gun, be able to use it, and know how to defend his pad. We listened this morning to Mr. Sullivan recall the testimony of Deborah Johnson when she related the poem by Fred Hampton, that revolting poem expressing satisfaction from killing a police officer. And when I listen to that evidence, and I think about Duke Davis and these other officers, well, I believe that the people of Cook County owe a medal to every one of these officers who had the integrity to go into that apartment under fire to seize those weapons, which, if the Black Panther philosophy had been allowed to continue in force, would have undoubtedly been used to kill other people. In fact, this is an outlandish case, and how easy it is to make these false allegations, and how difficult to disprove the falsity that is so easily leveled at men who have no defense except that they come here to trial, or else die. Thank God Duke Davis did use his 24 years of police know-how to come in low. Thank God Joe Gorman did have the guts to follow him. And thank God for men like Ed Carmody. Hanrahan went on to equate criticisms of the raiders' actions with a criticism of law enforcement in general, referring to the accusations of misconduct in the press as these irresponsible statements that undermined public confidence in law enforcement. Unrepentant to the end, in fact congratulatory of the raiders' actions, Hanrahan remained indignant that anyone had the temerity to accuse him of wrongdoing. Arlen writes, Sears rose to answer. Your Honor, I suppose the next thing I will hear from the defense is that I have some communion with the Panthers. This communion or connection was the last thing Sears wanted to be tainted with, so he went on to establish his credentials, born and bred in North Dakota. Sears was anxious to show he was from the same white, male, professional, law-abiding world as were the defendants and their lawyers and the judge. On the morning of Wednesday, November 1st, as Romatai was scheduled to announce his verdict, Donald Stang and I were about to start a murder trial 1 floor below Romatai's courtroom. I had seen the camera crew poised in the lobby when I arrived. By 11 o'clock, reporters, cops, and state's attorneys were heading for Romatai's courtroom to hear the ruling. I was still sitting on the wooden bench in the front row waiting for my trial to begin when I heard a commotion in the hallway outside. I walked to the rear of the courtroom, opened one of the large paneled doors, and looked out. The stairways in the middle of the floor were filled with people heading down toward the lobby. What happened? I asked. Not guilty. Everybody, someone descending the stairs yelled. I ducked back into my courtroom. I didn't want to see the smiling faces of Hanrahan, the raiders, or their supporters. Was this it? I wondered. 3 years after the raid, no federal prosecution, not guilty on the state prosecution, and our civil case dismissed. Would Hanrahan ever have to pay? I walked over and told Don what I just learned. They got away with it, he said. The newspapers later reported that Romatai said he had to vote his conscience and not respond to pressure, comments that must have momentarily given Sears and his team some hope. But Romatai had quickly followed with, "This court can only conclude and does conclude that evidence is not sufficient to establish or prove any conspiracy against any defendant. A judgment of acquittal is entered as to each defendant and each defendant is discharged." 6 days later, blacks in Chicago delivered their verdict. They voted for Democrat George McGovern for president, Democrat Daniel Walker for governor, and regular machine candidates for judge and lower county offices. But they didn't vote for Hanrahan. Bernard Carey became the first Republican state's attorney in Cook County in recent history. Part 3. The FBI's clandestine operation. 25. The Snitch. On a cold Saturday morning in February 1973, I was drinking my coffee while sitting on the bench Dennis had built in the alcove in the kitchen. I picked up the paper. The Chicago Tribune headline read, "Informer Aids FBI Inquiz." The article stated that a Chicago police sergeant was a suspect in the kidnapping and murder of 2 drug dealers on Chicago's South Side. The person named as the witness against the sergeant was William O'Neill. The article indicated O'Neill had been an FBI informant since 1968. I looked to see if it was the same O'Neill I knew, the former Panther chief of security. A picture on the second page of the article confirmed it. That motherfucker, I thought. I pictured O'Neill, smiling, joking, cynical, always seeking the upper hand, constantly claiming he knew how to get over on the man. The article continued. O'Neill and a former Chicago vice detective, Stanley Robinson, had been detained in the kidnapping of several drug dealers, some of whom had been murdered and dumped in the Chicago River. A confidential FBI report quoted in the article said Robinson had executed Jeff Beard while O'Neill drove the death car and witnessed the murder. Could the guy I knew with the disarming smile and casual attitude be involved in murder for hire? More important, did he drop the dime on Fred? O'Neill's self-satisfied grin stuck in my mind. His swagger. His flashy clothes and big ride. Did the FBI pay for those? Robinson told the Tribune reporter that he had infiltrated O'Neill's criminal enterprise and was about to arrest him when he was apprehended. O'Neill countered that he had infiltrated Robinson's extortion ring, which was involved in shaking down and killing drug dealers. The Tribune reporter was uncertain whether Robinson or O'Neill would be charged. "I got the techniques down," O'Neill used to say, bragging about how he got away with burglaries and stick-ups. His fascination with criminal activity seemed inconsistent with him being an informant. Then I realized maybe not. It made his cover that much better. Deborah told me O'Neill had driven her to Fred's apartment the night of the raid, but O'Neill left before they went to sleep. Did he know what was coming? Would the FBI risk disclosing the raid plan to an informant? Would it risk its informant getting shot and possibly turning on it if he was inside and survived? Had he drugged Fred with the barbiturate found in Fred's blood? O'Neill didn't talk politics. He proposed actions, frequently armed ones. This conflicted with my image of an informant as the silent, observant type, following orders from his control to remain inconspicuous. Looking back, he was clearly a provocateur, but I hadn't realized then that this could be a good cover for an informant. Like a lover who discovers betrayal, I reconsidered O'Neill's behavior in light of the new disclosure. It fit uncomfortably well. He always had money. He was constantly offering to chauffeur Fred and Rush and later Deborah in his big car. He never attended political education classes and pushed actions over thought and politics. He advocated the most militaristic line. He often carried a gun. He was constantly suggesting other Panthers engage in criminal activities. He was at Fred's apartment the night before the raid when everyone ate dinner. Then he left. The Tribune article reported the FBI had first contacted O'Neill because he had flashed phony FBI identification at a Chicago cop arresting him for driving a stolen car. The Chicago police had turned the matter over to the FBI because impersonating an FBI agent is a federal crime. No one heard any more about the case. Somebody in the FBI must have recognized his knack for deceit and recruited him. Dennis was finally getting up. As he came into the kitchen in his bathrobe, I held up the newspaper. "Check this out," I said. O'Neill was working for the FBI. Dennis winced. The news hit him like a slap in the face. He took off his glasses and wiped them with his t-shirt as though he needed a clean lens to comprehend what I had said. Even more than me, Dennis had befriended O'Neill, invited him to his house, hung out with him, and trusted him. Dennis reached for the newspaper and read the article. He didn't say anything for a while, but his brow remained creased. For once he had a puzzled look unlike the usual calm and gleam in his eye that came from having anticipated the situation. This time he clearly had not. He'd been deceived like the rest of us. After a long pause Dennis said, "I've gotta say he was good at his game. He took me in. There was enough there to be suspicious, but I have to admit I wasn't." "Me either," I admitted. We all had heard, even repeated, the common refrain that the party was infiltrated, but I was still alarmed to discover it was someone we knew. It made me feel more vulnerable. I also felt critical of myself, not because I had ever confided anything so damaging to O'Neill but because I had congratulated myself on being able to maintain a friendship with a black person with street savvy. That day I realized Dennis was not invincible. I had seldom challenged his perceptions or even his prophecies. He had been the first to recognize the need for an independent law office to represent the Panthers, and the first to conceptualize and implement it. He had proposed People's Law Office as the name we carry to this day. Dennis had advocated going on the offense with our evidence and accusations after Fred's death, which had caused Hanrahan to respond and lose his credibility, and Dennis immediately saw the need for our office to get involved in Attica following the assault and killings by the New York State Police. But on this day, I realized that Dennis, like me, was capable of being deceived. I can't attribute all of our being taken into our pride. O'Neill had fooled the Panthers themselves and was good, very good, at his game. Later that morning Dennis and I got over venting our anger and frustration at being so effectively hoodwinked and tried to figure out how O'Neill really worked. He used his car, his supposed street smarts, and his mechanical skills to get near the leadership, Dennis commented. None of these required any political understanding. And because he was always the first one to build some military device or advocate some military action, people didn't suspect him. "We should know better," I said. And frankly, I thought it was cool to hear this streetwise guy supposedly telling it like it is. "Do you think he provided the information for the raid?" I continued, thinking out loud. It had come out at the federal grand jury that Jalovec's tip came from the FBI, but Sergeant Groth swore he had his own source. A valid search warrant had to be based on information that the informant had personally provided the officer who was signing the affidavit. If Groth didn't have an informant, then the warrant would be invalid and the search and raid illegal. "I think O'Neill told them there were guns in Fred's apartment," Dennis said. "And if he was working for the FBI, I doubt he would be working for Groth as well. If we could prove Groth had no informant, the raid per se would be unconstitutional, that is, without probable cause. We could win the civil case on legal grounds and at least get sanctions against Groth. The jury would only have to decide the amount of damages. However, proving Groth's informant did not exist would be difficult. Thus far neither the federal grand jury nor Judge Perry had demanded Groth name his informant or offer proof that he even existed. Kind of interesting, in 6 months of investigation, that the grand jury overlooked O'Neill, I said, and never interviewed his FBI control agent. All of us had been suspicious that the federal grand jury was mostly about blunting public outrage, giving the appearance of a fair investigation without doing anything. I now began to see its function as hiding the FBI role. The FBI might be behind this whole thing. It's outrageous, they pretend to be the impartial fact-finders for the raid, and really they're covering their own ass. I think we should take O'Neill's deposition, Dennis said, once again thinking ahead. At the moment we don't have a lawsuit in which to depose anyone, I reminded him. Unless the Court of Appeals reverses Perry, we may never learn what the FBI did. When the article exposed O'Neill, documents had already surfaced that demonstrated Hoover and the FBI had targeted the entire black movement, from Dr. King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference to the Muslims. The FBI had blackmailed Dr. King by threatening to release tapes showing his infidelity if he didn't kill himself. There is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is, the cryptic FBI note attached to the tapes read. Although Hoover consistently sought to defame and discredit Dr. King and other black leaders and organizations, it was the Panthers whom Hoover labeled the biggest threat to the security of the United States. We had copies of the FBI memos in which Hoover ordered FBI agents to attack the Panthers with hard-hitting programs to destroy, disrupt, and neutralize them. These directives, including using local police to achieve their aims, were contained in the FBI documents released by the anti-war protesters who carried out the burglary of the FBI's office in Media, Pennsylvania. In 1971, when they were first circulated, we didn't know how to connect them to our case. O'Neill might well be the link. We understood that Fred, with his charismatic appeal, bringing hundreds of young blacks into the movement, was a threat. Why wouldn't Hoover perceive that as well? Of course he did. The question was, what did he do to neutralize Fred? By the middle of 1973, the Watergate scandal was exploding, and it became clearer that the break-in was connected directly to the White House. Public interest in uncovering government wrongdoing increased dramatically. Disclosure was at the top of the national agenda as well as our own. We already knew the outlines of the FBI's counterintelligence program. We wanted to find out what steps were taken by the local FBI office in Chicago to implement the program, and ultimately to learn if the December 4th raid was a COINTELPRO operation. Subsequently, we began to receive FBI COINTELPRO documents released by the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, known as the Church Committee. It was holding open hearings investigating the break-ins at the Democratic headquarters at Watergate and at Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office. After Ellsberg had released the secret documents nicknamed the Pentagon Papers to the New York Times and the Washington Post, the White House was so infuriated that not only did they order Ellsberg be prosecuted for espionage, but Nixon's top advisor, H.R. Haldeman, ordered a break-in to Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office to try to find data they could use against him at his criminal trial. The Church Committee's mandate went beyond investigating Nixon's plumbers and included uncovering all illegal government spying and dirty tricks. They began asking questions and started the subpoena process for obtaining documents on the FBI's formerly secret counterintelligence program. Interest in government malfeasance is cyclical. Gaining the momentum to get to the bottom, or actually the people at the top of the illegalities, depends upon many factors. Watergate was now 2 years old, but only after the disclosure of the plumbers breaking into Ellsberg's office did it gain momentum. Years later, in the 1980s, our office exposed that Chicago Police Commander John Burge had tortured black suspects to get confessions from them, but it took over 15 years before Mayor Richard M. Daley, who at the time was the prosecutor who used the tainted confessions to get convictions, was confronted. In 1973 we were finally getting a real national investigation of COINTELPRO, after many of its victims were dead or in prison and its existence had been public knowledge for 2 years. Soon after O'Neill's exposure, Flint pointed out to me that the Church Committee had uncovered that Jerry Leonard, the head of Nixon's Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department and coincidentally the person who led the federal grand jury investigation of the December 4th raid, also headed a secret intelligence unit charged with gathering information on black militants and passing it on to law enforcement. He was supposed to be looking into civil rights violations against the Panthers, yet he had the responsibility to help the FBI and other law enforcement agencies monitor and destroy them. Talk about the fox watching the chickens, Flint said. Jerry's Leonard had no intention in 1970 of exposing the then secret COINTELPRO, no matter how large a role it had in the raid. The pieces were beginning to fit. Now we know why the federal grand jury he led never uncovered O'Neill, and never examined the details of Fred's death to see if it was murder. Probably because they were behind it, I said, getting hotter as I realized they had successfully kept the FBI role in the raid hidden for 4 years. And worst of all, that sanctimonious bastard Leonard blamed the Panthers for both causing the raid and preventing the grand jury from learning the truth. I gotta admit he was clever, Flint responded. Things changed as the public and media came to understand the danger represented by clandestine government spying and dirty tricks. We benefited from that national momentum. We needed the help. We were working to uncover an outrage even bigger than the plumbers. A deliberate political killing, set in motion from FBI headquarters in Washington. In May, 3 months after we learned about O'Neill, the NAACP Commission of Inquiry released their book-length report on the December 4 raid. It was aptly titled Search and Destroy, the name given to military missions in Vietnam to ferret out and kill Viet Cong. The commission was co-chaired by former Attorney General Ramsey Clark and NAACP Chairman Roy Wilkins. Law professor Herb Reed from Howard University wrote the report. The commission examined every bit of physical evidence and scrutinized all the prior testimony as well as the existing expert opinions. Where the facts were in dispute, for example, who fired the first shot, how Fred was killed, and whether or not he was drugged, they not only analyzed the existing expert opinions, but when they felt those were deficient, they retained experts of their own. The commission ridiculed the federal grand jury report because it had been more critical of the Panthers for their violent rhetoric and for their refusal to trust the federal prosecutors leading the grand jury than it was of the police actions. The commission understood the police were viewed skeptically in the black community and the issue of police abuse of citizens was much more important to blacks than to whites. They documented the reasons for, rather than criticized, the Panthers' lack of trust of law enforcement. As a result, they gained the cooperation of the Panthers, and the survivors willingly testified before the commission. However, as the NAACP report explained, if federal prosecutors had really been interested in determining if criminal conduct, including murder, took place, they could have relied on the transcripts of the survivors' testimony at the People's Inquest. Search and Destroy noted, the federal grand jury's report scarcely deals with the precise manner of Hampton's death except to assume that Fred was killed by one of the bullets coming through the wall. To the befuddlement of the NAACP Commission, the feds were inexplicably not interested in learning how Fred died or who killed him. In contrast, Search and Destroy began, those of us who want to love our country are not anxious to ask whether our police are capable of murder. So we do not ask. We do not dare concede the possibility. Unlike the federal grand jury, the NAACP report delves directly into how Fred was killed. Search and Destroy reached 4 conclusions about the raid. The first one was that the police fired all but one shot. This was largely conceded by the federal grand jury and supported by the findings of Robert Zimmers, the FBI's firearms identification expert. The second conclusion was that Officer Jones most likely fired the first shot in the hallway next to the front door. This was based on the shotgun impact hole and shotgun wads found outside and to the left of the living room door, which matched Jones's shotgun and was where the raiders forced their way in. The commission concluded that Jones's shot led to a second shot, by Sergeant Groth, through the front door and a third shot from Mark Clark, quite possibly after he had been mortally wounded. This sequence, they found, best fit the angles of Groth's and Clark's shots through the front door, because Groth's shot was fired as the door was opening and Clark's after it was opened further. The commission's third and most dramatic conclusion was, the shots in Hampton's head, their closeness to each other, and their proximity to the shoulder wound indicate they were fired by persons who could see their target. If Hampton could be seen and was then shot, it was likely that Johnson and Truelock, if on the same bed, could also be seen and shot. It is therefore probable either that Fred Hampton was shot after the occupants were removed from the room by an officer or officers who could see his prostrate body on the bed, or that Hampton was deliberately selected as the sole target. The death of Fred Hampton appears to the Commission to have been isolated from the killing of Mark Clark and the wounding of Brenda Harris on the one hand, and from the wounding of Ronald Satchel, Verlina Brewer, and Blair Anderson on the other. The Commission has concluded that there is probable cause to believe that Fred Hampton was murdered, that he was shot by an officer or officers who could see his prostrate body lying on the bed. The fourth finding was, the Commission has been unable to determine whether Hampton was drugged at the time of his murder, but considers it more probable than not that he was. After an exhaustive analysis of all the pathologists' reports and testimony, the Commission found the most reliable report was done by Eleanor Berman, the former Cook County Deputy Coroner retained by PLO. They also acknowledged that discrepancies in the handling of the blood and the first autopsy made it more difficult to reach a definitive conclusion. Search and Destroy concludes, summary execution is not acceptable and summary punishment cannot be condoned. Finally, they named it not murder or assassination, killing for a political purpose, but summary execution, an alternative but accurate description of what happened. They laid it out, I said to Flint after I finished the report. It took them more than 2 years, but they got it. I'd like to wave this in Perry's face, Flint answered. He won't even let us suggest Fred's death was deliberate. I hope the Seventh Circuit reads this before it decides our appeal. Better yet, I'd like to get the report into evidence after they've ordered Perry off our case. Search and Destroy was widely quoted in the Chicago papers. Its condemnation of Hanrahan and the raid, as well as its finding of summary execution, reignited the public's, and in particular the black community's, skepticism about the police version. Roy Wilkins, Ramsey Clark, and Jesse Jackson, as well as some white leaders, called for reopening a federal criminal investigation. 26. Back in court. It was August 4, 1973, already a warm morning, and the office air conditioner was barely holding its own against the muggy heat. I was in my cubicle when I heard Flint yell from the front of the office, "We won." I ran out to find him talking on the phone by the front desk. He put the receiver down to his waist. "It's the Tribune. The Seventh Circuit just handed down their decision. They reversed Perry. We're back in court." He picked up the phone. "As soon as we get the opinion, we'll make a comment." By this time a crowd had formed. "Take that, Judge Perry," I said. "You can't get rid of us that easy." 45 minutes later we assembled again. "Here it is," Flint said, reading from the unanimous opinion. "The state's attorney's alleged participation in the planning and execution of a raid of this character has no greater claim to complete immunity than activities of police officers allegedly acting under his direction. The Seventh Circuit reinstated our case against all the cover-up people too. They found that as long as we alleged the conspiracy to hide the facts prolonged the prosecution, they are legitimate defendants. The decision gave us new life. We could confront the defendants in depositions and at trial and probe O'Neill about his and the FBI's role. One problem remained. The court refused to get rid of Perry. We would be back before the cantankerous old man with the spotted hands. At least they are ordering Perry to let our case go to the jury, not dismiss it," Flint said. "I hope he listens to them, 'cause he sure don't listen to us." "I hope this ain't a Pyrrhic victory," someone said. "Perry may be down, but he's not out." We decided to go after O'Neill first. We knew what the raiders were going to say, but we didn't know what his story would be. We needed to learn how deeply the FBI was involved. And so we began the torturous process called discovery to find out the FBI's role in the raid. Discovery in federal civil cases is different from criminal cases, where neither side has the opportunity to depose the other side's witnesses. In a civil case every witness is deposed, questioned under oath in front of a court reporter, and there are not supposed to be any surprises at trial. At a deposition you are allowed to ask a witness anything that might lead to evidence, even if the answer itself would be irrelevant or inadmissible at trial. Thus, the scope of questioning is quite broad. The thoroughness allowed in a deposition permits you to explore all the information and opinions the witness has. If it is done carefully and you have anticipated every way the witness might try to hurt you, then you should not be surprised by their answers at trial. You can also avoid asking the questions that lead to answers you don't want the jury to hear. The courts are supposed to assure full disclosure. The premium is on preparation. Before trial, both sides are supposed to know all the evidence the other side has. Our plan was simple. We would subpoena the FBI for all the documents that showed the FBI's involvement in the raid. The first and most obvious connection to the FBI was O'Neill. In October, 2 months after our case was reinstated, we subpoenaed him to a deposition and subpoenaed the FBI record keeper in Chicago for documents concerning the raid. The response was a motion to quash the document subpoena. Sheldon Waxman, the U.S. attorney representing the FBI, also resisted complying with our subpoena, claiming O'Neill was no longer in government custody and his identity might be jeopardized if he appeared, even though we had agreed not to ask him his current name and address. Perry ordered Waxman to produce O'Neill but then reversed himself when Waxman refused to comply. We reissued the subpoena several times, but Perry refused to enforce it, although it was very likely O'Neill had information relevant to the planning and perhaps the execution of the raid. Perry had no real legal basis for denying us access to O'Neill, but protecting the FBI was an instinct that ran deep for Perry. Flint, who prepared the motions to compel after the government refused to produce either documents or O'Neill, would return to the office frustrated and angry but always with the will to continue. A few days after being turned down, a new, sharply worded motion to enforce the subpoenas would appear bearing his signature. Perry seemed as resolute as Flint, but public pressure was building to interrogate O'Neill. The press was hungry for information on the informant who had sent Stanley Robinson to prison for life and who had infiltrated the Black Panthers. Perry didn't like to buck the press. The NAACP report suggesting Fred was probably drugged added to the public sentiment to uncover O'Neill and the FBI's role in the raid. Locally, Jesse Jackson focused on the FBI and the drugging in demanding another investigation, while Roy Wilkins and Ramsey Clark echoed his demands nationally. At every court date, we characterized the government's refusal to produce O'Neill as a cover-up, which it was. The press picked up on our characterization, and newspaper editorials echoed our demand to expose the FBI role. In January 1974, after 6 months of wrangling, U.S. Attorney Waxman summoned us to Perry's courtroom for an unscheduled court date. When the case was called, Waxman stepped up to the bench. "We've agreed to produce O'Neill for a deposition," he announced. No reason was given. Perry frowned and shook his head. He'd gone out on a limb to protect the FBI and now it was yielding to public pressure. "The government will inform counsel of the date and location of the deposition shortly," Waxman continued. "We want this information kept under protective order for O'Neill's safety." "We'll agree," I blurted. I looked over and Waxman gave me a nod. I wasn't completely surprised. Waxman was the garrulous type and had given me the impression he did not like his job, which mostly involved fighting off our requests for evidence connecting the FBI to the raid. Still, the decision to produce O'Neill was probably made at a higher level. Meanwhile, Waxman claimed the FBI's record keeper could not locate any FBI files about O'Neill or the raid. We wanted to question O'Neill after we had the documents, but we didn't want to miss the opportunity to depose him. We reluctantly agreed to take O'Neill's deposition without the FBI reports. Shortly thereafter we got a call from Waxman directing us to be at the U.S. Attorney's office at the Federal Building in Detroit on January 12. We all wanted a piece of O'Neill but we decided that Bill Bender would lead off questioning, and Dennis and I would follow. Flint, just recently admitted to the bar, would help on preparation and slip us questions if we missed something. It's going to be strange seeing him now, knowing he was an informant, I said, as we rode the elevator to the U.S. Attorney's office in Detroit's federal building. We knew him, or thought we knew him, pretty well. Bender had a full goatee, dressed in suit and tie, and showed the confidence in court of the legal expert he was. Bill was only a little older than me but seemed much more adult and experienced. Bill had briefed and argued many civil rights cases. He was married to Rita Schwerner, widow of slain civil rights worker Michael Schwerner. I know you guys feel he chumped you, Bender said. But he'll be more forthcoming if we're not too hostile. We won't attack him, at least not physically, Dennis said. I just want to see what makes him tick. Bill, I don't think I can shake his hand, I said. Is that all right? Strangely enough, I still believe O'Neill admired Fred. He told me in almost every conversation I had with him after Fred's death how much he respected Fred and how the Panthers went downhill after he was killed. I don't think he was just making it up. We don't know what he made up, Dennis reminded me. How about those tears after Fred was killed? O'Neill was inconsolable. Maybe we'll see the real O'Neill, today, I said, if there is one. We checked in at the U.S. Attorney's office and were led to a small windowless room, somewhere in the bowels of Detroit's federal courthouse. When we entered, O'Neill was sitting at a table with Waxman, Valina, and Joe Witkowski, Collins' young associate. A court reporter had set up his stenographic machine at the end. Dressed in a tweed sport coat and tie, O'Neill turned toward us but did not stand up. His expression was amazingly relaxed. Hello, Dennis, Jeff, Flint. How are you guys doing? He asked, as if nothing had changed. To my relief, he did not offer his hand. Hello, Bill, Dennis nodded his head. Long time, I said, as neutral as possible. This is Bill Bender. He'll begin the questioning. Bill Bender nodded also but didn't offer his hand. Let's begin, he said. O'Neill testified that he joined the Panthers in 1968 at the request of FBI agent Roy Mitchell. Mitchell paid him $100 per week at the outset. He became Fred and Rush's bodyguard and ultimately chief of security. His job was ferreting out informers and making sure the Panthers had their weapons in working order. From March 1969 on, he said, guns weren't too much of an issue because Mitchell knew they had a lot of guns. It wasn't that important unless a trainload of guns or something came in, and that never happened. O'Neill's testimony conflicted sharply with Jalovic and Groth, who claimed it was the sudden appearance of guns at 2337 that led to the raid. O'Neill testified that Mitchell had been interested in Fred's apartment as soon as Fred moved in and O'Neill told him who lived there. His tone was nonchalant, even when he described being in Fred's apartment the night of the raid. He calmly denied drugging Fred but admitted Fred never took drugs on his own. Finally, Bender asked him how he felt after he learned Fred was killed. O'Neill shrugged his shoulders and responded coolly, I knew another agency had made the raid, so I wasn't concerned with it. His answer was a little too glib to believe. O'Neill said he was surprised when the raid happened, but when Mitchell assured him he had not passed O'Neill's information on to the police, he was satisfied. O'Neill was no dummy, and I doubted that Mitchell could have so easily convinced him that his information was not used. O'Neill displayed no sense of guilt or responsibility or even satisfaction. When we asked him what he thought of Fred and the Panthers, he answered, I respected them, I respected what they were doing. I respected them, period. I had expected O'Neill to denounce Fred at the deposition to justify his informing on him. But his endorsement was worse, more outrageous. I wondered who this moral eunuch was who could betray Fred for money and then praise him. Without FBI reports documenting his activities as an informant, it was difficult for any of us to challenge O'Neill's general assertions and often vague memory. I left the deposition frustrated. We had not obtained a clear picture of how O'Neill and his informing fit into the raid or COINTELPRO. He did not come across as either the boasting beast or the remorseful penitent. He had successfully walked the line. After the deposition, Flint wrote an article for our local National Lawyers Guild paper irreverently titled "Up Against the Bench," which ended, "There are too many unanswered questions about the government's actions against the Black Panthers, specifically their involvement in the December 4th raid. For in an event such as the murder of Fred Hampton lies the true meaning of Watergate." Fred's brother Bill, Fred, sister Dee Dee circa 1950. Birthday gathering for Fred's uncle Roosevelt White. Seated at the table are Roosevelt, Fred, and brother Bill. Behind Fred is sister Dee Dee, mother Iberia, Francis, and Iberia's brothers, sisters, and spouses. Fred and his mother, Iberia, 1957. Fred Hampton and friend Marvin Carter, around age 10. Fred Hampton's 21st birthday party. Ralph Abernathy, Fred Hampton, and Jesse Jackson at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference office in 1967. Hoover's outline of COINTELPRO objectives, including prevention of the rise of a messiah in the black nationalist movement. Fred Hampton, 1969. Bobby Rush and Fred Hampton, Chicago, 1969. Fred Hampton in the Black Panther office, 1969. Fred Hampton presiding at a Black Panther wedding, Chicago, August 1969. Black Panthers Free Breakfast Program, Chicago, 1969. Black Panthers Free Breakfast Program, Chicago, 1969. Aftermath of October 1969 police raid on the Black Panthers headquarters. FBI's anonymous letter intended to ignite violence against the Black Panthers within the black community. Street door to the Black Panthers headquarters after the October 1969 police raid. Chicago police removing Fred Hampton's body from his apartment. Enhanced FBI floor plan provided to police raiders showing where Hampton slept. Fred Hampton's bedroom after his assassination. Nail heads, circled, claimed by state's attorney to be bullet holes and proof of Panther firing. Line of people waiting to pay their last respects to Fred Hampton at the Rayner Funeral Home, Chicago, 1969. Fred Hampton, Rayner Funeral Home, Chicago, 1969. FBI request for a bonus for the informant providing the information leading to the raid. The author and lawyer Flint Taylor in front of Black Panther headquarters, 1979. The author, Fred Hampton's mother, Iberia Hampton, and Fred's brother Bill Hampton, 2009. 27. Floor plan for murder. Following O'Neill's deposition, we were even more determined to overcome the FBI's stonewalling of our document requests. Flint put together an amended subpoena Dutses Tecum for Mitchell's deposition, which we served on the FBI in March. Dutses Tecum means that, in addition to appearing to answer questions, the person must bring along documents designated in the subpoena. Flint characterized the documents we were seeking broadly as all FBI documents concerning O'Neill, the Black Panther Party, and the raid. He described the documents and the files in every way imaginable so that the lawyer or FBI agent responding could not credibly avoid locating what we were seeking. Flint attached a 26-page legal memo in support of enforcing the subpoena. The law was clearly on our side, even if Judge Perry wasn't. One might wonder why the FBI didn't just purge its files of all inculpatory material. The FBI filing system made this almost impossible. For example, an FBI memo from headquarters titled Counterintelligence Program Black Nationalist Hate Groups or COINTELPRO Black Extremists would be routed to files in more than 40 local FBI offices. Similarly, if an FBI agent in Chicago wrote a document about Fred Hampton, one copy went into the Fred Hampton file, another into the Black Panther file, and yet another into the Racial Matters Squad, RMS, and local COINTELPRO files. Not only were multiple copies produced and maintained, but also each copy displayed the routing of all the other copies. Purging the Black Panther file in Chicago would only dispose of one copy. The routing on the copy in the Washington, D.C. file would show that a copy should exist in the Chicago Black Panther file unless the file had been purged. Purging all the dispersed files required collusion on a massive scale by many people. The FBI preferred stonewalling to destruction. After Flint argued the law in court on March 11, Sheldon Waxman responded that the government had found and intended to produce a truckload of documents. Maybe the FBI realized that Flint was a bloodhound on the scent of a conspiracy and wouldn't quit until he got what he was after. On April 9, Flint and I came to court with a shopping cart in place of a truck. "How are we going to have time to read the stuff before Mitchell's DEP?" I asked Flint, as we approached the outer doors of the courtroom. "We'll get some help from people in the office. We can do short abstracts of the important documents." We parked the cart in the corridor and entered the courtroom. When the case was called, Flint and I went up to the podium before the bench. I saw no truckload. I thought Waxman might have left the documents in his office. Then he approached the bench with a stack of papers about 1/2 inch thick. "What are those?" Flint asked. "These 34 documents are all we have," Waxman said apologetically. Flint and I looked at each other in disbelief. This is total bullshit, I thought. Flint and I were about to explode. Perry recognized our fury. He called his next case. "Maybe big things come in small packages," I said to Flint. Still curious about the contents of the new disclosures, Flint and I rolled the empty cart down the hall until we found an open witness room. We sat down at the circular table inside. Flint divided the stack in half, and we began to read through them. The FBI had blacked out such large portions that some contained nothing more than headings such as Black Panther Party. One document in the middle of the stack caught my eye, a hand-drawn sketch that looked like Fred Hampton's apartment. At the bottom of the diagram were the hand-printed words 1 St. Floor, 2337 W Monroe. Every room in Fred's apartment was carefully diagrammed. Even the location of the furniture in each room was noted. The entranceways at the front and back were also marked. Above the square marking the rear bedroom was hand-printed, "Room of Hampton and Johnson when they stay here." Inside the bedroom were broken lines in the shape of a rectangle, and inside the lines was the word bed. It was the exact location where Fred was lying when he was shot and killed. I handed Flint the sketch. "This could only have been made to use in the raid," Flint said. "We got him," I said. "The attachment says they furnished the information in this diagram to the state's attorney 2 weeks before the raid." My jubilation over the discovery overshadowed my outrage at how intricately they had set things up. They can pretend the FBI didn't initiate the whole thing, but this proves them liars. Flint agreed. "It's the closest thing we'll get to a smoking gun." There was no indication on the diagram of who made it or what file it had been pulled from. These would be questions we would put to O'Neill's control, Roy Mitchell, and to O'Neill if we got another crack at deposing him. The information on the floor plan came from CGT-1, which we had learned meant Confidential Government Informant 1. "I'm sure O'Neill was CGT-1, Flint said. Below the floor plan, on the same page, was a map of the neighborhood highlighting the relationship of 2337 West Monroe to the surrounding streets. The FBI didn't leave anything to chance. They made sure the raiders could find 2337, I said. The other document of the 34 that had not been totally deleted and that contained real, substantive information was dated November 21, 1969. It was from Special Agent in Charge Marlon Johnson to J. Edgar Hoover. It was partly excised but indicated that CGT-1 had provided information on November 19 that a large number of weapons were being stored at 2337 West Monroe, a Panther crib, that is available to any BPP member for use such as sleeping and eating. Included among the weapons listed were several rifles, shotguns, and 2 handguns. The FBI memorandum continued. Source stated that all these weapons were allegedly purchased on local Illinois gun registration cards. It named the persons most frequently seen at the address: Fred Hampton, Billy Brooks, Doc Satchel, and Louis Trulock and Deborah Johnson, who is allegedly pregnant by Hampton. It was clear the FBI was zeroing in on Fred at 2,337 2 weeks before the raid. O'Neill told us Mitchell wasn't really interested in weapons, but either he was lying or Mitchell used old information about weapons to lure the police into a raid. The memo concluded, the Chicago Police Department and AFTD, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives of the Treasury Department, commonly known as the ATF, has been furnished the contents of information set forth in this LHM letterhead memorandum as well as the Illinois State's Attorney's Office. I flashed on Carmody's press interview a few minutes after the raid, at which he claimed complete surprise that there were Panthers there. That was bullshit. What Carmody said that they didn't even know it was a Panther crib. They knew they were raiding Fred Hampton's apartment and knew exactly where he would be sleeping, I said. I imagined Carmody coming in the rear, knowing Fred's bed was only a few feet away. The FBI set Hanrahan up pretty good, Flint answered. Everything he needed for a raid plus FBI endorsement. 28. On the trail of COINTELPRO. With the floor plan as our main exhibit, Flint and I set out to prove the raid was a COINTELPRO action planned and initiated by the FBI. If we could prove this, then the illegal goals and methods explicitly endorsed in the program would provide the necessary intent to show FBI participation in an illegal conspiracy. We also needed to get enough information on individual FBI personnel to add them as defendants, as we could not sue the FBI directly. Our first federal deposition after O'Neill was Roy Mitchell. For 2 days in May 1975, Bill Bender, Flint, and I questioned Mitchell in downtown Chicago in an office larger than any of our cubicles, loaned to us by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, LCCR. LCCR also had a copy machine, something PLO couldn't afford, and which we needed to duplicate documents. Mitchell came into the deposition room with Arnold Cantor, a young, clean-shaven, and overly earnest U.S. attorney who had suddenly replaced Sheldon Waxman. Agent Roy Mitchell looked like a Marine recruiter. He was in his late 30s, had a straight jaw, and wore his light brown hair in a crew cut. He sat straight up in his chair during his deposition, as if at attention. He did his best to come off as a yes sir, no sir, by the books kind of FBI agent. He presented a stark contrast to the freewheeling O'Neill, his informant. Mitchell never offered information beyond what we asked for, yet he prided himself on his memory, part of his professional competence. So when we pinned him down and asked specific questions, we learned many of the details of his relationship with O'Neill as well as his role in initiating the raid. Mitchell recruited O'Neill in 1968 while investigating an auto theft. In exchange for his testimony against the other car thieves, charges were dropped, and O'Neill became a paid informant. Several months later, after the relationship had lapsed, O'Neill was arrested for impersonating a federal officer by possessing phony FBI identification. Again Mitchell intervened, and soon thereafter he asked O'Neill to join the Black Panther Party and resume his informant status. Mitchell claimed he gave no specific instructions to O'Neill as to how to act in the party. Nevertheless, he admitted he was aware of O'Neill's construction of an electric chair, his advocacy of violent and illegal acts, and his obtaining of weapons for the Panthers. COINTELPRO memos directed agents to use provocateurs to incite Panther members to violence, but Mitchell claimed his work with O'Neill had nothing to do with COINTELPRO. Judge Perry's refusal to enforce our subpoenas for COINTELPRO documents made it impossible to challenge his assertion. Nevertheless, Mitchell provided a critical link in our conspiracy when he admitted he shared information with Richard Jalovec, the supervisor of Hanrahan's Special Prosecutions Unit, about the Panthers, including the fact that O'Neill was working for him as an informant. Sharing an informant's identity was not routinely done and was a strong indication of the regular communication between Mitchell and Jalovec as well as between the FBI and Hanrahan's office. Conspirators seldom admit planning illegal acts together. Usually the most you can do to prove a conspiracy is show regular contacts and a common purpose, then ask the jury to draw the necessary inferences. Mitchell made our case substantially stronger by acknowledging his close ties and regular meetings with Jalovec. Mitchell also testified that he obtained a floor plan from O'Neill of the Panther office in June 1969, which led to the June 4 raid. At the outset, the FBI called the Panther office and got the Panthers to agree to not resist. After arresting everyone inside, the FBI trashed Panther headquarters and stole their records. Mitchell was in radio contact with Marlon Johnson as the trashing went on. Mitchell also testified that he regularly kept his superiors, Robert Piper, the head of the Racial Matters Squad, and Marlon Johnson, the special agent in charge, SAC, of the Chicago FBI office, informed about Fred Hampton and the Panthers through conversations and memos. In early October 1969, Mitchell wrote a memo to SAC Johnson and FBI headquarters that said Hampton and Deborah Johnson had rented the apartment at 2337 West Monroe. In early November, Mitchell learned that Hampton had visited the West Coast, and reported to Piper and Johnson that Fred was about to become part of the national leadership of the Black Panther Party. The more Mitchell implicated Piper and Johnson, the easier it would be to show they were part of the conspiracy. Mitchell and his bosses certainly understood that a national role would push Fred's charisma and influence beyond Chicago, I said to Flint at the break. And make him the type of leader, or Black Messiah, Hoover ordered all the FBI offices to target, Flint agreed. I believe Mitchell's Chicago and D.C. superiors were following the information he was getting from O'Neill about Fred very closely and were giving Mitchell instructions, Bill Bender added. Mitchell's supervisors had approved O'Neill receiving $300 per month, a relatively large payment for informants at that time, as well as additional payments when his information was particularly useful. Every time Bender asked Mitchell about the parallel between his and O'Neill's activities and the mandates of the counterintelligence program, Mitchell repeated in robotic fashion, the raid had nothing to do with COINTELPRO. On the instruction of U.S. Attorney Cantor, he would then refuse to answer any more questions about COINTELPRO. Our questioning of Mitchell proceeded chronologically up to the middle of November 1969. I jotted down notes, waiting to confront him with the floor plan and trying to anticipate how he would explain its evolution. Up to this point Mitchell had remained unruffled. As we approached the days leading up to the raid, Mitchell took more time to answer the questions, and he consulted with his attorney, Cantor, more frequently. He testified that on the evening of November 13, 1969, the day Chicago police officers John Gilhooly and Frank Rappaport were slain in a gunfight with ex-Panther Jake Winters, he met with O'Neill at the Golden Torch restaurant in downtown Chicago. That day the newspapers covered the police deaths with banner headlines, and it was the lead story on all the TV network stations. Mitchell had to know that evening when he met with O'Neill that the police and state's attorney would be anxious to respond to the police killings and get revenge. Mitchell said he brought graphic pictures of the slain officers to the meeting and showed them to O'Neill, who reported that the Panthers were naming the medical clinic after Jake Winters. O'Neill and Mitchell met 6 days later, on November 19, again at the Golden Torch restaurant. There, while sitting at a table, they constructed the floor plan. Mitchell claimed he had not asked O'Neill to get the floor plan and couldn't recall whether he or O'Neill suggested making one. I sat there staring at Mitchell, knowing that there was no way that such an orderly and detail-conscious person would not remember who suggested the floor plan, or that O'Neill could have proposed it. O'Neill wasn't going to initiate the raid. Mitchell claimed it was the newly acquired information from O'Neill on November 19 that there were weapons at 2337 that caused him to construct the sketch and ultimately to disseminate the information in the floor plan to the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. If he had admitted ordering the floor plan 6 days earlier, before he said he learned about weapons in the apartment, it would have been tantamount to admitting the weapons were merely the pretext for the raid. The extremely detailed nature of the floor plan, however, disproved that it could have been constructed spontaneously from memory by O'Neill. He clearly had been ordered to focus on the layout of the apartment after the deaths of Gilhooly and Rappaport. Mitchell's opportunistic seizing of the November 13 shootout to initiate a raid plan for the local police employed a tactic very similar to the stated COINTELPRO objective of using local law enforcement to harass and confront the Panthers. I again asked Mitchell about his knowledge of COINTELPRO and its objectives. Following the advice of his lawyer, Mitchell refused to answer, repeating, COINTELPRO had nothing to do with the raid. That was not my question, Mr. Mitchell. What did you know about COINTELPRO? I still got the same answer, but Mitchell was becoming restless. He's a lying sack of shit, I said to Flint in the bathroom at the break, after checking the stalls to make sure no one else was present. And he tries to come across as the straight guy just doing his job. Maybe that's what's so maddening. He never expresses any emotion, or even suggests the ability to be so manipulative. But he doesn't look good, Flint answered. As Fred said, when you lie, you come up with answers that don't answer and with explanations that don't explain. His denials of COINTELPRO playing a role look flaky. Mitchell testified that O'Neill told him on November 19 that among the weapons in the apartment was a sawed-off shotgun and a stolen police riot shotgun. He passed this information on to the gang intelligence unit at a face-to-face meeting that very day. He said the GIU then scheduled a raid for November 25. This contradicted Mitchell's November 21 memorandum, which stated that all these weapons were allegedly purchased on legal emphasis added Illinois state gun registration cards issued to female BPP members who have never been arrested. When I asked Mitchell why he had not included the information about the 2 illegal weapons in his memo to his superiors, he replied it was an oversight. Oversight, my ass, I thought. This guy does not have oversights, certainly not involving such critical information. Here was another moment when Mitchell's meticulous manner and recall of details undermined the credibility of his testimony. As my probing continued, the slight talkativeness with which Mitchell had described his meetings with O'Neill disappeared. His answers became sharper. He began to shift in his chair. Mitchell testified that the gang intelligence unit had originally planned a raid based on the information he provided them but had called it off when he advised them the weapons were removed. He then told the state's attorney's office the weapons had been returned, but he never told the GIU this. My hunch then was that the FBI preferred the raid be done by Hanrahan's office, perhaps because the GIU was suspicious they were being set up to do the FBI's dirty work. They may have questioned why Mitchell passed his information to them rather than sending it to the ATF. Perhaps Mitchell picked up on their suspicions and felt Hanrahan's Special Prosecution Unit would be more anxious to do the raid and ask fewer questions. He no doubt realized Hanrahan would like to get credit for a Panther raid. Mitchell admitted that he placed the only copy of the floor plan in the O'Neill confidential informant file, to which only he, Piper, and Johnson had access. Copies of other documents containing significant information from O'Neill about Fred Hampton were routed at least into the Fred Hampton and the Black Panther files in Chicago. Mitchell couldn't explain why only one copy of this document was made, but he admitted this made it possible to destroy the floor plan without leaving a trace that it ever existed. I believed that Mitchell was scheming from November 13 not only how to provoke a raid but how to hide the FBI's role in initiating it. He might have succeeded, but for Sheldon Waxman. In an interview years later over lunch, Waxman, now a former U.S. attorney, told me with a very satisfied expression, "They the FBI agents who brought Waxman the diagram of 2337 looked at me as if to say, you know what to do with this. But I didn't want to take the weight for them and destroy it. They were pissed when I turned the document over to you guys. After that my days in the U.S. Attorney's office were numbered." During the next break I asked Flint what he thought of Mitchell's credibility. It's difficult when you're asking the questions to comprehend the full effect of the answers. He looks totally ridiculous telling Hanrahan the weapons were illegal and writing a memo saying they weren't. It also looks like the raid was a COINTELPRO action to me, despite his lame denial, Flint surmised. After we learned of the FBI floor plan, we wanted to add O'Neill and his FBI controls as defendants so they would go to trial with Hanrahan. Conspirators belong together, particularly in court, and maybe by now Hanrahan was beginning to realize he had been set up. Perhaps he'd join us in pointing a finger at the FBI. We were actually shooting, figuratively of course, 4. Adding Hoover as a defendant, and Attorney General John Mitchell, who was overseeing the operation of the government's illegal intelligence operation. We didn't know how far we could get up the chain of command, but we were aiming high. Our conspiracy, like the one that resulted in the Watergate break-in and the burglary of Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office, started at the top. The cover-up reached to the top as well. The question was whether Perry would allow us the documents to learn what Hoover and the Attorney General knew about Fred Hampton and the plan to kill him. Meanwhile, I had to finish Mitchell's deposition. John Collin, Groth's attorney, was shouting something at Mitchell and his lawyer when Flint and I re-entered the deposition room. He stopped short when he saw us. Collin's face was more flushed than usual, and his jaw was tense. He was not wearing his cocky smile. Camillo Valina, the other lawyer for the cops, was frowning and shuffling his oversized body in his chair. Earlier, I had hardly noticed Collin and Valina. Because Mitchell was not their client, they couldn't direct him to refuse to answer questions. Collin was accustomed to running the show and wasn't pleased that Mitchell admitted such a close relationship with Jalovec. After the break, Mitchell testified that he had talked to Jalovec, Hanrahan's assistant, 5 to 7 times between November 26 and December 2. The subject matter of all these conversations was Fred Hampton's daily movements, his apartment, and the fact that weapons were being stored there. Mitchell's communications with Jalovec culminated in a face-to-face meeting on December 2 with both Jalovec and Sergeant Groth at the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. Collin and Valini remained uncharacteristically quiet as I continued questioning Mitchell. Now I understood why they had been so riled up earlier. They knew Mitchell was directly contradicting their clients. Jalovec had never admitted continuous collaboration with Mitchell and had denied any face-to-face meeting with him before December 4. Groth had claimed he'd never talked to Mitchell, not even on the phone. Trying to appear unconcerned, Collin scratched the inside of his ear with a pencil and looked toward the ceiling. Valini attempted a look of boredom as he rocked back and forth in his chair, but a discernible frown made its way across his face. Mitchell testified that at their half-hour meeting on December 2 at Hanrahan's office, he again told Jalovec and Groth about the large cache of weapons at 2,337. He also told them for the first time that there was a sawed-off shotgun and a stolen police riot shotgun in the apartment. Mitchell specifically informed Groth and Jalovec the apartment would be vacant on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings when Fred led political education classes. I asked Mitchell if he had shown Jalovec and Groth anything. Valina's chair stopped rocking. Mitchell didn't hesitate. He testified that he brought and showed O'Neill's floor plan to the two men. I went through the details of the plan, asking him if he had specifically mentioned particular items. I may have pointed out the bed where Hampton would be sleeping, he admitted. The may have was the best I was going to get, but it was all I needed to argue that the raiders knew exactly where to go. Neither Groth nor Jalovec had ever admitted to seeing O'Neill's floor plan, although Mitchell had admitted the floor plan would be invaluable for anyone conducting a raid. For 5 years the FBI and Hanrahan's office had maintained the fiction that it was a call to Groth from his informant that had provided the information for the raid. Groth had testified numerous times that Jalovec's information from the FBI came later, was secondary, did not include a floor plan, and had merely corroborated the data from his own informant. Within 15 minutes Mitchell had totally contradicted Groth and Jalovec's accounts. Every lawyer has a way of disguising his chagrin when a witness gives testimony damaging to his case. I looked down at my legal pad to avoid eye contact with the jury or the other lawyers and pretend to be writing away. Collin had gone to his other ear with his pencil, looking distant and inscrutable. Valina sat there with a blank stare, rocking. Mitchell seemed to enjoy describing his critical communications with Hanrahan's office, taking credit for what followed, while suggesting Groth's claim of having his own informant was a lie. Mitchell wanted to get credit for his work setting up the raid. He avoided eye contact with Collin and Valina during this questioning. I thought we had gotten just about everything we could expect from Mitchell. But there was more. On the morning of December 4, Johnson and Piper sent Mitchell to Hanrahan's office to determine additional information about the raid. Mitchell testified that he met with Jalovec and Hanrahan in the library, where the Panther weapons had been put on display. In just a few minutes Hanrahan would hold his first press conference there. It was about 10:30 a.m. and already Jalovec and Hanrahan had put together their story, which they repeated to Mitchell. The Panthers opened fire on the unsuspecting police, they continued firing throughout the ordeal, and Hampton himself had fired at the police from his rear bedroom. "What else did they tell you at that meeting?" I asked. Colin tried to interrupt, but I instructed Mitchell to answer. Jalovec asked me if I minded if it got out that I was the source for the raid. If he was the source, there wasn't any other. Mitchell was not careless with his words. I couldn't avoid turning and winking at Flint. Colin and Valina glanced at each other and quickly looked away. Jalovec's acknowledgement that Mitchell's information alone had led to the raid indicated that Jalovec and Groth were guilty of perjury. In his affidavit for the search warrant, prepared by Jalovec, Groth swore under oath that he relied on information from his own informant. The creation of an informant for Groth was necessary because if Groth had told the truth, that his information came from the FBI, no judge could have legally signed the warrant. A search warrant can only be issued on probable cause. This was then interpreted by the Supreme Court to mean that law enforcement officers seeking warrants must swear that they are either an eyewitness to the information they are reporting or they have a reliable informant who saw it and reported it directly to them. If Groth had told the truth and swore he got his information from Jalovec who got it from Mitchell who got it from O'Neill, it would have been triple hearsay. He and Jalovec knew such an affidavit, a truthful one, would have been insufficient to obtain a search warrant. Jalovec told Mitchell he did not mind if it got out that the FBI was the source of information for the raid. Yet for 5 years, and through 2 grand jury investigations and Hanrahan's criminal trial, the FBI never admitted this. In fact, Hanrahan, Jalovec, and Groth had repeatedly denied it under oath. "Why have you never told anyone that the FBI was the source for the raid?" I continued. "No one ever asked me," Mitchell explained, incredibly. At the next break Flint and I found an empty room, closed the door, and did high fives. "Mitchell's killing them," Flint congratulated me. I never dreamed he would contradict Jalovec and Groth so much. He wants to show off. He's had to hide his role for so long. He can barely contain himself, I agreed, smiling. That's definitely part of it, but I think what he's testifying to must also be laid out in FBI documents. He's chosen to go with what's in the files rather than what Jalovec and Groth want. "We've got to get the FBI memos," Flint insisted. We went back into the deposition room with a bit of a swagger. I couldn't help shooting Colin a knowing glance. "Informant, indeed," I whispered. He and Groth were manipulating the claim of informant's privilege not to protect an informant but to protect Groth from perjury. Colin put on his pugnacious grin, which I took to mean, "You may be right, but you'll never prove it." Mitchell had revealed a lot, but he continued to deny the raid had any connection to COINTELPRO. He also refused to produce the FBI documents showing payments to O'Neill. Instead, he gave us an affidavit showing how much he paid O'Neill. Flint and I suspected the payment documents themselves would be more revealing, perhaps containing an evaluation of O'Neill and summaries of the information he provided. We had to rest on speculation. Perry continued to uphold their objections to payment records, but at some point the dam had to crack open. In 1974, PLO was in its 5th year. Our clients included the Attica brothers, Puerto Rican independentistas, the Hampton plaintiffs, and the anti-war movement. Arthur Kinoe said that movement lawyers had to be twice as good because we started with the judicial system against us. Charles Gary, the Panther lawyer in San Francisco, said he was a better lawyer than Perry Mason because Mason's clients were innocent. Our cases were never easy, whether our clients were innocent or not. I worked to recruit other lawyers and law students for the movement through the National Lawyers Guild, which experienced a great influx of young, progressive, and sometimes radical lawyers and legal workers in the late 1960s and 1970s. We started the Guild Anti-Police Brutality Project in Chicago in 1972, and Flint and I met Peter Schmidl there. He joined our office the next year. Later, we obtained our own Chicago Police Red Squad, Intelligence Division, files, which showed the police had sent an undercover recruit, under the false name Castro, ironically, into the Anti-Police Brutality Project. We had wondered what happened to that Castro guy, as he'd introduced himself. The files showed he had taken quite thorough notes and regularly reported on Flint's and my activities there. I've never known whether the police were looking for an inside view of our Hampton strategy or just a clearer profile of us. By 1974, I had a good bit of court experience, but it was mostly in criminal cases. Flint had less, having passed the bar 2 years earlier. We were already spending half our time on the Hampton civil case. Dennis and Michael were spending 2/3 of their time in Buffalo working with other lawyers defending the 60 indicted Attica brothers. This left Peter Schmidl and Mara Siegel, who had recently joined the office, as our only other full-time Chicago lawyers. Peter Schmidl, tall and handsome with premature salt and pepper hair, was just getting used to going to court. He had already taken some assignments researching and writing motions on the Hampton case under Flint's tutelage. Mara continued to be the fire-eater she had been when Mzizi and I met her at Attica. Her style was flamboyant, and she was the first person I remember wearing a nose ring. Mara had a robust and sometimes crude sense of humor. She kept us men, whom she frequently referred to as the boys, on our toes by chiding us on our sexism. Mara liked going to court and was getting more confident and effective by the day. She removed the nose ring after she passed the bar. Pat Handlin, more conventional and sober than Mara, came to Chicago after graduating from SU and became a legal worker in the office. At SU she had been an anti-war student activist and a strong supporter of the Panther defendants in the Carbondale trial. She later started a prison project supporting women prisoners and jailhouse lawyers at Dwight Correctional Center. 29. Groth's informant. Who's gonna try the Hampton case? Flint asked at the PLO meeting in early August 1974. We were sitting in the small area at the back of the office, baking in the Chicago heat. The air conditioner was broken and the one small, portable fan didn't have a chance. I want to be involved, but the Attica cases will keep Michael and me in Buffalo most of the time, Dennis said. I had assumed Dennis would try the Hampton case. Now it was up to Flint and me. I realized then with both trepidation and excitement that I would be the most experienced PLO lawyer at the trial. I would have to take the lead in court, the backup quarterback who finds himself in the big game. I was not as good at strategizing as Dennis, nor as incisive at articulating the law as Michael. With only one civil rights case behind me, I didn't know the civil rules of discovery very well. I had no experience proving damages and felt awkward and slightly ridiculous asking for money to compensate for someone's life or injuries. But the challenge was as exciting as it was daunting. Our accusations were more significant than Watergate. The murder of Fred Hampton, a promising young leader, was a greater crime than burglarizing the Democratic headquarters. The orders for both emanated from the same seat of power. It wasn't Nixon aides H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman giving them as in Watergate, instead it was J. Edgar Hoover and Nixon's Attorney General, John Mitchell. I was happy to resolve my criminal cases and focus on Hampton. Uncovering government wrongs was PLO's mission, and our lawsuit fit with the angry mood in the country. The week before our meeting, 2,000 of us stood and applauded at the National Lawyers Guild Convention in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as we watched Nixon resign. The Senate Intelligence Committee, led by Democrat Frank Church, was holding public hearings investigating and exposing illegal intelligence operations. Their purview included the FBI's counterintelligence program, which Hoover claimed had been disbanded in 1972. Nevertheless, the Senate committee was looking for ways to outlaw similar abuses in the future. The FBI's role in the Hampton assassination, when fully exposed, should be Exhibit Number 1. All we had to do was follow the evidence up the chain of command. Unfortunately, Judge Perry stood in the way. After it was decided that Flint and I would lead the trial team, Peter Schmidl and new attorney Holly Hill indicated they wanted to work on the Hampton trial as well. "It's why I joined the office," Holly said, and they both were already well grounded in the facts. The plan was for them to work their way into taking depositions and eventually speaking in court. They would even participate in the trial if we had the resources to support 4 of us in the courtroom. I had become the chief rainmaker at PLO. But I was less and less available to do paying criminal cases as the Hampton case moved toward its trial date in January 1976. The income stream to the office became a trickle. When Holly and Ralph Hurwitz graduated from Northwestern Law School, they turned down the opportunity to make a minimum $25,000 per year, even at a legal aid job. They could have earned 2 or 3 times that in private practice. Instead, they accepted the $100 per week that PLO would try to pay them. Charles Hoffman, nicknamed Chick, joined PLO shortly after Holly and Ralph. Chick grew up in Maywood, where he hung out mostly with black kids. He knew and emulated Fred at Proviso East High School. He joined us as part of Fred's legacy. Chick was particularly adept at research and writing. He also was refreshingly even-keeled in the midst of the tensions our practice engendered. We used to say that satisfaction from our work was our real compensation. I still feel that way. In the late 1960s and early 1970s we were part of a movement. We had sympathetic ears to listen to our struggles and had the added compensation of feeling we were making a difference. With Dennis in Buffalo, Flint shared major responsibility for the case with me. If he felt any apprehension, he didn't show it. He was an indefatigable scrapper, a battler. I knew this from playing basketball with him. He was the driving point guard, passing or taking it to the hoop, whatever was necessary to score and to win. He was just as relentless when he was on the trail of documents or tracing the FBI's devious efforts to avoid discovery. He wasn't yet sophisticated or smooth in court, but his persistence and his loyalty made up for it. I mentioned that Holly and Ralph had joined PLO after graduating from law school. When I first met Holly, with her warm brown eyes, high cheekbones, and mischievous smile, I became infatuated with her, and we started a relationship. A year later she moved into Seminary Street, where she, Michael, Mara Siegel, and I each had our own bedroom. My relationship with Holly was tempestuous from the get-go. I protected myself from the vulnerability of love by deciding Holly wasn't political enough. She protected herself as well. After we broke up I realized my feelings too late. There was tension as we both continued to work together. But despite broken hearts and hurt feelings the show went on, and so did our pursuit of Hampton's killers. All of PLO remained committed to the Hampton case, even if Flint and I took primary responsibility. When we needed to write motions, others in the office helped with the research and drafting. PLO was far from perfect, but in retrospect I don't think any 1 or 2 or 3 of us could have worked so hard and so long had we not had the collective to support us. It was the retreat where we found camaraderie and sympathy after a tough day in court, the place we came to tell our stories and be tended to, and where we got help with legal strategies. It gave us the strength to endure. "How come you guys are so down in the mouth?" Mara Siegel would ask, mimicking our serious selves. "Doing time in the courtroom can't be as bad as time behind bars." Of course, she was right. We'd lick our figurative wounds and go on. Flint asked about moving the office downtown for the trial later that fall. It was a burden bringing boxes of files downtown for every court date. At trial we couldn't retreat to our office for lunch breaks, or go there as easily in the evenings after court. Looking around at our hexagonal cubicles with dirty, plasterboard walls that were 4 feet short of the ceiling and egg cartons above to muffle the sound, I realized we could never do depositions at our current location. Also, the neighborhood had become increasingly gentrified. The struggle to maintain Lincoln Park as a place affordable to Puerto Ricans and other working-class people had been lost. There was less and less reason to stay. I liked being able to walk to work in blue jeans and walk home late at night. There would be a different atmosphere in an elevator building in the Loop. Despite my reservations, I could see the move was going to come before the Hampton trial started. The Hampton team, Flint, Dennis, Holly, Peter, and I stayed together after the regular office meeting. We decided to work in 3 major areas to get ready for trial. One was proving what happened during the raid. We could rely on the plaintiff's accounts, the ballistics evidence, and the testimony of Robert Zimmers from the FBI crime lab, as well as the many false stories of the raiders. I agreed to handle the firearms evidence, although technical detail was not my strength. I accepted the assignment with some trepidation. Unlike Skip, the fine points of evidence gathering and testing were not my forte. Not yet anyway. The second area of work was obtaining the evidence to prove the raid was part of COINTELPRO. Flint had renewed our requests for FBI and COINTELPRO files after Mitchell's deposition. Without stating it, we understood Flint would continue to take the lead in enforcing our document demands and uncovering the COINTELPRO connection to the raid. And finally there was Groth and his supposed informant. His deposition was scheduled for the next week. John Collin, Groth's attorney, had already stalled Groth's deposition for 6 months. We had gotten a hint of his reason earlier that summer. Collin was trying to find a dead panther who might qualify as Groth's informant if Groth were ever ordered to name someone. A live person would obviously be harder to control and would likely dispute Groth's claim. From his questioning of the survivors at their depositions, we knew Collin was considering Clifton Morgan, aka Babatunde Omowole Babatunde, who had died in July 1970 in an explosion near some Illinois Central Railroad tracks. The police, FBI, and coroner had concluded he blew himself up accidentally, carrying or trying to detonate a bomb. Collin asked every plaintiff at his or her deposition if they knew Babatunde and if he had been at 2337 West Monroe the week before the raid. Most of the plaintiffs did not know him, and none of them said he was present in early December, when Groth claimed his informant viewed the weapons in the apartment. This didn't deter Collin. We later learned he was secretly taping interviews with other witnesses, trying to find someone who would say Babatunde had been in Fred's apartment. When we finally got the transcripts of these interviews after the trial, they showed Collin suggesting, begging, and even threatening witnesses to place Babatunde at 2337 prior to the raid. "I don't recall seeing him there," was the universal response. Holly agreed to work on the Groth issue and Peter on amending the complaint to add the FBI hire UPS. "Groth is lying about having an informant to protect," Flint said as we ended the meeting. "He's protecting his own ass from perjury." On August 24, Sergeant Daniel Groth entered the deposition room of the Lawyers' Committee for Civil Rights, with Collin at his side. Groth refused to look toward Flint and me, and didn't say hello. Several minutes later his nostrils flared when he finally turned in our direction and shot us a nasty sneer. PLO had been a thorn in his side ever since we exposed his trumped-up version of the raid delivered to the newspapers and TV stations in December 1969. I remembered his televised words, "It was 15 minutes of hell, and a miracle not one policeman killed, not one policeman shot. It only stopped because their arsenal was not equal to our police arsenal." Sergeant Groth was tall, with dark hair, a bony, angular face, and a deep voice. He spoke like someone used to giving orders and not being questioned. Groth would have been tough to question on his own, but with Collin running interference, it was even harder. Collin often interrupted our questions with objections and instructions to Groth not to answer. Sometimes he signaled Groth, "Sergeant Groth has already answered that question and told you," adding what Collin wanted Groth's answer to be. Nevertheless, Groth took responsibility for many of the questionable police actions. He unapologetically stated that he authorized his officers to carry their own personal weapons on the raid. This included shotguns, automatic pistols, and gloves Davis's .30 caliber rifle. He also approved Officer Gorman being issued a .45 caliber machine gun, although he admitted no one had ever taken a machine gun on a previous raid led by him. Groth said he hadn't run the raid at 8 p.m., when his informant had told him the apartment would be vacant, and instead changed the raid time to 4 a.m., because he wanted to use surprise. He chose not to take bullhorns or make a phone call to announce the police presence, although he knew that when the FBI had done this in June it had led to the Panthers not resisting their entry. He also decided against tear gas. Groth called the raiders together at 4 a.m. on December 4. In his early statements, Groth, like the other raiders, pretended it was a routine search and they were totally surprised to find armed Panthers there. That didn't look credible given the arsenal of weapons they took on the raid. Moreover, it conflicted with their defense at their criminal trial, which focused on how dangerous the Panthers were. Groth's current testimony fit our conspiracy claim quite well. He admitted informing the raiders that 2337 West Monroe was the apartment frequently occupied by Fred Hampton, and he told them that there was a large cache of weapons there. Groth testified that he warned the raiders, Hampton sleeps with a .45 by his bed. I kicked Flint under the table. Groth had not mentioned this most provocative detail in his previous testimony. Telling the raiders this at the pre-raid briefing and showing them where Fred slept on the layout was an invitation to murder. Groth also admitted he had referred to a rough sketch when describing the layout of Fred's apartment to his officers. Flint then asked Groth what transpired at the meeting on December 2 when, Mitchell had testified. Mitchell showed Groth and Jalovec the floor plan. I have no recollection of the meeting, Groth answered. Flint stared at him. Flint kept pressing Groth for what he did recall about his contact with Mitchell. Groth pushed the lie more, I never met or spoke with Roy Mitchell. I looked at Flint, rolling my eyes and nodding sarcastically. Colin threatened to terminate the deposition, commenting that Flint and I were showing his client disrespect. We didn't respond. Instead, Flint formulated the next and most obvious question, where did you get the information for the search warrant? Groth hesitated, looked at Colin, and then began to testify. It sounded like even the cadences had been rehearsed. Groth said that on the night of December 2 he received a call at home out of the blue from an informant who told him there were weapons at 2337, the same information that Mitchell testified he gave Groth and Jalovec at their face-to-face meeting on the same day. When Flint probed Groth on when his informant saw the weapons in Fred's apartment, Colin interjected authoritatively, I order Sergeant Groth to refuse to answer on the grounds that to do so would endanger the lives of other persons. Is your informant alive or dead? Flint asked Groth, which elicited the same objection from Colin. Is it the informant or someone else Groth is protecting? Flint turned and asked Colin. Colin ignoring Flint, I order Sergeant Groth to refuse to answer. The only question Groth answered was, did you pay him? He said he didn't pay him. The informant provided Groth with information for advancement in other areas. Groth testified that he took notes of his conversation with his informant and made a sketch on a yellow pad from his informant's description of 2337. He used both to brief the other raiders, and he had them with him when he briefed Hanrahan on December 3. He kept his notes and his sketch of the layout of 2337 in a file with information from other informants. And where are those notes and sketch today? Flint asked. I destroyed them immediately after the raid, Groth responded. And the larger informant's file? I destroyed that also. After Groth's deposition, Flint, Holly, and Peter drafted a motion to compel the court to order Groth to answer questions about his informant. The law was clear, the informant's privilege protected only the safety of the informant, not other persons. 4 months later we got a hearing. Because of the importance of the motion, Morty Stavis, a seasoned constitutional lawyer and a founder of the Center for Constitutional Rights, came to Chicago to argue for our side. Flint introduced Morty Stavis to Judge Perry, highlighting some of his many accomplishments, including briefing and arguing several U.S. Supreme Court cases with important constitutional issues. Judge Perry couldn't have appeared nicer or more open-minded as he welcomed Stavis and said he looked forward to hearing his arguments. Morty Stavis, approaching 60, was short and stocky, with curly hair and a well-trimmed goatee. He was wearing a herringbone sport coat and had a relaxed confidence as he approached the lectern to address the judge. His argument was both impassioned and simple. The informant, if he was alive, had critical information that could decide many of the factual issues in dispute, such as whether Fred was drugged and what the police knew before the raid, and possibly what took place during the raid. The law required a balancing test between the interests of the party seeking the information and the need to protect the informant. In this instance, the very existence of the informant, whether he was reliable, and his value as a witness to the events of December 4 greatly outweighed law enforcement's interest in keeping his identity secret. If the defendants intended to name a dead man, then of course there was no legitimate law enforcement purpose or legal basis to refuse to disclose his identity. If the informant never existed, then the claim of privilege was being put forth in bad faith, and sanctions were appropriate against the defendants and their lawyers. When he sat down, I thought maybe even Judge Perry had been convinced. Colin and Valini responded in their most indignant, pontificating rhetoric. Valini went first. The county of Cook is a political subdivision of the state of Illinois, as is the city of Chicago, and the privilege was asserted by Sergeant Groth upon direction by me and Mr. Colin for the protection of the citizens of the city of Chicago, and it was asserted by the government and has been consistently asserted by these two governmental agencies. Not to be outdone, Colin stood up and stressed that Groth had refused to answer based on Colin's instructions as the state's attorney of Cook County as far as this case is concerned. They puffed themselves up, pretending to speak on behalf of government entities rather than as the court-appointed private lawyers they actually were. Judge Perry ordered us to return the next day, when he would make his ruling. For once I think Perry is taking our arguments seriously, Flint said as we left. When we returned the next morning, Morty Stavis had flown back to New York. Judge Perry began, I am concerned with the naming of the informant because of the danger that counsel for the defendants have stated they believe honestly and sincerely would result. Colin, and danger to the lives of other persons. Judge Perry, oh, yes, the danger to the lives of the informer and maybe other persons. Perry raised our hopes when he ordered Colin to bring Groth to court that afternoon so he could question him about the identity of the informant in chambers. Colin and Valini were surprised by the judge's order. They objected, but when Perry appeared determined, Colin asked that the interview be conducted without a court reporter. Flint and I immediately objected to this private ex parte interview with a party to the lawsuit without a record being made. I didn't trust Perry to accurately report what happened, and we would have no transcript of Groth to impeach him with later. Perry overruled our objections. After lunch, Colin brought his client to court. Groth looked a bit miffed but determined as ever. Flint and I were waiting expectantly, hoping for a breakthrough. Judge Perry asked Groth to come with him through the rear door toward his chambers. We didn't know what Perry would do. If Groth names Babatunda as his informant, they have a problem, Flint said. They can't prove he was an informant or was even in Fred's apartment in December. Do you think Groth will take contempt to cover up his lies? I responded. A few minutes later the rear door opened. Groth followed Perry into the courtroom and the judge ordered Groth to take the witness stand. Groth stood by the witness chair without sitting down. He seemed to know the questioning would be brief. Judge Perry, will you refuse to reveal the informant's identity even if ordered to? Groth, I will continue to refuse. Pause, I am refusing to answer based on my experience in this case as a police officer. Judge Perry, even though I should commit you to custody, would you still refuse? Is that your position? I would respectfully decline, yes sir. This could be the record a judge made before finding a witness in contempt. I was getting excited. Judge Perry, the witness may step down. The plaintiff's motion is denied. Flint and I both jumped up, fuming. This was a new one. The court was not going to require Groth to answer his question because Groth was willing to take contempt. Based on this logic, why would any witness answer any question he didn't like? Sit down, Perry ordered. He threatened us with contempt. Groth hurried for the exit doors at the rear of the courtroom, shooting Flint and me a sadistic grin as he passed. Perry scuttled off the bench a moment later. Outraged by his decision, we filed a mandamus asking the Court of Appeals to reverse him. We argued that Perry's ruling was so significant to the case, and so far off on the law, it constituted an abuse of discretion. Unfortunately, the higher courts gave trial judges a great deal of leeway on discovery issues. Judge Perry responded with a vengeance to our accusation that he abused his discretion. "So you guys want to play hardball?" he challenged us on the next court date. He rescinded his previous order allowing us to take depositions by tape recorder, which we had sought in order to save court reporters' fees. The Court of Appeals turned us down. We went to trial under Perry's order that we could not challenge Groth on the witness stand about the existence or identity of his informant. Orders we were determined to disobey. 30. Hiding COINTELPRO. The purpose of discovery is to make trial less a game of blind man's bluff and more a fair contest with the basic issues and facts disclosed to the fullest extent possible. Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, 1958. In general, FBI agents do not voluntarily admit wrongdoing. They must be confronted with one or more documents they wrote or approved. We had the memos Agent Mitchell had authored, stating that he told State's Attorney Hanrahan's office about guns at Hampton's apartment, and that he had shown Hanrahan's assistants the floor plan designating the bed where Fred and Deborah slept. Mitchell sent these memos to his supervisor, Robert Piper, and to the head of the Chicago FBI office, Marlon Johnson. Flint and I intended to confront Piper and Johnson with these at their depositions to make them admit their knowledge and approval of Mitchell's actions. That would be the easy part. We also had COINTELPRO documents with orders from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to the heads of all FBI field offices, including Marlon Johnson, to come up with hard-hitting programs to disrupt, expose, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the Panthers and prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. We planned to cross-examine Piper and Johnson using these documents, which they had read and initialed, and force them to acknowledge their roles in executing the counterintelligence program. This would be harder. Flint and I deposed Robert Piper in the unadorned but cramped conference room loaned to us by the Lawyers' Committee for Civil Rights. From the windows of the room, you could see the midriff of several Chicago office buildings. We had arrived first and were sitting at the Formica conference table talking to Julian Carter, our court reporter. He had just set up his stenograph machine when Piper and Assistant U.S. Attorney Arnold Cantor entered. After perfunctory introductions, I asked if they were ready to start. Cantor nodded. "Would you swear the witness?" I asked the court reporter. "Do you swear to tell the whole truth, the honest truth, and nothing else but the truth?" Carter asked hurriedly, typing as he spoke. "I do," affirmed Piper. He was tall and gaunt with an aloof, erudite manner. I opened with the preliminaries, questioning Piper about his training and background in the FBI. Before answering each question, he lifted his bony nose and looked at me as if I were an irksome child. "Were you aware that your subordinate, Roy Mitchell, provided Hanrahan's office with a floor plan, in fact this floor plan?" I asked, picking up the diagram of Hampton's apartment. "Let the record indicate I am showing the witness Piper Deposition Exhibit Number 1. "Yes, I was," he stated. He had initialed Mitchell's memo. "Did you approve Mitchell meeting with members of the state's attorney's office and giving them information about guns in Hampton's apartment?" Again, he replied, "Yes." He had initialed that memo as well. And were you aware they intended to use this information to conduct a raid on Hampton's apartment? He hesitated but admitted that the information would be valuable in conducting a raid. Piper acknowledged speaking with Mitchell the morning following the raid. He testified that he had no particular concern when Mitchell told him about the Panther deaths and injuries. He recalled the Mitchell interview with satisfaction. His coldness was disturbing, even to me, who did not expect a show of compassion from FBI officials. Piper testified that he was head of the Racial Matters Squad, charged with monitoring the Panthers and other black groups. Thus, he would have been the likely person to supervise the agents and their informants carrying out COINTELPRO. Were you and Mitchell acting pursuant to the counterintelligence program when you provided Hanrahan with the floor plan? He sneered. I was about to comment sarcastically that the court reporter couldn't take down his expression, he would have to answer orally, when Cantor intervened. He held up his open hand toward me from the other side of the table, like a crossing guard signaling a stop. In a well-rehearsed voice, Cantor stated, I object to the question and instruct the witness not to answer any questions concerning COINTELPRO on the grounds that COINTELPRO is irrelevant. Methinks Cantor doth protest too much, I said to Flint when Piper's deposition was over. He knows Piper's Racial Matters Squad executed COINTELPRO directives against the Panthers in Chicago. Clearly, they were the ones dealing with black militant organizations. Cantor knows it and we know it, Flint agreed. Now let's figure out how to prove it. At a PLO meeting in the summer of 1975, we decided that the office could finance only 2 lawyers in court, Flint and me. Holly and Peter would have to work on other cases when the trial started. Civil litigation is expensive. Even then, deposition transcripts could run $500 per day. The December 4th committee, which included the survivors and supporters, was holding monthly fundraisers to help defray expenses with performers like Chaka Khan, Oscar Brown Jr., and Dick Gregory. Even with that and contributions from the NAACP and the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, plus frequent benefits, we were always short of funds. Our black court reporter, Julian Carter, allowed us to postpone part of the payment for deposition transcripts until after the trial. Only his generosity allowed us to continue discovery. I called my parents to ask for financial help. They agreed to send me $300 per month during the trial. My parents, and my dad especially, were proud I was using my law degree for something other than to make money. He had derived much of his satisfaction from the legal work he had done pro bono, like working for the Voter Education Project. He was somewhat, though not entirely, put off by the violent Panther rhetoric, but he supported me in my efforts to prove Fred Hampton was murdered. Years later, I discovered Dad kept a file of Hampton newspaper accounts. Jim Montgomery, the prominent trial attorney who had represented Deborah Johnson after the raid, agreed to represent her at the upcoming trial. He had a deep baritone voice and was a convincing figure in the courtroom. I thought the combination of his trial savvy and our knowledge of the evidence would be a good fit. We familiarized Montgomery with the federal case we hoped to present, and he agreed to do part of the deposition of Piper's boss, Marlon Johnson. On September 24, Montgomery began. Johnson had left the FBI and become the CEO of Canteen Corporation, a vending machine company. Mayor Richard J. Daley had subsequently appointed him chairman of the Chicago Police Board, which decided civilian complaints of police brutality. Johnson's deposition took place in the posh conference room of the law firm Sidley and Austin, where he had retained his own counsel in addition to Cantor. Johnson shook our hands as though we were old friends and then sat down with a pleasant smile. He was particularly cordial to Montgomery. Johnson, a little past middle-aged, with a round face and a receding hairline, appeared relaxed, clearly experienced in public relations. He began answering our questions earnestly, as if he wanted to be helpful. Like Piper, he acknowledged receiving the memo, which bore his initials, stating Mitchell had met with Hanrahan's men and supplied them with weapons information. but Johnson claimed no knowledge of Mitchell obtaining the floor plan of Hampton's apartment and passing it on to the eventual raiders, despite the fact that Mitchell's memo stating this was directed specifically to him. "I have no recollection of that," was his repeated response to Montgomery's questions about the floor plan. Marlon Johnson had been specifically ordered by FBI Director Hoover to implement the counterintelligence program, as had all the FBI office heads, SACs, throughout the country. Montgomery asked Johnson what he did to implement COINTELPRO in Chicago. Johnson looked to his attorney. Cantor didn't miss his cue. "I object to the question and instruct the witness not to answer any questions concerning COINTELPRO on the grounds that COINTELPRO is irrelevant," Cantor said, repeating his mantra. Montgomery continued patiently but was blocked by Cantor's objections to every question concerning COINTELPRO. Cantor knew Perry would uphold his objections, no matter how specious, if it blocked us from getting evidence of the FBI's involvement in the raid. By the end of Johnson's deposition I was grinding my teeth and swearing under my breath. Unlike his predecessor, Sheldon Waxman, who had demonstrated some integrity, Cantor unhesitatingly carried out the FBI policy of concealment. By the deposition's end, Flint and I ranted at Cantor that we knew he was covering up, and that one day he would be exposed. We filed another motion asking Judge Perry to order Piper and Johnson to answer questions about COINTELPRO. Again he denied it. He also denied us access to the 34 COINTELPRO documents the FBI had given him in camera, without our viewing them, months earlier. In July 1975 we appealed. Again, the appellate court refused to overrule Perry. I felt we had hit a stone wall. "But not my partner, there's more than one way to skin a cat," Flint said a few days later, walking into my office. "Perry can't very well deny us access to files specifically about Fred Hampton. Let's ask for every FBI document naming Hampton, and I bet we'll get some COINTELPRO memos." I agreed, ready to try Flint's new tactic. We demanded that our subpoena for all the FBI files naming Hampton be enforced. Even Cantor had difficulty objecting. Perry reluctantly ordered the FBI to produce documents specifically naming Fred Hampton and any of the plaintiffs. A few days later, 193 highly excised internal memos arrived by messenger. Flint and I divided up the new batch of materials in my office. He sat on the other side of my desk while I cleared off some papers. We put our feet up and started reading. The documents showed the FBI had monitored Fred Hampton on a daily basis and recorded nearly everything he did, from speaking at colleges to serving breakfast to kids. "The FBI was on Fred like white on rice," Flint commented, partway through his stack. "Their antennae definitely went up when Fred and Deborah rented the apartment on Monroe." My stack of reports showed the same close FBI scrutiny of Fred's actions. Halfway through my pile I saw a one-page memo from Marlon Johnson to Hoover dated April 8, 1970. It was captioned "Fred A. Hampton, deceased, ETAL victim summary punishment." Summary punishment was a way of describing the police meting out their form of street justice on the spot without a trial or due process. "Check this out," I said, handing the paper to Flint. "This is another piece in the conspiracy." He read it carefully, his eyes focusing intently as they went down the page. When he finished, he looked up excitedly. "I can't believe they wrote this down." Marlon Johnson's memo to Hoover stated, "AAG Jerris Leonard, Civil Rights Division, Department of Justice, at Chicago, advised SAC Marlon Johnson in strictest confidence that no indictments of police officers are planned in captioned matter. Emphasis added: the above is based upon an agreement whereby Hanrahan will dismiss the local indictment against Black Panther Party, BPP, members. Hanrahan is to be given 30 days to dismiss this local indictment, which will be based upon the change in testimony of John Sagenas of the Chicago Police Department Crime Lab. Subsequent to this dismissal, BPP victims will then be subpoenaed before the FGJ for their testimony in this case." It was fixed. I exclaimed. Leonard never intended to indict anyone. As angry as I was, I was also amazed at how smoothly the feds and Hanrahan had closed ranks to protect each other. The Justice Department had impaneled the 1970 federal grand jury in response to the black community's outcry to investigate Hanrahan's raiders for civil rights violations. Attorney General John Mitchell, who we later learned was the White House contact for the Watergate burglars, appointed Jerry Leonard, the head of the Civil Rights Division, to lead the grand jury investigation. At the time, Leonard was reputed to be the liberal in Nixon's Justice Department. In his press statements he assured everyone that he intended to carry out a thorough and impartial investigation. The document we were reading was dated a month before the grand jury concluded and well before the Panther victims were subpoenaed to testify. We always wondered why Hanrahan dropped the charges on the survivors so abruptly, Flint said. Now we know. It wasn't just because they were innocent. It was also part of the deal to prevent his men and him from being indicted. The concealment of the FBI role in Fred's murder was particularly important in 1970. Disclosure of the FBI involvement would have also led to exposing the counterintelligence program. I don't think Hoover's orders for every FBI office to develop plans to neutralize and destroy the black movement or his sanctioning of violent means to accomplish this would have washed with the public if they'd known about it back in 1970, I said. In fact, within a year after the counterintelligence program was exposed in 1971, it was terminated, at least in name. The deal document, as we quickly labeled the April 8 memo, exposed the cozy arrangement between Hanrahan and the FBI. The feds wouldn't indict him or his raiders for civil rights violations, and he would maintain his secrecy concerning the FBI's role in the raid. Their agreement was made before the survivors were asked to testify. Their testimony would have made no difference. Few pieces of evidence are more damning or harder to come by, when trying to prove a conspiracy, than an explicit agreement by the co-conspirators, in this case Hanrahan and the FBI, to conceal their actions. The FBI produced the deal document under a strict protective order, which prevented us from releasing it or even mentioning it in open court. Remember what Leonard wrote in the grand jury report, I reminded Flint. The Panthers were more interested in police persecution than in obtaining justice. What a fraud. Leonard did a masterful job blaming the victims. In August 1975 we added as defendants the FBI informant William O'Neill, his FBI control Roy Mitchell, Mitchell's boss Robert Piper, and special agent in charge Marlon Johnson. We hope to add their superiors in D.C., the FBI heads of COINTELPRO, Attorney General Mitchell, Jerry Leonard, and the estate of J. Edgar Hoover, who died in 1971, after we took more depositions pinpointing their roles. In the late summer I drove out to Maywood to tell Fred's parents about the new developments. The Hamptons lived in the same two-story brick house where Fred grew up. Every year on December 4th, Flint and I, along with Dennis, when he was in town, attended the memorial service for Fred at Reverend McNulty's church, followed by a big spread at the Hampton home. Almost every black political figure in Chicago had participated in the memorials at one time or another. Fred's brother Bill had set up the Hampton Scholarship Fund to select and provide support for one black law student every year. Attendees at the memorial service were encouraged to contribute. When I arrived at the Hampton home, Iberia, wearing an apron over a flowered dress, greeted me at the door with a big hug. She led me straight to the kitchen, saying, "There's food on the stove." She knew I had grown up in the South and loved her cooking. At her kitchen table, I devoured fried chicken, a piece of fried catfish, a large helping of macaroni and cheese, and 2 helpings of collard greens, my favorite, along with a tall glass of sweetened iced tea. She sat and watched, smiling, commenting that she and Francis had eaten before I got there. I begged to hold off on the peach cobbler, and we adjourned to the living room. The Hampton living room was packed with several large stuffed chairs and 2 sofas. I could be comfortable in any of them as long as I didn't have to get up soon. Iberia and I sat down on her couch and soon were joined by Francis, who came from the back of the house. He gave me a warm smile when he shook my hand, and said he was glad to see me. He looked a bit wearied by the 6 years since Fred's death. Still, he had taken good care of himself. He farmed a plot of land in a neighboring suburb a few miles from their home, and went fishing regularly. He and Iberia still drove down to Louisiana at least twice a year. They had not given up their connection to the South and their attraction to its slow, rural lifestyle. "We've added some new people, new defendants to the lawsuit," I began. "They worked for the FBI and we think they were responsible for setting up the raid." Iberia's expression always changed when we began talking about Fred or his death. She'd look down at the floor and then raise her eyes up sadly, fearful but wanting to hear more. Her hair was grayer than when I had met her, and many more lines were traced in her forehead. A permanent weariness seemed to have set in. Fred was more than a target of the Chicago police and Hanrahan, I told them. "We think his death was instigated by FBI agents carrying out a national program targeting black leaders. FBI Director Hoover ordered those agents to stop. Neutralize was the word they used. Up and coming leaders like your son." Iberia's expression hardened as I spoke. "I believe it," she blurted out. "Fred was always out front, always on TV. Sometimes I wished he'd let someone else do the talking." I had heard her say this before. She resented that her son had paid the ultimate price for saying what he believed while others stood behind him and remained unharmed. "He spoke too much truth for them to let him live," Francis added. "He didn't know how to keep quiet about injustice." His voice trailed off. "We think the FBI used Hanrahan's ambition to get him to carry out its plan," I said. "He was more than willing." I paused a moment then continued, "Have you read about what they did to Dr. King?" "Yeah, I read it." "Blackmailed him and then suggested he kill himself," Iberia answered. "The FBI targeted the Panthers even more than Dr. King," I replied. "And Fred was a leader they saw as a particular threat. They watched his every move." "How was O'Neill connected to this?" Francis asked. "O'Neill's role as an informant had received wide publicity. I explained that O'Neill had been instructed by his FBI handler to go to Fred's apartment and get a floor plan. He did this, marking the location where Fred and Deborah slept, and gave it to the FBI, which passed it on to Hanrahan and the raiders. I brought a copy of it if you want to see it." I had hesitated bringing the floor plan with me but felt Fred's parents had a right to know. I pointed out the rectangle on which bed was written inside the room O'Neill had designated the room of Hampton and Johnson when they stay here. "Lord have mercy," Iberia declared, shaking her head. "They didn't leave nothing to chance," she said. Tears came to her eyes. Francis remained only slightly more composed. He was studying the details on O'Neill's sketch. "And that's where all the policemen's shots came together, right at the head of Fred's bed on the diagram," he said, pointing to the same rectangle in the back bedroom. "Most of the bullets went in that direction," I answered. "But we think Fred was actually killed after Deborah was pulled out of the room. He was shot at close range. The direction of the bullets and the location of the bullet wounds in his head prove this." Was I being too clinical? This was their son, and I was describing his murder. But they had never shied away from knowing the truth. "We've added O'Neill and the FBI people in Chicago supervising him to our lawsuit," I continued. "We'd like to include the higher UPS running the counterintelligence program in D.C., but so far Perry has blocked us from getting the evidence against them." "I don't like that judge," Iberia said. "He treats me and Fanny Clark like we're the criminals. He's always calling us the defendants as though we're on trial. He really doesn't like black people." I told her I wished I could disagree, but the situation was even worse than what she knew. As much as Perry defended Hanrahan and the police, he was even more protective of the FBI. He goes into a rage whenever we suggest that the raid was part of a federal conspiracy. The very idea is an insult to him. He acts as if his duty is to shield the FBI, I said. "Are you ever gonna get him to do right?" Iberia asked. "I doubt it," I responded. "I wish I could be more optimistic." In spite of our difficulties with Judge Perry, Iberia and Francis were pleased when I described our efforts to sue everyone responsible for Fred's death. "That's what we want you to do," she urged. "Go after them all." Francis nodded his approval. I left the Hampton home by way of the kitchen, with a large portion of cobbler in my belly and another on a paper plate to deliver to Flint. When I hugged Iberia goodbye, she said, "I love you." Then she added, "Go after everyone who killed my son." "We will," I answered. "I love you too." The lawsuit became more real, more human, each time I saw Iberia and Francis. The visits reminded me that the case wasn't about documents or legal motions or conflicts with Perry. It was about killing a young man in his bed, about a family who had lost their son and the movement that lost a leader. In August, as soon as we added the federal defendants to our lawsuit, Judge Perry confirmed the trial date for January 1976. With only 4 months lead time and a bar on questioning anyone about COINTELPRO, it would be almost impossible to get the evidence we needed to prove that the policymakers in D.C. were responsible for the raid. That fall, Flint and Holly went to Washington to depose Jerry's Leonard and the heads of the counterintelligence program. By the first week of September, with time for adding new defendants running out, we filed a motion to compel answers to deposition questions, again asking Judge Perry to order the deponents to answer our questions about COINTELPRO. "He's gonna hold out forever," I told Flint, frustrated by how many times we had to argue the obvious. "He'll have to," Flint responded, "because so will we." On September 11, Flint and I went to court to argue our motion before Perry. As soon as we arrived, the shriveled old man with his double hearing aids bounded out from chambers, took the bench, and peered down at us. Our presence pumped life into his shrunken frame. "Hampton v. Hanrahan, et.al., 70C 1384, Perry's clerk called out. Flint and I walked to the rostrum 6 feet below the bench. Cantor stood to our left. For an hour Flint and I argued the obvious relevance of COINTELPRO to the federal conspiracy. Perry sat above us, unfazed. We pointed out that the counterintelligence program itself outlined an FBI conspiracy to destroy the Panthers and neutralize charismatic black leaders, and we should be allowed to discover if its mandates led to the raid. Cantor answered that nothing in the 34 documents turned over to the judge or from COINTELPRO itself even tangentially dealt with what occurred on December 4 or the question of the raid. Judge Perry nodded approvingly. "Let us see the documents and we'll show you how they are relevant," Flint and I responded. Judge Perry said he'd heard enough. "I'll rule next week," he announced. Flint and I grabbed our papers and hurried out of the courtroom, shaking our heads in disgust. A week later, Judge Perry issued his written order. "I have still found that none of these documents that have been submitted to me show any testimony relevant to this case. No questions about COINTELPRO to the deponents shall be asked." We were out of patience and just about out of time. 31. Number 1 on the hit parade. It was November 1975, 2 months before our trial date. We had just moved downtown to the 6th floor of an office building 3 blocks from the federal court. I traded a noisy cubicle for a spacious office with large windows looking out on busy Dearborn Street. We got a deal on rental space in a building that was due to be raised in a few years. Holy shit. Look at these, look what I just got from Arthur Jefferson. Flint exclaimed, holding up some papers as he came into my office followed by Dennis. Flint dropped the papers on my desk. Arthur Jefferson was a staff member of the Church Committee, the Senate subcommittee headed by Senator Frank Church investigating Watergate. Jefferson had told Flint the subcommittee was broadening its investigation to look into other clandestine government activities, including COINTELPRO. "I met Jefferson in person in Washington in September," Flint said. "He sends me FBI documents they uncover through their subpoena power, and I send him what dribbles we get through discovery here." I read the 4 internal FBI memos Flint had dropped on my desk, 6 pages in all. My excitement rose as I went from one to the next. "These are crucial. The first document was a memo to FBI Director Hoover written by our defendant Marlon Johnson. It was captioned Counterintelligence Program. Black Panther Party. The memo read, Chicago now recommends the following letter be sent to Fort, handwritten on plain paper. Brother Jeff, I've spent some time with Panther friends on the west side lately and I know what's been going on. The brothers that run the Panthers blame you for blocking their thing and there's supposed to be a hit out for you, emphasis added. I'm not a Panther, or a Ranger, just black. From what I see, these Panthers are out for themselves, not black people. I think you ought to know what they're sick up to. I know what I'd do if I was you. You might hear from me again. A black brother. You don't know. It is believed the above may intensify the degree of animosity between the two groups and occasion Fort to take retaliatory action, which could disrupt the BPP or lead to reprisals against its leadership. The memo documented an FBI effort to exploit the animosity between Jeff Fort, the leader of the Blackstone Rangers, Chicago's largest and most well-armed street gang, and the Panthers. Although we had learned the general contents of the memo earlier, we had not known it was a COINTELPRO document and likely one of the 34 Perry had been given and refused to release. A prior effort by Marlon Johnson to have Fred killed was certainly relevant to our case, in which the FBI was claiming it was merely passing on information and had no intent to have Fred murdered. For some reason Fort didn't go for it, I said. Maybe he figured the black brother sounded a little white. Marlon Johnson's not exactly a street person. If Fort and the Rangers had retaliated against Fred, the FBI would have walked away clean, Dennis said. No one would have known they precipitated the violence. I wish we'd had this when we deposed Johnson, I said. I'd like to know how he'd justify this. Flint pointed to the second document. It carried the same caption, Counterintelligence Program. Like the Fort hit letter, it bore Marlon Johnson's initials. Dated December 3, 1969, it was a COINTELPRO periodic progress report. It read, the BPP continues to be considered the focal point of counterintelligence. Chicago has continued to advise local authorities of instances where BPP members appear vulnerable to arrest on local charges. In this regard, Chicago letter to the Bureau dated November 21, 1969, captioned Black Panther Party, BPP, RM is concerned with the location in Chicago of weapons reportedly purchased legally by BPP members. This information has been furnished to local law enforcement officials. Officials of the Chicago Police Department have advised that the department is currently planning a positive course of action relative to this information. The positive course of action was the raid planned by Hanrahan's police. The document's COINTELPRO heading demonstrated that the FBI's dissemination of information to the police and Hanrahan was made pursuant to the counterintelligence program. How can Perry justify concealing this memo? I asked. This is a COINTELPRO document specifically targeting Fred, and I'm sure it's one of the 34 he's been sitting on. Perry had to think we'd never see it, Dennis said. He didn't figure we'd get FBI documents from the church committee. In one of the other two documents, Hoover directed FBI offices to submit imaginative and hard-hitting counterintelligence programs aimed at crippling the BPP. That mandate requires some creativity, Dennis observed drily. A dirty trick, in fact a crippling trick, every 2 weeks. I wonder what else Johnson and company tried to do to the Panthers in the year between this memo and when they killed Fred. The fourth document was a periodic report by the San Diego FBI office dated September 18, 1969. In it, the special agent in charge bragged to Hoover about the tangible results already accomplished in the counterintelligence program. Shootings, beatings, and a high degree of unrest continues to prevail in the ghetto area of southeast San Diego. Although no specific counterintelligence action can be credited with contributing to this overall situation, it is felt that a substantial amount of the unrest is directly attributable to this program. I was appalled both at the candid acknowledgement that unrest in the black community was a celebrated part of the program's objectives and that this sentiment would have been memorialized in a letter to Hoover seeking credit for the violent conditions. When I read it today, I am reminded of the CIA's counterinsurgency plan for Central America in the 1980s or the military plan for Iraq. But here the FBI was promoting violence at home against U.S. citizens and groups. The next day, Dennis cornered Flint and me and read us parts of the motion he had typed out in response to the new documents and Hoover's specific mandate to prevent the rise of a messiah. A messianic figure, Fred Hampton, who could and did unite and electrify the masses of black people, and white people, wherever he went did indeed arise in Chicago. In the atmosphere which existed at the time, with the murders of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King already accomplished, and much of the Panther leadership in jail or exile, Fred Hampton became, to the agents of government responsible for suppression of the movement, number one on the hit parade, and thus he met his end. Dennis always had a flair for the dramatic. As a lawyer, this found expression in his pleadings and arguments in court. They were often eloquent, always insightful, and sometimes a bit too accusatory for the court's ear. Flint and I frequently toned down his written drafts but always enjoyed the originals. "I love it," I applauded. "It's Dennis unleashed." What Dennis read became paragraph 7 of the motion for discovery and disclosure of evidence, which we filed a few days later. We attached the 4 documents we had received, together with others recently released by the Church Committee, which showed the FBI blackmailing and targeting Dr. King. At the end, after accusing Perry of being quite unenlightened by the lessons of Watergate, our motion gave him the opportunity to redeem himself, a way out from being seen as embedded with the defendants. The court's actions in affording the defendants this protection from disclosure are misguided to an extreme degree. We fully sympathize with the chagrin of any person so long accustomed to relying on the honesty and good faith of government officials, when it is so shockingly and undeniably shown to exist no more. But today the frightening ethic which has replaced detachment, trustworthiness, and honor in government is cover-up, deception, and plausible deniability. If the courts of our country or the judges of our country allow themselves to be made tools of this philosophy, then neither the plaintiffs nor anyone else can be expected to maintain respect for the law. We felt there was nothing to lose by being straightforward, or more precisely, nothing to gain by being diplomatic. On November 26, I filed the motion 15 pages long with 50 pages of FBI documents attached and hand-delivered copies to the press room, where each of the Chicago dailies had a desk. We had developed working relationships with several investigative reporters from Chicago's newspapers, Tom Dolan from the Chicago Sun-Times, Rob Warden from the Chicago Daily News, and Bob McClory from the Daily Defender wrote most often about what we uncovered. They quoted us frequently, usually reporting our courtroom battles sympathetically. Why not? We provided them with revelations of illegal and clandestine government intelligence activities, certainly more newsworthy than the blanket denials from the other side. I returned to the office after filing the motion and called all of our friendly reporters. "Yeah, that's the same Marlon Johnson that Daley appointed to head the Chicago Police Board," I told Rob Warden. "But I don't think he put his anonymous communication with Fort on his resume." The Fort hit letter made front-page news in all the papers, even the Tribune. Everyone in Chicago knew Jeff Fort's name, and no one took the Blackstone Rangers lightly. It was a great story, not without irony. The current head of Chicago's police board had assumed the guise of a black brother, scribbling information in what he thought was black jargon, about a phony death threat in his effort to induce Fort and the Rangers to retaliate violently against Fred Hampton. Johnson's public denial that he ever intended or expected a violent reaction by the Rangers made it even more macabre. On December 10, 1975, Dennis, Flint, and I walked into Perry's courtroom and sat down at the polished wooden table reserved for plaintiffs' attorneys. The December 4th committee had put out the word that this was an important court date. The benches for spectators in the rear of the courtroom were full. The press packed the front row. The sketchers for the newspapers began making their drawings of the three of us. Dennis, tall and lean, with a sculpted face, a Max von Sydow profile, but with receding hair going in all directions, Flint with his blonde mutton chop sideburns, tinted glasses, and serious but boyish look, and me sporting my dark afro and bushy beard, a tad overweight, and looking skeptically at the judge's bench, even before Perry arrived. The FBI defendants' lawyers, Arnold Cantor and Alexandra Quokka, were at one counsel table. Colin and Valina, the lawyers for the city and county defendants, sat at the other. Judge Perry scurried out from the back of the courtroom, adjusting his hearing aid as he took his seat on the bench. He was wearing his dark glasses, which he claimed were to prevent the glare, but we thought he actually wore them to allow him to doze through our arguments. The clerk called the case, and the three of us went up to the podium. The record says we were in court for almost 3 hours. Dennis, Flint, and I all took target practice at the FBI lawyers and defendants for hiding COINTELPRO and at the judge for letting them do it. This time we had the advantage of having in our possession many of the critical documents the FBI and judge were refusing to release, documents they had previously sworn did not exist or were not relevant. We tried our best to argue the merits, but Perry only became more irritated and impatient. Then we tried to shame him into correcting his previous efforts to protect the FBI. How could you allow them to hide these, Judge? And now they have you hiding them, too. We repeated our plea that the trial be continued past the scheduled date of January 5 to allow us time to question the FBI defendants on the new documents, depose their superiors, and add new defendants. Cantor responded as expected that COINTELPRO had nothing to do with the raid. This led to skeptical looks from the reporters, who had read our motion and seen the attached documents. Dennis responded that 2 of the new COINTELPRO memos provided by the church committee named and targeted Hampton specifically. Perry nodded. Maybe he was wavering. Perry grabbed his papers. "I'll decide this next week," he said over his shoulder as he walked out. He often got up and walked away if we pressed an argument. In the corridor outside, I commented to Dennis, "I think we made it into the press, but who knows if we got through to Perry." Indeed, the press gave a lot of play to the new documents and quoted generously from our motion and our argument. If we had to start the trial without the COINTELPRO evidence, at least the world would know the FBI was responsible for the raid. On December 15, 5 days after the argument, I walked the 3 blocks from our new office downtown to the Dirksen Federal Building to pick up Perry's written ruling. I read it outside the clerk's office. The order urged the defendants to search their files again for records or exhibits they may have overlooked or misplaced. But Perry refused to release the COINTELPRO documents in his possession or to make the defendants answer deposition questions about the program. He concluded, "The motion is not well taken and that more particularly there is no reason to delay the trial in this cause." That was it, the court's entire rationale. We filed a last-minute petition again asking the Seventh Circuit to reverse and recuse Judge Perry. We begged them to continue the case to allow us to proceed with discovery around COINTELPRO. Again, our appeal was denied. Part 4. Injustice on Trial. 32. Opening Day. We sat at the counsel table in the well of the vast ceremonial courtroom in the Dirksen Federal Building. After more than 5 years of preparation, we were starting jury selection. The thick, dark blue carpet muffled the sounds of the attorneys and clients taking their places at the tables around me. This cavernous space was normally used for the induction of new judges or other special ceremonies. But because there were so many parties, lawyers, and spectators, as well as prospective jurors, Judge Perry had obtained permission to use it for our jury selection. Even the bench was grander than normal, a curved mahogany behemoth that rose 5 feet above the floor and extended 20 feet to each side, with raised chairs and room enough for several judges in the middle. The area below was filled with 6 polished mahogany tables surrounded by cushioned black leather chairs on rollers. The walls were in the same dark brown wood as the tables, and the rich wood and thick carpet created a muted effect, unlike the filthy cacophony of the criminal court building. Business was conducted quietly, in a more sophisticated manner, in the federal courts. The party with the burden of proof, the plaintiff, always sits nearest the jury. So Flint and I sat at the table only a few feet from the empty jury box. It, too, was surrounded by brown mahogany railings. I had lightly starched my shirts and dry cleaned all 3 of my suits. That day I wore my brown wool one. Even Flint's blue suit showed only a few wrinkles. Seated at our table was the large and swarthy J. Schulman, director of the National Jury Project. His belly protruded from his corduroy sport coat. Jay was a sociologist and statistician from Columbia University. For 4 months he and his associates had been interviewing registered voters from Chicago and its suburbs, the area from which our jury would be selected. Jay had used surveys in the Attica, Wounded Knee, and Daniel Ellsberg trials to show that prospective jurors in well-publicized political cases had strong biases and preset opinions about the facts. Schulman's survey of the Chicago area showed that 96% of those interviewed had some recollection of the events of December 4. 2/3 had already formed an opinion, and a majority of these believed the Panthers were partially or totally at fault. The survey also indicated that half the people thought the government should use any means necessary to destroy groups which threaten the present system of government. 1/3 said they would not award money for damages to the families of dead Panthers even if the evidence showed the police acted illegally. A vast majority said they would believe the testimony of a police officer over that of a Panther. The survey results did not surprise me and confirmed that we had an uphill battle. We attached Schulman's affidavit containing his findings to support our motion to allow us extra peremptory challenges. We needed many times the normal number because so many prospective jurors would enter with a bias against our clients. We also gave the judge a list of questions we felt were necessary to get jurors to divulge their opinions and prejudices. On the other side of Schulman was Jim Montgomery, relaxed and smiling, not a wrinkle in his suit. "I hope Jim is more effective with Perry than we are," Flint said to me the day before. "I'm sure he'll be good with the jury," I said. We were pleased to have him on the case. Herbert Reed, an African-American lawyer from the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, sat next to Montgomery. Ever since their May 1972 report, Search and Destroy, condemning the raid, the NAACP had supported us, sometimes with funds and now with a full-time attorney for the trial. Reed, a law professor from Howard University, was an able and experienced trial attorney, but he was also in his 70s. We would learn he was prone to naps in the afternoon court sessions. The 7 survivors sat at the table next to us. Their expressions reflected their skepticism about the proceedings. "I hope we get a jury that can see through that old racist judge," Doc Satchel whispered to me shortly after he walked in. Deborah Johnson, still with her afro, and looking more together and resigned now than when I interviewed her after Fred's murder, sat next to Doc. At our urging the plaintiffs were in their nice clothes, the women in dresses and the men in sweaters. Only Truelock was unshaven, giving a hint of his precarious life on the streets. The Hampton and Clark families occupied the front row of the spectator section behind us. They wore guarded expressions also. They'd seen Hanrahan acquitted and didn't trust the courts. 6-year-old Fred Jr. sat next to Iberia. He was looking around curiously, swinging his legs back and forth. His large, round face and broad smile already reminded me of his dad. We wanted the jury and the press to see the 6-year-old fatherless boy. Fred's brother Bill, a ganglier version of Fred, also was in the front row. Fanny Clark, Mark's mother, sat next to the Hamptons. She was a stout woman with a matronly air, who wore magnificent hats. Flint and I went over to thank her for coming from Peoria. She gave us each a big hug. "Thank you for what you're doing," she said warmly. 3 of Mark's 11 brothers and sisters were sitting with their mother. Behind the Hamptons and Clarks sat the plaintiffs' friends, our friends, and folks working with the December 4th committee. The police officer and state's attorney defendants stood around tables in the middle of the courtroom behind their attorneys Collin, Valina, and Witkowski, Collin's associate. They smiled, patted each other on the shoulder, and joked. Many had been through this before with Hanrahan, when they were facing obstruction of justice charges. They knew the routine, they got paid their regular salaries to wear civilian clothes and watch and doze in the courtroom. The FBI defendants Mitchell, Piper, and Johnson sat calmly in gray suits at their own table across from their attorneys Arnold Cantor, Alexandra Quokka, and Edward Christenbury, on loan from the Justice Department. Only William O'Neill was missing. The FBI was keeping a tight rein on his whereabouts. The 28 defendants, 9 plaintiffs, and 10 lawyers filled the buffed mahogany tables. Newspaper and TV people filled in the front rows of the spectator section. Cameras weren't allowed. The sketchers with their large artist pads leaned forward from the front row in the center. 2 were drawing Hanrahan, seated by himself. He had dropped out of the public eye after losing his last election. His forehead seemed furrowed in a permanent scowl. Suddenly, Perry's clerk stood up from his raised stand on the other side of the courtroom and bellowed, "All rise." The door to the left of the bench swung open. Perry entered and took his seat above us. He looked pleased to see the crowd below. "Be seated," the clerk called again, and there was a rustle of clothing as we all sat in unison. Perry began by hearing the motions we had filed. First, we asked him to order the defendants to tell us if any of the persons we put on our witness list had ever been government informants. Motion denied. I argued our motion for extensive voir dire, questioning of the jury, and asked that we as plaintiffs be allowed extra peremptory challenges because of the prejudices our jury survey had uncovered in the jury pool. Judge Perry listened and then dismissed the National Jury Project's 4 months of research with one comment: "I think we overemphasize this problem of prejudice because I find when jurors are fully informed, they want to do the right thing." Schulman shook his head in disgust. Perry did agree to question the jurors individually about their recollection of the case but refused to allow us follow-up questions. Perry also ruled we could have only 6 peremptory challenges, fewer than he allowed the defendants. Before we could object to his rulings, Perry told the clerk to call the jury in. The rear doors of the courtroom on our side opened and the first 50 potential jurors entered in single file. They occupied 4 rows of benches, cordoned off in the center of the spectator section. I saw only a few black faces, and the average age appeared to be around 50. It turned out that of the 400 persons in the special panel, only 23 less than 6% were black. Voter registration lists were 17% black. Later we learned blacks called for jury duty were excused much more easily than whites. Perry told the candidates that the trial will take many weeks, possibly as much as 3 months. In describing the incident, Perry referred to December 4 as a gun battle, the defendant's position. He said, in his most skeptical tone, the plaintiffs were alleging a national conspiracy to murder Fred Hampton and destroy the Panthers and that the police did all the shooting, and that there was a massive cover-up of the facts by all the defendants. Perry quickly reminded them these are only allegations. He proceeded to tell the jurors that the defendants vigorously denied all our claims and their defense was that they were unexpectedly fired on when they sought to lawfully execute a search warrant. As the questioning proceeded, Perry dismissed the jurors who claimed it would be a hardship to sit in a lengthy trial. This left housewives, retirees, and those employed by large corporations, which were required to pay their employees' salaries during jury duty. Perry made a mockery of many of the questions we had submitted. He asked all the black prospective jurors, "Are you a member of the Ku Klux Klan?" and he asked the whites, "Are you a member of the Black Panthers?" Ignoring the puzzled looks he got in response, Perry continued. He often referred to African Americans as colored people, in spite of our objections. Perry did question the jurors individually and asked many of the questions we had submitted. But by disallowing follow-up questions, he had closed the door to exposing the depth of the jurors' biases. Day after day we sat helplessly as he quickly rehabilitated whites who expressed negative feelings about the Panthers or even black people generally. "Can you put your feelings aside and give the parties a fair trial?" was his typical follow-up question. Only the most hard-nosed and clueless racist or someone who didn't want to be on the jury answered in the negative. the defense attorneys convinced Perry to strike black people who expressed the slightest sympathy for the Panthers or skepticism toward law enforcement. Perry did make it clear at one point in the 3 weeks of jury selection that he wanted at least one black juror. He told the defendant's lawyers that Florence Smith, a middle-aged, pleasant-looking black woman, was particularly well qualified. 10 days after the questioning started, Judge Perry imposed a gag order, prohibiting us from discussing the case with the press. He entered his order in chambers. When Flint and I objected to the gag order in open court, he told the bailiff to remove us from the courtroom. "He wants a gag order on the existence of the gag order," I griped to Flint as we were escorted out of the courtroom temporarily. By the 4th week of January, questioning of prospective jurors had ceased, and it was time for us to exercise our 6 peremptory challenges. These gave us the right to challenge 6 prospective jurors without giving a rationale. We excused family members of cops. But we didn't have enough challenges to excuse the heavily bouffant Judy Norgal, who was dating a cop. Perry refused to excuse her for cause. "I'm sure she'll be fair," Perry said as Norgal shot us a hostile glance. After both sides exercised all their challenges, 10 people remained in the jury box, 9 whites and Florence Smith. 6 would be regular jurors, and 4 would serve as alternates. Our jury's average age was 50, and most had no more than a high school education. This was not a good start. 33. I am no Solomon. Jim Montgomery, in a dark tailored suit, squared his broad shoulders and rose to address the judge. His argument was our last chance to get Perry to release the FBI's COINTELPRO documents before we called our first witness. Edward Christenbury from the Justice Department had just reiterated the FBI position: COINTELPRO was immaterial and irrelevant. Montgomery enunciated slowly and emphatically, highlighting that our complaint charged that the raid was accomplished as a result of COINTELPRO. We should have the opportunity to prove our allegations. There was no doubt COINTELPRO targeted the Black Panther Party, and the issue was whether the FBI program led to the raid. The FBI defendants claimed that they were innocently in good faith furnishing intelligence to brother law enforcement agencies. We claimed the purpose of supplying the information was to further the illegal goals of the COINTELPRO program, including destroying the Black Panther Party and its leadership. Montgomery argued that COINTELPRO was critical to showing the FBI's intent. Montgomery then gave a succinct history of the counterintelligence program and explained that the clear purpose of the COINTELPRO hit letter to Jeff Fort was to get Fred Hampton killed. Montgomery pointed out that the motive and intent of the defendants was a critical part of our proof, and COINTELPRO was committed to preventing the rise of a black messiah. We can't rely on the defendants' denial of relevancy, and if the court accepts their claims, you will have precluded us from putting on our case, Montgomery ended, putting the weight squarely on the judge. When he finished, Perry seemed to soften his position. "I am concerned that the plaintiffs have not seen it," he responded, referring to the hit letter. Montgomery had pressed hard on our right to determine what evidence was relevant to our case, not the defendants. Valina tried to save the day for the defendants, complaining that no ruling is final, referring to Perry's numerous prior denials of our requests for COINTELPRO information. Perry responded, "I think these counsel should have an opportunity to look at the material that I have received in camera. I am no Solomon, I made a mistake. I have let the defendants determine what is relevant to the plaintiff's case." With that, Perry pulled a document out from under his papers and read an order he had prepared requiring the federal lawyers to produce the entire Chicago COINTELPRO file as well as all the Chicago FBI files on O'Neill, Fred Hampton, and each of the plaintiffs. I rolled my eyes in disbelief. Flint had a similar look. The same argument by Flint and me had been rejected so many times. I couldn't believe Perry was actually ordering the FBI to turn over the COINTELPRO files, the ones we had been seeking for 2 years, through 10 subpoenas, 7 motions, and 6 arguments. Looking back, it's clear that Montgomery's argument provided Perry a convenient opportunity to come off his untenable position of denying the relevance of documents he knew would be made public by the church committee, if not through other litigation, and that, because of their obvious evidentiary value to us in proving the FBI's motivation to neutralize the Panthers, and Hampton in particular, would only expose Perry's collusion with the federal defendants. Now, he didn't have to admit he was wrong directly to Flint and me, and he could send the message that our lawyering was the problem, not his rulings. Flint immediately asked Perry to recess the trial until we had received and read the recently ordered documents and questioned the FBI defendants about them. He refused but said we could spend half days the next week questioning Johnson outside the presence of the jury. After court, Flint and I went out in the hallway. We congratulated Montgomery. He smiled, knowing he'd done a good job, but he also gave us credit. "You guys did the footwork," he said. "I just finished it off." The press wanted to know why Perry finally reversed himself. Because we were likely to be quoted, we didn't want to slam him too hard. Well, let's just say he was slow to understand how important COINTELPRO is to this case, was my response to press inquiries. Flint and I followed the reporters to the press room and briefed them further on why the FBI's counterintelligence program was behind the raid and how the release of documents would be critical to proving this. It started with Hoover, Flint told them. It ended at 2337, but it was part of a common conspiracy and COINTELPRO provided the directions. We had some of the COINTELPRO documents released to the Watergate Committee, ready to give them. "Yes, I think neutralize the BPP includes killing," I said. "It sends the message while maintaining deniability." We called Marlon Johnson as our first witness. With COINTELPRO no longer out of bounds, he would have to acknowledge and explain its mandates. He admitted that he received the August 1967 directive to set up a COINTELPRO operation in Chicago whose purpose was to neutralize black leaders and to prevent the rise of a messiah who could unite the black movement. Johnson also admitted to receiving Hoover's memo urging FBI offices to use local law enforcement to harass and disrupt black groups, and that he authored the memo to Hoover wholeheartedly approving the goals of COINTELPRO. Nevertheless, contradicting the explicit entreaties in the COINTELPRO memos, Johnson repeatedly asserted that the purpose of COINTELPRO was to prevent violence. Perry would not let Montgomery impeach Johnson by showing that Dr. King was one of the leaders targeted by COINTELPRO. Because many COINTELPRO memos were titled COINTELPRO Black Nationalist Hate Groups, Montgomery asked Johnson for his definition of a black nationalist group. Johnson's answer was any black organization that had a national headquarters. Johnson testified that he received and read only the COINTELPRO documents on which his initials appeared, and only a part of those. He portrayed COINTELPRO as a minor program run by a small section of his office, barely making the radar screen of someone as busy as himself. Johnson claimed he had no recollection of any specific action he took to implement the program in Chicago. He did not recall receiving Hoover's memo calling on all FBI offices to submit imaginative, hard-hitting counterintelligence measures aimed at crippling the BPP, even though it was addressed and routed to him. The growing chorus to Montgomery's questions was "I don't recall." The COINTELPRO memos addressed to Johnson were admitted into evidence even if Johnson claimed no memory of them. How could this guy with such a pathetic memory serve as chair of Chicago's police board? I leaned over and asked Flint. On the second day of cross-examination, Montgomery read Johnson the contents of the letter he authorized warning Fort about the supposed hit out on him by the Panthers. He also read Johnson's memo to Hoover explaining that the purpose of his letter was to get Fort to take retaliatory action and carry out retribution against Panther leaders. Johnson insisted a hit was nonviolent, and no physical harm or violence was intended. "I would never approve any document in this program, sir, where I felt the results of the program would lead to violence." Johnson claimed the retribution he intended to follow from his letter meant disorganization. "So your intent was not that Jeff Fort blow somebody's head off as a result of this?" Montgomery asked the question on everyone's mind. "Yes, sir, that is correct." Johnson replied, "Because there was an FBI understanding that the program and letter were intended to be nonviolent." I heard muffled laughter from the back of the courtroom. Montgomery followed up, asking Johnson if anyone explained the FBI understanding to Jeff Ford. No. Are you aware Ford had only a 6th grade education? No. Montgomery asked Johnson what he'd meant by "I know what I'd do if I was you." It meant nothing as far as I was concerned. It was just more street language put in there to make it sound more realistic. Johnson crossed and recrossed his legs, directing an occasional inappropriate smile at the judge, trying to defuse the absurdity of his answers. What is it that you know about the Rangers that would indicate that no harm would come to the Panther leaders as a result of this letter? Montgomery pressed on. I considered an anonymous letter to be practically nothing. I doubted that it would even be read. I glanced at the jury. Florence Smith was shaking her head back and forth in disbelief. She knew more about the Rangers than Johnson wanted her to. That evening Bob Greene, a columnist for the Chicago Sun-Times, wrote a satirical editorial entitled, "No Hits, No Guns, No Terror." He interviewed several organized crime experts and asked them for their definition of a hit. Their answers were a contract for murder and to kill, or eradicate. The next day Johnson continued his vocabulary jumble. One of the COINTELPRO documents he authored praised O'Neill's actions as an indication of the use of this source, O'Neill, in harassing and impelling the criminal activities of the Panthers locally. Johnson testified that he understood impelling to mean restraining. There were more snickers in the courtroom. The primary definitions of impelling, according to the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, 2nd edition that was retrieved from the judge's chambers, were to drive or urge forward, to incite to action, to give an impulse to. Johnson claimed he knew nothing of O'Neill's provocative acts. Johnson denied any knowledge of the floor plan before or after the raid. He also claimed he was never told there were illegal weapons at 2337, and if he had this information, he was required to pass it on to the ATF. Instead, he simply denied receiving it. Even though it came from SAC Chicago, the acronym for his official title, Johnson claimed no recollection of the contents of the December 3 COINTELPRO memo from himself to Hoover describing the passing of information about 2337, and the weapons stored there, to the state's attorney. Similarly, he didn't know what was meant by the positive course of action he expected to be taken in response. Constant objections by the defense and Johnson's consistent loss of recollection made his cross-examination long and tedious. When Montgomery probed Johnson about the usefulness of a floor plan in a raid, the judge called his questions speculative. When Montgomery asked Johnson why the ATF was not given the information about a sawed-off shotgun, Perry intervened and said the question was far afield. Perry told the jury that O'Neill's receiving increased payments because the FBI reported his effectiveness at carrying out the FBI's COINTELPRO objectives was not an issue. Toward the end of his questioning, Montgomery came down with the flu. He asked me to finish the cross-examination. February 26 was my first day questioning a witness before this jury. I was nervous approaching the podium in the intimidating atmosphere of the grand federal courtroom. By this time we had moved to a regular courtroom, but the atmosphere was the same.